Good morning and welcome back to the day 2 of the EPC Conference 2022. We will now start with our discussion on geopolitical shifts, for which we have with us Mr. P.D. Samudra as the moderator for this session. Mr. Samudra needs no introduction, right? He has been in this industry for over 4 decades and is the former managing director and CEO of Thyssen Group. He superannuated from the company last year, June. May I request Mr. P.D. Samudra to join us on stage? And to discuss on global headwinds and India's fundamentals, we have Dr. Samiran Chakraborty, Managing Director, Chief Economist, India, Citi Research. He's a part of the Citigroup Global Markets India Private Limited. Before joining Citigroup, Dr. Samiran was the head of South Asia Macro Research at Standard Chartered for 6 years and also Chief Economist for ICICI Bank, looking after a team of economists covering different aspects of the global economy with special reference to India. He has been adjudged as the top economist in India by the Asset magazine for 3 consecutive years, been featuring at the top of the Institutional Investors Survey of Economists for the last 2 years, and the best economist for India in the Asia Money ranking in 2019 and 2021. Before moving into the corporate sector, Samiran was a faculty of the Delhi School of Economics, introducing students to different facets of the macroeconomics and international finance. Dr. Samiran, please join us on stage. And I now hand over to Mr. P.D. Samudra.
Good morning, dear friends. Hello. Yeah, this is better? Yeah, so after yesterday's hectic discussions on various subjects for the EPC contractors, consultant, suppliers, the most important topic for all this is finance finally, what we are doing. And yesterday we saw from various sessions that India is poised for huge investments thanks to the internal demands for chemicals, petrochemicals, as well as the new COP26 requirement and what you call that is net zero. And yesterday we found a figure was talked about of $10 trillion to be spent in the next 40 years to achieve net zero, plus minus whatever percentage. So with this kind of money requirement, there's going to be good opportunities for the whole fraternity of EPC companies and the vendors and the engineering companies. And so it was good on part of ChemTECH to invite the person like Dr. Samiran Chakraborty. He is, I think, one of the finest economists of the country. And the idea is to hear from him what is the situation going to happen in the coming years in India with the geopolitical changes and what are his opinions on this kind of financing. So it's all yours, sir. Please go ahead. Give a round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Samudra. It's great to connect with you and great to be here to talk to all of you. And I must say that the moment I entered this place, I realized that I'm the odd man out here. I don't know anything about what you are specialist in, and I'm guessing that you also don't know much about what I am specialist in. So this is going to be a very interesting session where I'm going to try to make some comments about a topic which probably may not be your day-to-day affair, but at the same time very open to learning from you on areas which I don't know anything about. So I really don't want to give a very long speech, and I hate PowerPoint presentations, so I'm going to keep this very, very simple and story-like, and please feel free. It's a relatively smaller gathering I can see, so please feel free to ask me any questions. The way I thought about it is that there are three or four big global themes that are running around right now. I will briefly introduce you to those themes, and then I'll talk about what those themes imply for India in the current context. So, one of the things that globally everyone is very concerned about is this beast called stagflation. You might have heard this term. It simply means that you are in a somewhat unique position where you have coexistence of very high levels of inflation as well as the economy slowing down. Generally what happens is that when economy slows down, companies have less pricing power, and that's why inflation is also lower. But this is a very peculiar situation where while the economy is slowing down, inflation is not slowing down. So I can assure you that for rest of this year and well into next year, you will hear a lot more of stagflation globally.
So how do you spell it, sir?
It's STAG, stagnation and inflation together.
Okay.
So that's what we are combining it, and we call it stagflation. And the reason for this stagflation is that we are getting, in this 2 years of COVID period, the supply of all commodities, all kinds of products got disturbed hugely. Not just because of supply chain bottlenecks, but because no one was investing in capacity build-up. On top of it, you saw this Ukraine war coming up. What this Ukraine war has done is that it has put this doubt in everyone's mind that should I go for the cheapest source of a product or the most reliable source of a product? And the more and more people are thinking I should go for a reliable source rather than the cheapest source. The moment you do it, your cost of production goes up. And this leads to less of trade and more of everyone trying to build it for himself, even if he is not cost effective in that production. And in that sort of a scenario, what is likely to happen is that prices are going to stay elevated, inflation is going to stay elevated for a very long period of time. So, starting with supply chain bottlenecks, starting with capacity not being created, and this deglobalization come self-reliance on everything is leading to very high degrees of inflation, regardless of whether there is any demand for that product or not. I mean, a classic example is oil. I don't think oil demand is shooting through the roof. But it is all kinds of supply-related uncertainties that is driving oil prices today. Now, the interesting bit is that a little bit of demand also is coming back, and there, the big elephant in the room is China. That when China normalizes, as you are quite aware that China is right now following a sort of zero COVID policy, they are not caring about what the near-term growth impact of that zero COVID policy is. But this will go, right? We have seen these waves come and go of COVID. So maybe in a couple of months' time, COVID will be behind China. And when China normalizes, is this good news or bad news? The good news is that if a Shanghai port is working fine, that means global supply chains which are disrupted now, they will normalize, and to that extent your freight cost, etc. will come down, and it will be less inflationary for the global economy. But on the other hand, if China opens up and China starts consuming more, obviously this is more inflationary. China will demand more of coal, more of steel. It's the guzzler of all those commodities. So that will create further demand, and commodity prices will go up even further. So which one of the two effects will dominate is very unclear at this moment. So China remains a very big uncertainty for global commodity prices, global inflation at this moment. And the last point I would mention on the global economy side is that every central banker globally is thinking that, oh gosh, this inflation is just too much, and if I don't nip it in the bud, then maybe this will become entrenched in the system and it will be very difficult to wring it out. So every central banker is doing exactly what the textbook suggests him to do, which is raise interest rates. When there is inflation, raise interest rate. Now, no one really ever thinks about that, how an interest rate increase is going to reduce oil prices, or in India's case, tomato prices. I mean, there is absolutely no correlation between the two, but that's how central bankers react, and maybe theoretically they have good reasons for doing it so. So, world over, interest rates are going to go up. So if any of your companies were thinking of issuing bonds outside India or raising money outside India, that has become definitely more expensive. And it will become even more expensive as you go forward. On top of it, in times like this, because the US is raising interest rates faster than rest of the world, a natural corollary of that is dollar is strengthening against other currencies. In last 5-6 months, dollar has appreciated almost 15%. This is one of the largest dollar appreciation periods in the last 2 decades. So when dollar becomes stronger, then automatically you can imagine that your loans, your dollar loans, are becoming more expensive in some sense. So these factor in the external financing of things would have to be kept in mind, that globally interest rates are going up and globally dollar is becoming stronger. Now, quickly coming to India. For India, the kind of linkage I'm drawing from my earlier discussion is that global commodity prices are going to stay elevated, global interest rates are going to stay elevated, and dollar is going to remain strong. These are the headwinds that India will have to deal with. And it will be a situation of, technically whether you call it stagflation or not, but it will feel like stagflation, that globally inflation is high and global growth is relatively slower. Now, if you look at just India's domestic fundamentals, at this moment, believe it or not, we are doing exceedingly well. Why I say so is that we economists, we are paid to highlight risks. That's our job in some sense. In any company where there is an economist, the CEO always asks the economist, what am I missing? And the economist always goes and digs it out. Even if I try to dig out things in current data, I don't think, at least from a growth perspective, there is much to worry about. Whether it is consumption side of the economy or the investment side of the economy, we have now fully recovered back to our pre-COVID levels in actual GDP sense. In fact, our recovery from the Omicron wave has been much faster than any of us could have imagined. In other words, at this moment, the reopening trade is dominating any fears of inflation, interest rate hike, anything of that kind at this moment. So our sense is that for fiscal year 23, we are going to have something like a 8% GDP growth for India. And I am quite non-consensus in this view. My peer economists are mostly around 7.5%, including RBI yesterday calling for a 7.2% GDP growth. Now, don't be too comforted also by this. Why I am saying this is that part of this is simply year-over-year base effect. Last year was a very weak year, so on that weak year, the numbers will look better. In a momentum sense, we are still far off from where we should be. In my view, India should be, or India has the potential to grow in the 6 to 7% range. But in our assumptions for next year, India is somewhere around 3 to 4% growth. It will optically look like a 8% growth, but the actual momentum is more like a 3-4%. And the reason behind assuming a somewhat slower momentum is simply because in the early part of the year, inflation is going to bite, and in the latter part of the year, interest rate is going to bite. So what's happening today is that inflation is running close to 8%. Now, this is affecting different parts of the society differently. We did an analysis of about 4,000 companies' wage cost data. On an average, wage cost is growing at 12%. So anyone who is lucky to work in these 4,000 companies, he is well covered, right, in some sense. His inflation is 8%, his wage growth is 12%. But if you look at rural wage growth data, the entire rural wage growth is somewhere between 5 to 6%. So the rural economy is not covered. And in that sense, that classic K-shaped recovery which a name economists have given, that rich is becoming richer and poor is becoming poorer, that is playing on in a very drastic way in this high inflationary environment. So this is the headwind to consumption in the near term, that discretionary consumption might not be impacted so much, but staple kind of consumption, I mean, some of the companies have been reporting that they can't even sell soap because the rural economy is so impacted. So that sort of a thing we have to be slightly careful of. And what happens with the investment side of the economy is that it follows consumption. Yesterday we got the news that till the March quarter, the capacity utilization rate was about 74.5%. In my experience with this, looking at this data, about 75 to 78% capacity utilization rate means that the next capex cycle starts. Because it's an average for across industries. Some industries would be at 80, 85, they will start doing it early, etc., etc. So I was in January very hopeful before this Russia thing happened that by end of this year, we should start seeing a big private capex cycle play out in India. But obviously this Russia-Ukraine thing will have an impact on our consumption also. Maybe this capacity utilization will not improve as much. So maybe the capex cycle gets delayed a bit. And in the interim, we depend more on the public capex rather than the private capex. So that's where the government's capex becomes very important. But there the catch is that if the government has to support the consumer, this inequality problem that I was alluding to, if they have to address this inequality problem by giving more of quote-unquote subsidies to people, whether it is free food or whether it is cutting taxes on oil products, then they have less capacity to do capex. And the other big challenge is that with such uncertain cost environment, companies' ability to bid for these projects are also limited. I mean, where do you bid? If you have inflation, you have no idea whether it will be 10% or 20% wherever it is. So because of these reasons, I've got slightly more skeptical on public capex than I used before. But this is the dynamics that you need to track now, that how quick the government can ramp up the public capex in this interim period where private capex is not going to be that strong. Then coming to the interest rate question in India, our sense is that RBI will have to take the interest rate, their policy rate, which yesterday they increased to 4.9%, this will have to be at least taken up to 6%. And generally what is happening today is that about 40% of the loans are now directly linked to this repo rate of RBI because of this external benchmarking. So this was not the case earlier. So now the transmission will be almost automatic for this 40% of the loans. You will just get an email from your bank that your EMIs have gone up or whatever, your interest rate has just gone up. The rest 60%, and I'm giving you a very ballpark number, the rest 60% increases with a 6-month lag. So maybe for the commercial loans, it will be in the latter part of the year when the impact will be felt more. If any of you are issuing corporate bonds in India and raising money through that, you would have already felt the pressure. And in a very curious way, that has led to some increase in bank credit because people are not anymore issuing bonds. They are going for bank credit because in a relative sense, bank credit is cheaper. This was the opposite story during the COVID period. The corporate bond rates fell faster than the bank credit rates fell. And that's where more and more people issued corporate bonds at that point of time. Now, going forward, my sense is that this will be a headwind for growth as interest rates move up. But somehow my understanding is that in India, if a project is generally profitable, then companies don't care about the last 50 basis point of interest rate cost. The profitability opportunity in India is still so huge that in most cases, that marginal increase in rates often don't make a difference. So for me, the more critical thing is that would we be able to navigate these global headwinds in a way that our FY24 onwards economic outlook is about a 6-7% GDP growth. If we get that outlook, I think we will be able to pass through this period of interest rates moving up as well. And one needs to also be cognizant of the fact that although we are talking of this large interest rate increases, but even after this whole interest rate increase, the actual level of interest rate will just be about 30-50 basis points higher than where it was pre-COVID. So the delta is huge. You're going to see a 150-200 basis point delta, but in a level sense, you will still not be too high. Or let me give you something which you will be able to relate with. Home loan, which went down to 6.5 during COVID, might come up to whatever, 8.5. So that's 150-200 basis point increase. But if you go back and check what the home loan rate was pre-COVID, it was very close to 8%. So on a level sense, you will not be too high is what my sense is, but in a delta sense, it will be a lot. So let me end here by giving you some numbers which will be, you can keep at the back of your head to track where things are. So as I said, we are looking at around like 8% GDP growth. In our view, inflation will average somewhere around 6.5-7% most likely in the next year, with a hope that in the latter part of the year, inflation comes off a little bit. We think RBI will raise interest rates to about 6% for sure. And we think market interest rates will also move up quite substantially. And on the currency, our sense is that we are headed towards 79, possibility of even an 80, but if oil stays 100 or below, then maybe we avoid that possibility. Oil stays 120, we will have to embrace 80 and a lot more. I'll stop here. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Simran Chakraborty. You're like a Tufan mail, you know. You you're all figures in your tip of your tongue, and what I liked about this, frankly spoken, that there's no politics in this, because nowadays, figures float and people get confused. Somebody said GDP is going to go up, somebody said GDP is going to stagnate, somebody says it's going to go down. So it has come from your heart, and we appreciate that very much. So before I open to the audience, I'm sure there are a lot of questions. I would like to start with 1 or 2 questions. So today, like you said, the 8% GDP which was planned for the next year, and the figures are coming down every day. And today OECD brought it to 6.9%. It's a morning news actually. And you say that there will be 3 to 4% in net effect next year. So how do you correlate this? That is question number 1. And question number 2, which all the people must be waiting, is that it is good for the investors of projects, the investment what people put in. But as I told you before we started, that we are a EPC fraternity here, and we are in the hands of customers when they put the projects. and we have to do internal financing. So what will be your advice for that? Because I just got Mr. Parab from Larsen Toubro. This must be in his mind. What factor should I take in my calculation when I bid for a project of mega 1,000 crore rupees? So these two questions I would like to put it to you first. Yeah.
Okay, so the first question is actually a question of statistics and not a question of economics. And let me explain to you why I say so. So, you know, last year, I mean, FY22 Q1 was a hugely negative GDP quarter. So it was, I think, minus 12% was the number. So this year, I am getting a 19.5% GDP growth in the first quarter, just because of that base. Now you can think about it.
Including inflation, of course.
Then this is real GDP.
Real GDP.
This is real GDP. All we are talking is real. We don't talk nominal GDP at all, because nominal GDP growth for India this year is going to be 16%. That explains why we are having such a high GST growth. That if nominal GDP is growing at such a rate, obviously GST growth will also be higher. So the thing is that if you get 19.5% GDP growth in one quarter, then to get 8% GDP growth for the full year, which is 8 multiplied by 432, you only need 12.5% in the next 3 quarters, which is like 4% each quarter.
Yeah.
So just pure statistics.
Okay.
Now, I don't know where OECD is getting their numbers from. My sense is that they are not looking at it from this sort of a quarterly GDP profile perspective. They are taking a broader call that, oh, last year we grew at something around 8.5%. Economy is going to slow down in this stagflationary environment. So maybe 6.9 is a good number.
That's what you.
That's where I think the difference is coming from, but I'm guessing, I don't know, I have no idea how OECD looks at it. On your second question, look, the way I've understood the issue is that there are 2 parts to it. One part is how quickly would investment cycle revive in India, and the other part is that how good will be the financing environment. On revival of the investment cycle, as I was mentioning, the early part of the investment cycle has to be public capex led. I'm not finding enough private capex. Obviously, as I started off saying that I'm not a specialist in your industry. In your industry, the dynamics could be slightly different because oil prices are moving up. So the profitability assumptions for this industry might be different. But in general, if I talk about investment,
Yeah, but I think it's okay. You're on the right track with our industry also. It's perfect.
So this is the private capex might be a little back-ended, is what our current assumption is. On financing, there are 2 parts to it. One part is availability of finance, the other part is cost of finance. I think availability of finance, we have plenty. There is so much liquidity in the system still, and RBI is talking about draining out this liquidity, but even after that drainage of liquidity, I am more or less confident that there will be enough funds available. The only aspect is the cost of liquidity. And there, it's a choice, it's a way of looking at it from a delta perspective versus a level perspective. On a delta perspective, the cost of finance will be significantly higher than what you have seen in the last couple of years. In level terms, you would probably be just a notch higher than where you were pre-COVID.
Understood. So I throw open the discussions for the question answer session. So maybe you can give them the mic here. Anybody wants? Yes.
I thought he explained so well, there are no questions.
Please tell your name also.
Yeah, I'm Kaushik Banerjee. I'm from L&T. You made a statement that India is in a very good position, but at the same time, overall picture that you have has emerged from the statistics and the figures that you have just alluded to, it doesn't give a very positive outlook of what we are going through right now. So can you just explain this contradiction in layman's terms?
The contradiction is because I did not spend enough time in explaining to you how bad the global situation is. So just take a guess what's Spain's level of inflation. 33%.
Wow.
German inflation is at a 42-year high or something like that. Name any country, they are going through hell right now. So compared to that, our inflation at 8%, I must say, is a blessing. And that has happened partly because we have decided, I mean, we can quibble about whether we should have started doing it 4 months back or not, but relatively early we have started going all out on inflation. And it's not just RBI. If you look at it, the government has taken a conscious call that this year the priority will be inflation control. Some of you might have noticed that yesterday the government announced the minimum support price increase for farmers. And I'm putting it bluntly that going by our calculations, normally the government should have increased MSP by at least 10%, if not more, given the cost of production increase for the farmers. But the government decided to increase only by 5% because they were worried that if they increase the price of rice by 10%, automatically every other commodity prices will go up. Or you look at the excise duty cut or the way they are kind of restricting different kinds of exports from India, wheat, sugar, everything. The objective seems to be very clear that we can't let inflation go out of hand. And RBI is also supporting that through their interest rate hike, etc. So if we can tide over this period of high inflation, the advantage that we have today is that compared to, let's say, 2013 period, which a lot of you will have in your back of your mind where we have faced a mini crisis, our banking balance sheet and corporate balance sheets are in much, much better shape today. Today, if you look at any metric of banking sector, it's the best in almost a decade. Corporate balance sheet, the way the leverage has come down, the way the profitability has improved, significantly better. So we have the buffer to withstand this shock for a slightly longer period of time is what my sense is, and that's why I made that comment. But this buffer is not going to last forever. We have just about, in my view, a year's time. If by this time next year we are unable to resolve these issues, then we will have a very critical challenge, and unfortunately that will be the pre-election year, and the political economy issues will also crop up at that time, which can make life more difficult.
Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor. My name is Peter. I'm from Reliance. And this is a question that's not really relevant to this discussion today, but since you've been so clear, I mean, the clarity that you bring to the table is so good that I just can't resist asking this question. Okay, this is, I'm taking you back in time about demonetization. To the common man, it seemed like a master stroke. I mean, okay, in one stroke you take care of corruption and all the black money and all that. But obviously, it has had a lot of blowback, to speak. I mean, there's a lot of people who came against that. So could you, in your lucid language, explain to us what is your opinion on that?
So,
And we'll not record it.
no, that was one of my conditions with Mitra, that this is not getting recorded or this is not published or something. Otherwise, it's very difficult to speak. So, the day it happened and I went back home and I told my wife, who also happens to be an economist, that this is just a master stroke. Because conceptually, I think it had a lot of merit in it. There were two problems. The problem was, one problem, and this is a problem which is there in a lot of policies, is India is still barely a $3,000 per capita economy with massive levels of inequality. So what works in theory for a slightly more homogeneous society with a slightly higher per capita income or in other words, what's good for you and me, might not be good for the man down the chain. I think we underappreciated that problem. And the second problem was, because we wanted to keep it very hush-hush, there was a massive execution challenge. That we did not consult with enough people who are specialists in the field about what is the best mode of implementing it. And because of these two issues, the positive effect of demonetization, which conceptually could have happened, that positive effect was never felt. And we, on a lingering basis, felt the negative effect of the two things that we did not consider enough. So, in a very twisted way, one can say that the digitalization that we are seeing now is a consequence of demonetization. But I can turn around and argue that I could have done this digitalization without doing demonetization also. But whether demonetization was the trigger or not, but digitalization and formalization, they are definitely in the last few years helping Indian economy in a big way, whether it is tax collection, whether it is profitability, efficiency improvement, it's there everywhere. As economists, I must admit that our ability to capture it in data form and present to you in a lucid way is still limited. So if you ask me what is the contribution of digitalization and formalization to GDP growth in this country at this moment, I don't think any one of us have an estimate. But I suspect that it's pretty large. So when we will look back at demonetization in a neutral way, it will be harder for us to find positives. It will be easier for us to find negatives.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Anybody else? Yes, Venkatraman.
Thank you. I'm Venkatraman from thyssen Group Industrial Solutions. This is also a question which I have in my mind. In the recent budget, our finance minister announced about digital money. Can you throw some light on that? Because there is a lot of confusion on that. I have spoken to so many people. Different people have different opinions. But no one, I think, has a unique or a standard understanding of what is coming. And I am assuming it is coming very soon this year. That is what I hear from the news. So can you please make it in a simple language? What is this?
So you put it very nicely that different people have different views on this. Even RBI has different views on this, inside RBI. So let me put it this way, that digital money is not going to make yours or mine life any different from what it is today. And I am sorry to say that this might sound to be a very bland way of starting to answer your question. Why I'm saying this is that this is going to be exactly like a currency note that you are holding with you. It's just that you will be holding that currency in the form of a digital token. Everything else is exactly the same. Like with a currency note, there is universal acceptability of it. Similarly, this digital token will have universal acceptability because it's backed by the central bank, backed by the government, right? What it does is it simplifies the transaction process in certain cases. You don't have to carry those wads of notes in your pocket or your money bag. You have it digitally in your mobile phone, in some sense. The challenge for this is that in an extreme situation, let's say, whatever, 50% of the country's currency becomes digital currency. Right now, it will not even be 0.00001%. It will just be in a pilot sense. But let's say 50%. then what happens to the banking system? Because a lot of money flow will not be then through the banking system. I will get the money directly from the central bank, and the money will directly go to the central bank. Because whoever I pay, he also has a account with the central bank.
Yeah.
And the money just bypasses the entire banking system. Now, that's not good for development of the banking system, and banking system has other roles to play. So this becomes a bit of a tricky area. The reason, in my view, why globally central bankers are doing it, and there are some technical aspects which we are not getting into, but in a broad way, and this is slightly provocative and I'm consciously saying this, is that this is their way of fighting out the private cryptocurrencies. They're saying that whatever tangible benefits the cryptocurrencies can offer, I have it in my digital currency. Why would you adopt a cryptocurrency? So the only reason for you to adopt a cryptocurrency is either you don't trust the whole system, ecosystem of government, central bank, etc., or you are doing some illegal activity.
Sorry, just to butt in, what about the speculative part of it?
Or you are doing some, see, the speculative part of it, we know that these fads come. We have seen tulip mania and all that. So those fads in 3-5 years will go. But in a real sense, the need for a digital currency or a cryptocurrency could have been because of these two reasons. One is you don't trust the system, or you want to do some activity which you don't want the government or the central bank to know about. So they are saying that if you are not in these two classes, here is my alternative to you. In an international cross-border transaction perspective, this could be massive if they are able to come into a coalition of global central bankers accepting each other's digital currencies or have a common digital currency. Why? Just think of it, the amount of money that you spend on commissions and charges in transactions between currencies. Massive. Any foreign tour that you do, whatever, 3-4%, some huge amount you spend on that. Why? And you and I, we are very small fry in this. In a global cross-border transaction sense, the money involved is massive. If the central banks can net off these transactions against each other through digital currencies, it could have very meaningful positive impact. But that's, I think, long, long away for that sort of a collaboration to happen. BIS, IMF, they're doing some pilot projects on this, but I think we are still far away from it. Right now, it's more to counter the crypto guys.
So don't remove account from bank.
Yeah. Thank you very much. But do you feel that cash is exiting in the long run? Cash will exit?
So this is a very huge conundrum, right? Huge conundrum in the sense that you see both the headlines in the newspapers together. You see the headline that UPI transactions are hitting all-time highs, and you see the headline that cash is back to even higher than demonetization days, right? So the funny part is that as a share of total transactions, cash has come down from about 85-90% to about 60-65%. But because 60-65% is still very large and it's a growing thing nominally, the requirement of cash will grow. So today our total currency in circulation is significantly higher than what it was pre-demonetization. But at the same time, it's true that UPI is also
growing
flourishing. But I think it will take us a long time for the non-cash transactions to dominate the cash transactions. I think it will take longer.
So I think we have to unfortunately end this discussion, because then we have to go back to our hardcore engineering activities. Mr. Supe is already here. So I think it was one of the fantastic lectures I heard in the last couple of confused days of economy. And I think it brings some kind of a sense in the minds of people. And we are quite delighted and quite happy for your participation and your delivering this information. So on behalf of ChemTECH and all the people here, I would like to thank you for this, and it's an honor, and hope to see you again soon.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chakraborty. I request Mr. Samudra to hand over the memento. And I request Mr. Atul Supe to please hand over the memento to Mr. Samudra. And I also take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Atul Supe as the session chair for Emerging Manufacturing Techniques. Mr. Supe is the Executive Vice President and Head Pune Operations at Thyssen Krupp Industrial Solutions. As you are aware that Thyssen Group is into execution of EPC projects and also other kind of EPCM projects for process industries. He has around 32 years of experience in field of engineering and project execution and has been with Thyssen Group for last 12 years. And he has been the head of the mechanical as well as the head of group earlier. He has experience in the working with EPC organizations like SR, certification body of Lloyd's Register, and manufacturer Alfa Laval. He has been in a leadership position since last 15 years. I request Mr. Atul Supe to join us on stage. And I hand over to Mr. Atul Supe to invite Mr. Anil Parab, Senior VP Head Heavy Engineering L&T, and Mr. Lalit Sankrani, MD BHEL, GE Gas Turbine Services Private Limited. He will be doing the introduction.
Okay, good morning. I hope you can hear. It gives me immense pleasure actually to be in this session after hearing such an enlightening session by Mr. Chakraborty about where we stand. And in this current scenario, what we heard is India at least is doing great in this scenario. And I can vouch for that. In this scenario, you must have seen so many EPC projects coming up in Indian market. And in this EPC project, when you are executing, simultaneously, government has launched enormous number of projects, and every organization is flooded with the orders. Every consultants, every manufacturers, every vendors. So in this scenario, it becomes too much challenging to execute the project. So there are few challenges now to execute in this. Maybe I will touch on some of the challenges, then maybe I will have our eminent speakers joining us. In this scenario of challenging situation, the most challenging is adhering to the schedule. So you must have realized that schedule which was there for about 30 months project, now it is, the clients are asked to be competitive in the global market and also to be profitability to execute in 23 months. Now how it is possible to crash from 30 months to 23 months? So definitely a lot of innovations are required in this area to be dot on the schedule. At the same time, you have to execute the project depending on lot of labors at maybe at execution at site, or when you are executing at the manufacturing shop, you have to depend on the labors, skilled labors. Now there is too much scarcity. We are executing 3 EPC projects at the moment, and we are facing enormous amount of resource crunch at the site also, and I'm sure at vendor shop also there will be too much of resource crunch. So in this situation also it becomes very important that we have the innovative ways to execute the project so that we don't depend too much on the skilled manpower. And the third challenge right now is to be competitive. How you can be competitive in this world? You have to compete with the global players, you have to compete with the Indian bidders. So the best thing is you have some innovative ways to optimize the cost and all. And here also the challenge is maybe can we integrate or can we have innovation solutions right from engineering up to reaching the site? Can we integrate the process and to be most optimum so that the project is executed within the budget? So with all these challenges, the most important part is you have to maintain the quality also. So you cannot afford to lose on the quality front during the execution process because the schedules are so tight. So having known on these challenges, this innovation in this field, maybe in the manufacturing techniques, is a very appropriate topic what we have today. It's very important what can be done, maybe the robotics or maybe some automations or maybe the innovation in the process to reduce the efficiencies to be on the dot on the deliveries. So that's why I said maybe this is very important topic, and we have two eminent speakers now, one from L&T, Mr. Anil Parab, and Mr. Lalit Sankrani, who is from BHEL GE. I invite them to be here. So what we will do, yeah. So first let me introduce Mr. Parab, who is very close to us. This a classic example I will like to start with. In the theme of this program is also how to deal with the pandemic situation. So in pandemic situation, Mr. Samudra will agree, like we had requested Mr. Parab, we had for one of the EPC project PO reactors to be delivered. And in this pandemic period, he had given a commitment, okay, maybe we will able to deliver this. And believe me, I don't know what innovations and all he had done it, but he had delivered before the schedule. So big appreciation to Mr. Parab for that. So let me read out, introduce Mr. Parab. Mr. Anil Parab is a graduate mechanical engineer from VJTI Mumbai. He acquired senior executive management education from London Business School and Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He studied computer-aided manufacturing from IIT Mumbai. Mr. Anil Parab is a member of L&T Executive Management Committee, Corporate Leadership Team. He is working as Senior Vice President and Head L&T Heavy Engineering. He is appointed as a Director L&T Engineering and L&T Special Steels and Heavy Forging Private Limited. Mr. Anil Parab is Chairman of Capital Goods, Skill Council of India, promoted by Department of Heavy Industries. He is also member of GEOI and FICCI. He is co-chair of FICCI, Capital Goods National Committee, and member of CII Manufacturing National Committee. So knowing this enormous experience, I am really privileged to invite him to share his thoughts on key manufacturing, new emerging technologies in the manufacturing field. Mr. Parab, please.
Good morning to all of you, and thank you, Mr. Supe. I think you, in your opening remark, talked of three things which are very important in today's scenario. You talked about schedule, you talked about competitiveness,
Yes.
and then you talked about the reliability
Resources
and resource skill. I think when we talk about emerging manufacturing trend, one of the major changes what we see happening is the way you organize your manufacturing, project construction. There is a complete shift happening on that, because post-COVID, it's not only the return of workforce is actually finding difficult, but even the available skills is also depleting as against what it was earlier, because everybody was forced to live different lifestyle, having experienced that people are finding it difficult to return. So before I touch the manufacturing trend, I would also like, which must be common for all the industries. We all thought 2020 was the century's unprecedented challenge, because it all started in the beginning of the year where you had to lock down. you did not know how to work. It actually started there because social distancing, staggering of shifts, sanitizing your workplace, and you can't have your full capacity. And there was not even availability of a standard operating procedure on how you should do manufacturing. So it started with preparing standard operating manufacturing procedures. But as the year ended, everybody thought 2021 is going to be easier year because you have seen the worst. You have the vaccines available right in the beginning of 2021. But the moment vaccine administering started, we had beginning of 21-22 very punitive second wave, which actually the whole focus shifted on how to save your teams, because it was really challenging 3 months. Again, industry thought it is behind you. Then you had suddenly container shortage, commodity prices going up after September because of imbalance in lockdowns in different part of world at different times, which was a new phenomena which came, where some countries are under lockdown, some countries have opened up, and it created a lot of imbalance. Again, industry was gathering its feet to stand and face the challenge. That's the time third wave came, where entire families started getting infected. And I think as if that was not good enough, the war started in the last quarter of the 21-22. So we all thought nothing worse can happen after this. And we were delivering still. I will share what we were doing to deliver. But again, new financial year has started, 22-23, and you talked about projects where we don't know how we are going to deliver because the costs are bid in November, December, January, especially the government customers. The bids are opened in April, May, and obviously, who is going to take the hit? Now, with this backdrop, what we are finding is increasingly you can't continue to do your manufacturing, operation, project sites the same way what you used to do 5 years back, 10 years back. You need to have complete re-engineering of your operations. So one of the major things what we have done is the digital initiatives, Industry 4.0. We actually started it somewhere around 16, 17. But the real acceleration has taken place in the pandemic because you had to operate with less people. You had to operate with less skilled people also because there was a mass exodus of the labor force. So today, if you see, our entire factories are completely digitally enabled. They are all Wi-Fi. And there are common platforms on which entire factory works, whether it is issue of welding consumable, whether it is welder master list, whether delivery of consumable to the workstations. Everything is actually, there is a sort of tablet in front of the operator and he is connected to the entire factory. He can send the communication, whatever he needs, whether it is maintenance need, stores need, welding technologies need, it is available at the station. So this has increased, first of all, productivity, because we don't need now multiple operators to do the same work. Today, in fact, we have reached a level, one operator is actually manning 3 stations, okay, which earlier was different. On one station, we used to have 3 operators. Somebody is doing some auxiliary, rotation monitoring, temperature monitoring, then 2 operators are doing work. So from 3 on 1, it has become 1 on 3. Okay. The second effect, ergonomics has improved significantly. So the entire focus is on the quality, because you talked about the quality. Last 2 years in a row, we have 0 defect, because the entire focus is purely on ensuring that you produce the best quality. And we find the workmen are actually loving their workstation. Okay. It's more like nobody has to do any policy. Okay. It has reached a stage, they hand over their work to the next in line, what we call it as a hot handover. So, but when we talk about these kind of things, so this is one kind of change which we call it as IIoT workstations. Okay. We have more than 100 such workstations in the entire campus. Also the full proofing of entire process, qualified welder, qualified welding consumable, delivery of consumable. You imagine a campus which is 750 acres, right consumable, right welder to be deployed at all the stations, and not a single mistake. This cannot happen if you keep on doing it in the old way. So the entire integrated digital platform makes sure that there are no mistakes. The second aspect what we also have done is there are a lot of repetitive operations in non-destructive testing, for example, where you need skilled operators, whether UT qualification, RT qualification. So we have introduced cobots for doing these operations rather than the same operators keep doing it. We have not gone to a level where evaluation of that entity using artificial intelligence, but that is a work in progress. But that's another way of reducing the manpower intensity of this. But today we are able to capture the data where you don't have the operator to be there on the job. Visual inspection is another thing where we are trying experimentally to use the drones rather than using your inspectors. So I would say that there are a lot of technology solutions which are available, and if you are able to use it, we could cut down the times what you talked from the point of view of 30 months to 23 in manufacturing, from 20 to 12. In fact, you will be surprised, some of the reactors what we delivered to US on renewable diesel, they were also having apprehension, because the moment we received the material, 45 days there was no oxygen. Industrial oxygen was not available. So they were wondering, how are you going to produce? But we used alternate methods, and finally we earned bonus, okay, which is what they had offered right from beginning, all delivered 18 days ahead. So manufacturing we could do with lot of these new digital industry 4.0 initiatives. But what we realized, this has shifted the constraint to the offices, okay, and because office had not really graduated beyond ERPs and your scheduling softwares, and so it was continuing with that, and they actually came under a lot of pressure, because we measure the productivity now with a fourth dimension, which is the speed, what you talk. Because faster you do it, your working capital reduces, your availability of the plant for producing more throughput improves. But the office areas like design, estimation, planning, procurement, these are the ones who definitely have a lot of burden now, because they have to do more than what they were doing earlier. So here we have now started doing more and more digital initiatives. We obviously have an integrated quality management system which ensures maximum 7 days from the day you complete the project. Entire documentation is ready in totality. Our target is 3 days. Okay, at times it will be 7 days. The second thing what we are trying to do is the design automation. Because design engineers also, the foolproofing, the reliability, a lot of it depends on design automation. This is a work in progress, not completed, but prototypes are successful. And it's not only design automation when I say, it is linked with ERP, it is linked with quality so that it becomes an integrated module. The other thing what we are trying to do is the real-time planning, because see, when you have the world's largest footprint at one place, obviously the planning effort is also mammoth. Now, if you try to manage the way you manage a small facility, the same facility, it is actually not going to happen. And then it is more a reactive planning. That means after the event is very close, then you get an alert, or it is already happened, and then obviously the cost of recovering is much more expensive. So to ensure that the digital engine will give you the alerts, we are experimenting with digital twin, where it will simulate your factory and different months of the year, what kind of loading will be there on different resources, what kind of footprint you need. It will give you alerts way ahead because of the integrated approach. And if you know about it earlier, you can do many things to make sure that in a very cost-effective way, you address the issue. So, in office areas also we have started doing these digital initiatives. Obviously, we are not reducing manpower. See, because that is one question which always is very heavy in the minds of the employees. So we have not reduced a single workman, we have not reduced a single engineer. What we have been saying is, we will improve our volume, the market share, and so basically there is an opportunity for everybody. Okay, because that is a very important message. So there is no resistance in our company for any digital initiative. Also, we are actually running a very strong cultural transformation program for being future ready, because none of these digital initiatives will be successful unless the organization has a maturity to understand that the cultural maturity is important. And lastly, before I end, I would say that many a times the organizations, they are in a dilemma. Whether I invest first or whether I should first become healthy and then invest. So we have gone full hog. In fact, in last 4 years, we have invested close to 300 crores for the digital technologies, and we are reaping the fruits of it. Having tested, we will be investing another 300 crores in next 2-3 years. So I would say that nothing of this digital industry 4.0 you are going to reap if you are not having wholehearted efforts and investment in the technology and a commitment to the technology. So I would say that reliability is becoming prime in today's time. The clients are ready to give you their projects because they know global supply chains have problems. So the company which brings reliability on the table will be preferred supplier. Quality, which is zero defect, is extremely important again in this time. And finally, you talked about competitiveness. Now, if your reliability is good, zero defect is there, obviously you will have competitiveness because of the speed also. And the depletion of skill, availability of depleted, non-availability of skilled workforce will impact you less and less because of your investment in technology. So I foresee the emerging trends are in this direction. So I think I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Parab. So I think, Mr. Parab, you have absolutely touched on all the issues what are normally being faced in EPC organizations. So what I request is maybe you can jot down your questions. Maybe we'll come back. We can hear Mr. Lalit Sankrani. I will introduce him first, and maybe at the end of his session, maybe we can have a question answer session. So Mr. Lalit Sankrani is MD BHEL GE Gas Turbine Services Limited. He is a business leader with 25 years of experience in the area of oil and energy industry with various leadership roles in technology and commercial functions. He is engineering graduate with MBA from Indian School of Business. He has deep domain expertise on power and oil and gas vertical. He has 7 years of field experience in O&M, erection and commissioning, 11 years of experience in product development, 2 years of being in GE Accelerator with 4 GE rotation stints with CEO, and touching all refinery petrochemicals, gas IPP customers, fertilizer industries. He is responsible for gas turbine technology aftermarket needs for India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. He has led 4 successful world-class technology and commercial team growth journeys at Honeywell and GE. He has diverse experience of working with various geographies, including Americas and Europe. He has specialties in rotating machines, industrial automation, subsea system, boiler, air quality, digital revolution for oil and gas and energy market. So I'm really privileged to invite Mr. Lalit Sankrani with so much of enormous amount of experience in rotating equipment and gas turbines to share his views on the subject, please.
Thank you. So looking at this setup, I thought the best way to describe is probably be here where I am. Though I made a presentation, but I think it makes more sense to have a direct face-to-face conversation. So what is BGGTS or BHEL GE Gas Turbine Services? Is a joint venture between BHEL and GE established in 1997 with a goal to make sure that the gas turbines can run reliably and meet the needs of the country for any power or any of the other applications. So you look at the 4 customers on the top, all of their refineries, petrochemical complex or pipelines, name a fertilizer industry, name a refining company. You can say 99 drops out of 100 drops of refined fuel comes from a GE turbine which is powering the refinery. And these are all the ones that were established way back in 1990s and continue to run. Our job is to make sure that continues to happen. You can apply the same theory of 99 bags of 100 bags coming out of a fertilizer company are also fueled by the power that is given by these turbines. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about, I think couple of things, and then you can maybe 3-4 minutes I take. One is about manufacturing. So I have worked in boilers, so building up boilers 100 meter tall. Today I am working on building blades that are 100 centimeter tall. So that's the difference between the 2 extremes. Coal also passes through, boilers also have to pass through roughly 1500 degrees C firing temperature. We do something around 3000 degrees of firing that is inside the gas turbine, and the amount of time that the available gas turbine has to extract power out of it is few milliseconds. In that, the gas transfers. So the technology has evolved, and fundamentally what manufacturing techniques are applied to all of this is, it starts with material. Go back in 1947 when the first turbines were built. They were at 1/4 of firing temperature. Today, what they are, up to 3000 degree Fahrenheit. What has changed is the metallurgy. It all starts with having the right combination of metal that can withstand that much temperature in order to allow you to run it reliably. Because a gas turbine is probably the size of this room, and it can power, you can say, 1 million homes or 1 million homes in India, at least 1 million homes in India. So the goal is to find new metal, new metallurgy, invest in building coating technologies so that you can coat them. It allows corrosion resistance, it allows higher temperature to go forward further. And then third one is find new manufacturing technologies to reduce time and allow better cooling and sealing technologies. This is fundamentally the innovation over the last 70 years in the gas turbine space. Find ways to keep it cool. Though your temperature is going from 500 degree Fahrenheit to 3000 degree Fahrenheit, you are not allowed to change the temperature of the metal beyond this. So that's basically the science. So we have a turbine manufacturing facility by BHEL in Hyderabad in India. We have a gas turbine components repair facility in Hyderabad owned by BGTS or BHLG gas turbines. We have technologies that we have locally developed. We inherit all the technologies that GE shares with us. Our goal is to make sure the refineries, the fertilizers, the petrochemical complex of the country or pipeline industries remain the most efficient and grows as the technology is moving, they can take the benefit of the technology. That's point number one. Around adopting manufacturing, we today apply all the additive manufacturing technology for building up repairs. We also apply cold metal transfer so that you can actually retain the metal properties as good as possible so that you can go back and take a much larger life before you have to open this machine back to you. So these are developments in the technologies that have happened over the years. The next topic which I want to talk is where do we go from here? I think we had an amazing session from Economist. Today India spends about $100 billion of $120 billion as a cash outflow in buying petrol and diesel or crude for our energy needs. If we did not have coal reserve, I don't know what we would have been in the situation. So somehow these bulbs are glowing thanks to the coal reserves that we have, though it is extremely dirty. It produces the amount of carbon dioxide unsustainable for the future that we are going to see. So combining these two problems together, the solution is hydrogen. The solution is hydrogen. And now you see every company in India has started investing on hydrogen and hydrogen related supply chain in order to produce first. Once the production starts, I believe by end of 2030 timeline, we should have a very, very competitive price at which hydrogen can displace the hydrocarbons. And what essentially this means is hydrogen, as hydrocarbon says, does not have carbon in it. And when it does not have carbon in it, that means there is no carbon dioxide. And if you do not have carbon dioxide, the global warming is aside. So hydrogen is a miracle fuel. And how you take hydrogen is simply take water and produce hydrogen and oxygen separately, H2O. Okay. So hydrogen has today's price points. In India today also we produce a lot of hydrogen, but we produce out of natural gas. So methane, CH4. You take out H2 out of CH4, that's how we produce. The goal is to produce out of H2. This is what Reliance is doing, this is what IOCL has announced, this is what Adanis have announced. Every company in the country is essentially now going after hydrogen because that can create an energy security for our country. As Mr. Economist said, the morning news are saying the crude can be 150. If crude goes to 150, our export bill will be approximately $170 billion. What does $170 billion mean? It will be at least 50% more than our export revenue. Export revenue of all of software industry in the country. So you can see how dependent we are on energy. And today the energy source for all of us is the hydrocarbon which is imported. Hydrogen can be an answer. The great news here is the gas turbines today can run hydrogen. If by 2030, as Reliance promised, that we will be able to give $2 a kg hydrogen, and today's gas price is $40 per MMBTU, you take those numbers, math, we are today buying 4 to 5 times more expensive natural gas. So this can be an amazing answer. Coal also will have a challenges. We are today in India, we are a very particular grid. We have 150 gigawatt coming out of coal. I'm talking 2013, 150 gigawatt coming out of coal. The balance 225 will come out of renewable. What does this mean is, when the sun is going to shine for those 8 hours, you will have a PLF of these units roughly 30%. None of our coal plants in India are designed to operate as low as 40%. None of them. Today we are even piloting up to 60%. So coal will need so our grid will need a balance in the system. That balance can come from gas, because gas can go from 0 megawatt to 500 megawatt and 500 to 0 in less than 10 minutes. That's the possibility that a gas can offer. When I say 500, you can add another 250 behind that. So 750 gigawatt of power you can bring in 10 minutes and you can bring it down. And for just perspective, India today is roughly needing 1 gigawatt per minute for our grid. That's our capacity today. That's our need today. 5 years, 10 years from now, this need will be roughly 10 gigawatt. You will need 10 gigawatt. That means all the coal plants put together go simultaneously, they will not get there, because hydro is not going to go. Nuclear, we do not have a strong, it is a multi-year project. So looking at all of this, hydrogen offers a great EPC opportunity for the next decade. As the large players work on electrolyzers and creating hydrogen through renewable energy, for this community to prepare for hydrogen society. Hydrogen society essentially means from all the way piping network to tank farm areas to storage to distribution. Hydrogen is a very, very different molecule than methane is. It requires very, very different level of knowledge, and this is a time for us to do it. So by the time the industry is ready to produce hydrogen, this industry should be ready to go after. This is the energy security for us. With that, we will stop.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sankrani, for giving us insight into the turbines and hydrogen technologies and all. So maybe now we can have question answer session. So just 1 or 2 questions from my side before we move to. So first question to Mr. Parab. You mentioned about L&T has made 300 crores of investment in this digital technologies, improvements and all. But whether it is possible for, what is the message for other players in the similar lines? This kind of investment may not be possible for the smaller players. So what could be the message for them? It should not increase the cost of the equipments or cost of the supplies.
See, actually, first of all, L&T investment is even more. What I talked is heavy engineering business, what I am responsible. So what you said is right. It is always, this is the dilemma of what I talked. Even we were debating when, for my business, when I asked for the approvals.
Yeah.
See, if you really see, we did some investment in 16-17, and I said we accelerated during pandemic. If you see the mood of the industry at the time of pandemic is conserve cash and introduce austerity measures. Okay. So this is where I would say that, okay, you take a bet. And if you are a long-term player, it is not reflecting in your immediate cost. Because if you are investing capital expenditure, it is going to increase your depreciation to that extent. But it's only that. It's not directly booked on the project. No, so that's a long-term view one needs to take. And modernizing is one need. Now, if you keep thinking, I will continue to manage my business in the same way in this turbulent time where reliability is at premium and compete globally? The answer is in that scenario itself. There's no way you can do that with the kind of challenges which are there in the supply chain and logistics. Unless, see, you can improve internally, you cannot change the external environment. So I think it is imperative to invest in technology. There is no other choice.
So thank you, Mr. Parab. So a very important message, like maybe everyone needs to think of investing maybe in the small steps to be in the to be competitive and to be in the global market. So one question to Mr. Sankrani. You talked about the hydrogen business right now, and so many orders coming out. So is India ready for this kind of projects which are coming in hydrogen technologies, in green initiatives, and whether we are ready to deliver for such a volume of projects which are coming up?
Yeah. I think next 3-4 years, I fundamentally see there will be more noise than the progress. So I will be very honest. So but I can tell you on the ground, because I am connected with those customers, we are offering them some of the solutions. So the work is really happening. It will be a silent work for those people that are working on it. So it is going to be a next 3-4 years of work. I do not see any outcome for in terms of any real order for hydrogen related thing to happen in the next few years. But there will be a lot of installation projects that are happening across the country, and that will continue, and all the large EPC project players will be building those plants. So I definitely see that, because essentially you need large renewable facilities. So you are going to put lots of wind farms, you are going to put lots of solar projects, and that's going to be the phase 1 of development, which we should see right away as we progress. I think Government of India, through hydrogen policy that's launched, plus the freewheeling power rights that are given now to the renewable energy, these are all the right things that are done. There are a few more changes needed, but it is in the right, and India is seeing that opportunity that we can become energy secure by tapping into this, because we are surrounded by 6,600 kilometers of natural water sources around us. So that's the biggest opportunity that we have. I think come 2030, whether $2 is a reality or $2 is not a reality, we will see it. Maybe it is 3 years plus minus either way. With more players coming in, I would see it will accelerate. Government of India wants to first decarbonize the industry rather than going to power sector. So that means all IOCL, today we use all hydrogen through a process called SMR, steam methane reformers, which basically takes methane and takes hydrogen out. They want to displace all of this with green hydrogen. That will be the first step. So I think start 2025, you will start to see real projects coming in at customer locations.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Sankrani. So maybe now we open the session for question answer.
Yeah,
Yes, please.
thank you.
You can tell your name and...
Yeah, I am Shambhunath Sen from GE Power India Limited. So, Mr. Parab and Mr. Supe, I have noted some of the statement you have given that clients are expecting better delivery, 32 months to 23 months. And Dr. Chakraborty asked the profitability. And the second thing is that the cost competitiveness. So these three things. And we have also seen that whatever the good things and bad things, it have a life cycle. So with respect to all these statements, so I have a question that recent impact and the dynamics in the steel price. As we are in the manufacturing industry, we are talking about the technology and other things. In this supply chain, the impact of steel price during last few quarters, and what is your outlook that what is the impact of these on the profitability, competitiveness, and what is the good time is coming, and what may be the time period for that?
See, actually, you talked about speed, the reliability, quality, competitiveness, and finally you talked about commodity steel prices. Now, I made one statement that you have limited control on the external environment. Okay, even though, let us say that government announced some measures, they have levied export duty on the steel and reduced customs duty on the inputs of the steel industry. But if you really ask me for businesses which are operating at high temperature, high pressure, capital goods, process plant equipment, it is not making any impact because all the measures what government announced, there if you are able to buy the material within the country, if you are importing it from let's say Europe or Japan, it is not making difference. Okay. So that means what? You have limited control on your supply chain cost. Okay. Part of it you will pass it on to your customers when you prepare the bids. But what you can do, because the customers are looking for cost competitiveness, they want shorter lead times.
Yeah.
So that is where the technology is helping you to reduce your cycle times, to reduce your defect levels to move towards zero defect, and skill levels, because higher skill force, your wages, compensation will be obviously more. So if you can use automation, okay, with a less skilled workforce, your wage bill also is going to be less. And your number of people what you need, the workforce, is also going to reduce. So this is a reality. So to answer your question, where you have submitted the bids
Yes.
at a lower cost and you have to execute the project, I would say that you can only minimize your loss. Okay. It's not that if your cost escalation is to the extent of 20-30%. I have seen number of projects where you are dependent on imported material. That's what it is. So you can minimize the impact through this, and obviously can keep working with your customers, because it's a well-known phenomenon. It's not that anything is confidential in that. Everybody knows everybody is impacted. To that extent, if whatever compensation they will provide, because in capital goods, so far no example, but in the road construction and all, I have seen in certain contracts, government has provided a relief up to 5%. But that 5% again is not going to help you, because the escalation is much more.
Yes.
Okay. So I would say that every crisis, one should look at it also as an opportunity. Okay. See, what you do to reduce your loss and to optimize your cost, that is going to stay with you. So when the good time comes, actually it is actually helping you to increase your share. So I hope I have answered your question.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sanjay here from UOP Honeywell. My question is to Lalit. So we have been talking a lot about green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, gray hydrogen. And I have been hearing about it in all the conferences I attend. Particularly when it comes to green hydrogen, as you mentioned, that Reliance has told that it will be $2 per kg in another 2-3 years. So do we really believe that with the current technologies which we have in hand, in another 2-3 years we'll be able to develop the really green hydrogen? And when I say green hydrogen in real sense green, considering that you need to have DM water, you need to have huge electrolyzers, you need a lot of power to convert that into the green hydrogen, and then you need to transport the hydrogen. Transport is again a bigger challenge for hydrogen. That is what I want to hear. Thank you.
So if you look at, so it is Reliance at 2030. Okay, and I think most of the industry is today targeting for $20-32 a kg. See, today there are enough commercial pilots in the world with 2 megawatt electrolyzers. The 2 megawatt electrolyzer makes it extremely difficult to build gigawatt scale projects. So there are enough pilots in the last stages to get 100 megawatt electrolyzers. And 100 megawatt electrolyzers make it a lot more easier. And that's why you see all these companies who are making announcements for building gigawatt factory and all of them, they are going around and acquiring electrolyzers company. So they are making investments in Sweden, they are acquiring companies because that is where a lot of the technology is right now residing. So I definitely believe that whether this will come beyond industry or not, time will tell in the next 2-3 years. But industries will decarbonize itself. So let's take today Reliance or IOCL or any company on this top list here. They today buy hydrocarbon, convert it through SMR process and use hydrogen for either hydrotreated sulfur or some of lot of their units. Now this easily can be displaced with a very, very easy way with electrolyzers and building some renewable solar and wind is already established. So essentially what you need is a solar and wind. How much of that power you can put in a desalination plant, that economics we have to see, because we do not have fresh water. We are going to need the water to desalinate it. So that becomes an additional cost. But desalination as a technology in Gulf is used for years. That's how they drink water. So we will not have a problem in using that technology, bringing it back here. Whether $2 will become the reality by 2030 or whether it will become a $3 reality, there are no external factors here. This is what I say, because wind and solar the technologies are known, we know how to go and deploy it. There is no external variable. Water is known, what you need is power to desalinate it, no variable here. If you have a technology that you can build for electrolyzers and use that back to produce hydrogen, and in the whole supply chain there are no external variables. There are no external variables fundamentally, except you have to depend on, for wind technology, on some multinational company, you are going to depend on solar films on somebody else in the world. Those external variables remain. If suddenly everybody in the world runs after it, you will see the price points shift. But from a technology standpoint, today lots of projects are being announced. 5% hydrogen for gas turbines across the US, across Australia. GE themselves have done more than 10 projects with green hydrogen, which are in now the stages up to 5% hydrogen. But overall, more than 100 units with 9 million hours are running on hydrogen. So this is a proven process. It is just to bring it to that price point which makes it cheaper than the natural gas way of making it. And natural gas, with what today in the world it is going on, $40 a MMBTU. Hydrogen is even at a good price point, I believe, in 2025. For a country like India. For a country like US, it will be difficult. They will not be able to get to a break-even point because they are getting Henry Hub at $8 or $6 or $7. So for them it doesn't make sense. But for a country like India, you will probably break even much faster.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah.
Very well answered. Let me say this is a question coming again and again. Yesterday also we were talking on this business. When we started the electrolyzers in 1985-89, we got membrane technology actually, that time my company earlier. The cost of electrolyzers were, let's say, X. By the year 2000, it came to half X. And electrolyzer, in this case, as I rightly said, the inputs are what? Inputs is sun, solar power, which is 0. So finally, solar power, what you give out, could be 1.5 rupees or 1.9 rupees is what the cost is going to come. That is main input. The DM water, what he says, is the second input. And third is mainly the capital cost of the electrolyzer. There's nothing else, as he rightly said. And the capital cost of electrolyzer will eventually come down. And we expect initially, because of the raw material which are there in electrolyzer are expensive, and there's a speculative cost has gone up in all the noble metals. Anticipating anticipating electrolyzer business to grow up. Eventually, they will come down. I have seen myself over 30 years how the electrolyzer prices have come down with all these special materials which are employed there. And secondly, as I said, the large capacity. Right now, the new contract which we received recently, my earlier company, I retired now, is about 2.2 gigawatt factory, starting with 400 megawatt electrolyzer. 20 megawatt is the capacity of electrolyzer. And when that scale of operation comes, the cost definitely comes down. So I am sure initially price will be higher. And yesterday we discussed also in my session that we have something like $10 trillion investment over 40 years to be done in this country. And I'm sure there will be subsidy coming in because there is no direct benefit otherwise. So initially there will be subsidy coming from government. They're talking on that. Eventually we'll go to $2 per kg. That's what I expect.
Yeah, I think I would also like to add to this. See, actually we were talking once upon a time, 10 years back, solar, whether that will be economically viable. That is the today cheapest energy which is available because of the policy intervention from the government. LED bulbs was the another one where again original cost was more, but the government intervened with a policy intervention, it made a difference. So similar thing is also happening in hydrogen. The refineries will have a mandate to convert 30% of their current carbon footprint on the hydrogen to green hydrogen. And what the government is expecting is, when you convert 30%, the scales will reach within the country, which will bring that cost effectiveness, and it will sustain on its own. Simultaneously, government is also doing second policy intervention. The industries who want to get into electrolyzer manufacturing, battery storage, PLI scheme, it is nothing but the subsidy, what you're talking. Part 30% of your setting up of the facility, government is funding. And transportation, what you talked, actually there is a parallel technology to convert the hydrogen to ammonia, which can be transported easily and which is a well proven. So I also have no doubt that's the future and this is how it will progress in future.
And I think this community can actually influence the outcome. Fundamentally, see, it is the energy security for our country. Think about it, $125 billion at 2021 price. So today's price, I think it is already $140 billion. Today our outflow is $140 billion, overshooting every software export that we are doing. Going out to buy petrol and diesel and energy for our country. That doesn't help us. Coal is also not the answer because we have made commitments and we cannot run coal. So you also need an alternate energy source to backfill this whole energy infrastructure. And if you think about the way EV structure will come, eventually all of this can tie back, and transportation and power are 70% of carbon footprint and industry. If you put all these three together, and all three have a way to leverage hydrogen. So that's the way probably we to do it. COVID-like situation will come for the problems that we are facing. The world is going to face it. We will, one or two bad weathers, extreme bad weathers, and the world will start to watch these numbers very, very fast, and that is not very far. So 2030 is a number to better watch for and get below $2.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Sanjay Garg from Petrofac.
We have time up till.
Just a small question. I'm Sanjay Garg from Petrofac. See, the rightly said the EPC schedules are being squeezed like anything, and the schedules are squeezed up to the 40%. And each of the player, the client, the PMC, vendors, subcontractors plays an equal role. I understand as the manufacturing, you have invested 300 crores to do the digitization up to the 4.0. Now, delivering any equipment requires the acceptance from the PMC and the client, and it requires the stage-wise inspection and the final inspection. How our client and the PMC, like in India, if you see, most of the clients are the public sector clients. How they are coping up with this digitization? Are they still coming so physically to inspect stage-wise and the final delivery? Or they are also coping up so by using artificial intelligence or AM, VR, like that? Because we need to bring all the parties at the common platform, then we can utilize the actual digitization.
See, I would say that you're talking of remote inspection.
Yeah, remote inspection.
Okay. I would say international clients have adopted it well, and like 2020, most of it was through remote inspection only. So much so, even the audit of our facility by Saudi Aramco was also through digital. Indian customers, especially more so in the government, have not yet adopted, but I'm not saying they are averse to it. Process plant, I have not seen many examples. However, there is another Indian government customer, that is NPCL, and they have much more stronger witness than what is there in the refinery petrochemical area. Like when we manufacture steam generator, each tube also what you insert has to be witnessed by them. Round the clock they give coverage. So they did everything through remote. Okay, because that was a necessity. But after the restrictions are over, they have now come back to the original methods. And if there is a bunching, and if the goal is common, see, schedule cannot be driven only by the manufacturer or the EPC. It has to be a common goal. If the end customer also is working towards that common goal, then in the case of bunching, they are using this hybrid witness come remote.
But at least some improvement is there, maybe because of the pandemic situation.
Improvement is there, but still the schedules are like the squeeze.
Yes.
So we have not come to that phase wherein like in individual pockets we are doing, but as a common, I think still we have to come.
But I want to tell you one thing. We also wrote to ASME because some of these digital inspection methods, they were not part of that. And we said that this is a necessity, and they have adopted it now. So authorized inspector, supervisor, actually these used to be the bottlenecks. Today, because it is everything digital, they don't mind, they don't have to be there physically. They see remotely. I think Garg Sahab wants to have last question.
Yes, please.
Thanks, Anil, for accommodating this thing. It's not a question. I'm A.K. Garg from Reliance Industries, part of the project execution team responsible for this new energy or the solar energy. So a lot is being said and concerns are being raised with regard to the timelines of 2030. Hydrogen, $2 or $3 or $1 per kg versus how to make it happen as explained by many. You need the solar energy, which is the cheap energy, to reduce as one component to reduce the cost. Now, scales is important to beat the China. Yes. For those scales, the plan what we have by 2030 is to reach 100 gigawatt. First, the manufacturing capacity of the solar panels in India. We have started our journey a year back. We had a plan to put a 5 gigawatt train in 2 years and then reach to that. But our initial plans are a bit delayed, as probably Mr. Sankrani has indicated, due to various reasons, not going into those details. as we want to improve upon the engineering to reduce the cost. Ultimately is a competitiveness on the solar also. As somebody said, the price will come down to 1.5 rupees from the present around 2. We got delayed. But to catch up with the scale, our plan is to start producing the solar panels of capacity of 20 gigawatt by 2025 and reach 200 by 2030. And to cover the delay, earlier our plan was to go by 5 gigawatt per train per annum. Now we have planned to increase that capacity to 10 so that we still reach 20 gigawatt by 2025. But yes, that's putting enormous pressure and challenge on the EPC part of it, as the infrastructure projects are opening up in the country. The resources are not expanding with that speed, with the speed the infrastructure projects are coming in India. And the COVID is adding to the challenge to make the supply chain, including the workforce. It's not only the workforce. My experience of 4 decades in this industry is the supervisory staff bandwidth is also reducing due to IT and all industries. Is the last selected industry to join in the construction industry. It's not only the workforce, I'm emphasizing on this point, is the managerial and leadership challenge also lies there. So I thought appropriate to share what Reliance is trying to do on the scales of the solar energy, first on the solar panel production to reach to those scales, which is never dreamt of in India. So we are very serious on this because that is the key input as the solar energy for the all our green hydrogen and all that. I thought let me share here and I stop it here.
Thank you, Mr. Garg, for sharing this piece of information. Definitely needs to be prepared for this kind of volumes, and you touched the right subject, like maybe we are talking of automation at the manufacturer's shop, but what about the automation at the construction sites? So that also needs to be looked into. Thank you, Mr. Garg. So I think we are running short of time. Otherwise, maybe I saw two, three more hands.
We can catch up during the tea break. Yeah. We'll take a quick 10 minutes tea break, networking tea break. I would like to thank Mr. Atul Supe for being the session chair, and I request you to hand over the mementos to Mr. Anil Parab and Mr. Lalit Sankrani. And I request Mr. P.D. Samudra to hand over the memento to Garg Saab aa jaiye. Thank you, Mr. Garg. One group photograph, please. We will take a quick 10 minutes break, and we'll be back in this room at 12:10 to start with our session on digitalization with Mr. Prashant Hosangadi as. Good afternoon and welcome back to our day 2 of the EPC Conference 2022. We have our next session on digitalization, and as session chair, we have Mr. Prashant Hosangadi, Vice President, Global Digital Platforms Automation and Data Science, Worley. He will also be presenting on effects of digitalization on sustainability. Mr. Prashant Hosangadi is Vice President, Business Relationship Management at Worley. His main responsibilities include providing support for the global digital transformation and helping businesses to adopt digital technologies that deliver deep business value. Prashant has over 32 years of industry experience in domains such as oil and gas, engineering, procurement and construction, pharmaceutical clinical research, petrochemicals and telecom. He has led enterprise-wide business transformation programs covering the organizational strategy, processes, people, digital technologies, data and governance. Prashant is a mechanical engineer with masters in financial management. Please join us on stage, Mr. Prashant Hosangadi.
Where are the presentations? Good afternoon all, and sorry we are running a bit late, but we'll hope to have a good session now. Second. Yeah. Can I get started? Yeah. So thanks everyone. Good afternoon once again. And my name is Prashant, like I was introduced. So I'll be talking about the digital culture and how the digital technologies are really fueling the sustainability drive that we are having. And with my fellow participants, we'll be trying to touch upon some of the key aspects of the digital and how it helps the sustainability. Now, when I started my schooling, I used to use log tables to do all the scientific calculations. Then I used to have the mini drafters to do the drafting. But today, I see that my elder one, who is a physiotherapist, he actually uses augmented reality and virtual reality-based programs, which are essentially the gaming techniques, to improve the physical rehabilitation of the patients who have really suffered from paralysis. Now, this is the use of technology in the medical field. My younger son, who is again into the robotics, is using these technologies to write algorithms which are helping in terms of the genome sequencing. He also has certain algorithms mainly into the retail, how you can do the retail order processing using the data. So technology is just spreading across all the spheres of different business domains. So as you see this digital wave, how we can use this digital wave to foster our businesses and drive the sustainability. That's something we'll be discussing today. So before we jump into the digital technologies and their use, I thought I'll just touch upon some of the fundamentals, because many times we get a feeling looking at the social media that digital is like a 2-minute noodle. But essentially there is a lot of hard work that is needed to be done before you start your digital journey. So essentially the business strategy needs to fuel your technology adoption, because that's where the business needs are understood and the technologies can be implemented. Many times we hear a lot of technology jargons and which kind of collude the, the vision. And that's where the business strategy would be a good pillar to look at and start your technology adoption. And when we look at this technology adoption, there are two aspects. One is it could be a serendipity, where you're just like a Newton sitting under a tree, the apple falls on you and you start understanding the Newton law, which troubled us all our schooling days. Or there is a standard structured process whereby you understand your business process and then start implementing technologies which can be really making meaningful difference to your business. Another key area is what do you automate? Because many a time there is a drive that you want to see automation. The biggest risk we carry is if you automate an inefficient process, it's more of garbage in, garbage out at a much faster rate. So that's where it's very essential that you first improve the business process and then bring in the digital technologies which will help you to get the business benefits. Data. Now this is one thing which we have used. Data is oil, data is the super energy and so on. But most of the companies which at least I have interacted, data is the biggest challenge because we are not really structured. When you start looking at data, it has to be, it's like a DNA. You can't just bring it from outside. So you need to start looking at the data more from how it's going to be at an enterprise level. Because we have many systems in any organizations, but they don't talk to each other. And mainly in the EPCM industries, we are governed by our customers who have certain data requirements. And most of the engineering systems, they do not have the interoperability. So that puts a huge challenge in terms of you use multiple systems, they don't talk to each other, then how do you make sense of that data in terms of any kind of advanced data processing? Another challenge for our industry, the EPCM, is we are not just looking at the structured data. There is a huge demand for looking at the unstructured data. So whether it is images, whether it's video feed, whether it is any kind of temperatures or any sensors information, all that needs to be processed. And for that, you need a real assessment of what this data is, what is your use case for which you want to use this data, and then take it forward. On an equal footing, you need to look at the architecture, because all the companies are moving towards cloud-based systems. And it's not just one cloud, you probably look at multiple clouds. So how do you have the on-prem systems and multiple clouds talking to each other and bringing that consistency in terms of the business strategy fulfillment? And that's where it becomes very crucial that you have these fundamental elements in terms of the architecture and data brought in right early in your digital journey. Integrations, specifically from a EPCM industry perspective, it's very crucial that right from the process part till your instrumentation, mechanical and civil, the data needs to flow in a seamless manner. That becomes a crucial area because that's where we see a lot of challenges. And if we really want to make a meaningful difference to how we do the data-centric delivery, the integration play a vital role. The solutions, they need to be scalable because one of the major challenges of the earlier days was the system that we had were not really scalable. And today we are talking about the sustainability where the volume is so large, you just cannot afford to have systems which have limitations in terms of the scalability. And that's where the open source comes into picture. Now we have seen the UPI, I mean, I saw the numbers. I think the month of May, the transactions were 10 trillion rupees. That's humongous jump from where we started. Now these are the benefits of open source. So can we look at having some kind of an open source platform for EPCM industry which can really leverage the technology and move to the next league by having these technologies and consistently following the data and agile architecture. See, all the earlier ones, the pillars that I showed, I mean, they are all there. It's like, for a movie, you get the best director, you have the best technology, the best music director. But if the actors don't play the role well, the movie is not going to do well for you. And that's exactly what happens. If the digital culture is not there in the organization, it all fails. So from that perspective, I think even the earlier speakers mentioned about the digital culture becomes a huge impact on the entire digital journey that you wish to have. So what is the role of digital in the overall sustainability? Let me just take a few minutes on this. The 17 SDGs that the world has identified for the sustainability, the sheer scale is so huge, you just cannot handle those with the normal technologies that we have been used to earlier. Just taking one small example of the recycling, the circular economy. And we have been doing circular economy at our individual level for many years. But to do that at a scale is the key challenge. I mean, just look at any of the families that we have. The amount of electronic waste that we generate year on year, be it laptops, the mobiles and other devices, is just humongous. So how do you make sure that you take care of that, bring it into the circular economy and start leveraging the benefits? The net zero, we had good discussions on the green hydrogen. Even today, 80% of the energy is still through fossil fuels. So how do you make that leap to move into the net zero transitions? For some industries, it's easy. For some, it's definitely going to be a huge ask. And secondly, for an economy like India, to make this transition will have some disruptive effects on many industries. I mean, take example of the automobile. The entire automobile component industry might get disrupted the moment we make a complete transition from the current petrol diesel based engines to electric engines. So that's the kind of challenge that we face and how we can help using the digital technologies to move further. Lastly, I mean, the time is ticking. The 2030 is a key number that we have been hearing and talking about. So how do you deliver these solutions faster? So in Worley, we have some areas that we have started identifying and looking at very specifically. The people, portfolio and planet. These are the three focus areas in Worley that we are looking at from a sustainability point of view. So people, and when we look at people, how do we ensure that we are energizing and empowering our staff to do innovative work? We make use of our interns in a big way. Now interns are straightway coming from their colleges and they come up with a huge amount of energy. And when you put them on some specific challenging projects, the results are phenomenal. I mean, they have that drive and passion in them to deliver technology-based solution, and they really take to those technologies much faster than probably people of my age. So from that perspective, it becomes crucial that we really leverage this young talent and really groom them to take up the next challenging roles. The portfolio part, it's a mixture of technologies. You just cannot now think in terms of having one kind of technology in today's world. Even from an EPCM point of view, we are just spreading. I mean, earlier it was just 2 or 3 crucial, engineering vendors who used to supply those systems and we used to work on those. Today, the whole paradigm shift is moving towards data. And from that perspective, how do we move on to the cloud environments? How do we bring different kind of technologies, whether it's AR, VR, whether it is drone-based? All of these are coming together. And that's where the entire portfolio aspect comes in. And the third one is the planet. I mean, the task is so huge. No one single company can do it all on their own. So from that perspective, this forming additional partnerships across various regions, functions, and different companies becomes very crucial. So these are 3 areas where Worley in particular is focusing in terms of our drive towards a sustainable world and how do we deliver more and more sustainability projects. So some of the business needs from our customers is, these are pretty common. Quick turnaround, how do we reduce the engineering life cycle? Someone mentioned about from 30 months to 23 months. Those are some of the things which are common norms now. So how do you bring in more repeatable, modularized engineering to reduce the total delivery time? How do you reduce the schedule? Can we bring in the revenue streams from the projects early? The cost control and ultimately the safety, because most of the projects have certain safety features which need to be looked at. And if I superimpose some statistics, it becomes much more clearer. It takes 24 trees to make 1 ton of paper, which is almost 27,000 trees are cut per day. And in EPCM industry, we are using a lot of paper still. though we are moving towards data-centric delivery, the amount of paper that we consume is alarming. So effectively, when we are using these paper, we need to think of this number, 27,000 trees that are getting cut. One of our contribution is quite significant, if not the only one. This is for India. 445 projects have had a cost overrun of 4.4 trillion INR. Now that's scary for the simple reason, because these projects are delayed, you are seeing a huge impact on the entire environment, be it in terms of the traffic jams, be it in terms of the resources getting consumed. The whole ecosystem gets delayed if these projects don't get completed on time. And this is even more scarier. 2.3 million women and men around the world succumb to work-related accidents. And if you translate that into per day basis, it's almost 6,000 deaths across. This is not from any tabloid. This is from ILO website. And this really, these statistics really helps us in terms of bringing those specific digital technologies, which will help us to eliminate some of these challenges and help in terms of bringing in that safety, which is so crucial for us to deliver the projects. So some of the trends, and these are coming more from Worley, which we have adopted, and we keep on adding new trends into this. First and foremost is how do we make efficient use of our project delivery system, be it in terms of integrations, using, how do we bring some kind of modularization. So that will bring down the cost of engineering and reduce the timelines drastically. Robotic process automation, we have adopted it significantly. And that helps in terms of eliminating those mundane tasks. I mean, we discussed about the resource constraints. And specifically for the younger talent which is coming into this industry, one of the most key aspect is how do we really charge them up by making them do something more meaningful. If you just give them the mundane calculation, if they're doing it again and again, entering the data into multiple Excel spreadsheets, they're just going to move away into the IT industry. So from that perspective, having RPA or a robotic process automation becomes very crucial. The next step, the data science, again, for our industry, it's not just the structured data and numbers, it is the images. And we have quite a few examples where we used video feed, we have used images to do very specific tasks. And they have started giving enormous amount of business value for those specific businesses. IoT, I mean, as we start moving into the operations aspect, IoT will play a huge role, and whether it is the sensors, the edge devices, how you get the time series data. Now these are technical terms, but effectively these are going to help us in terms of improving the overall operational efficiencies of these plants, reduce some of the unplanned shutdowns, and make sure that the entire operation becomes more profitable and your margins start improving. Construction, this is another area where there is a huge opportunity for, interventions of digital technologies. Drones, now we have used drones for tracking progress on some of the pipeline projects. And this is not just to track the progress of, how much progress is happening on a day-to-day basis. It also helps you in terms of the safety features. Because as the contractor starts, digging for your pipelines, he's also expected to create certain kind of barriers to ensure that nobody falls into those trenches. And easy taking those specific cares and precautions. So these are some of the things which we were sending some people as surveyors to do the progress tracking. They may tend to miss out. But with a drone, you just have no opportunity to miss it out. One of my panel participants will be discussing more about drones, so we'll not go too much details of that. Another area which we are using is an integrated approach. How do you do the advanced work packaging? How do you plan it along with your overall planning, the 3D modeling, and use the 4D, 5D? So combination of these technologies really helps in terms of delivering that end-to-end result in terms of the overall completion of the project in a timely manner. And last element here, which I want to just touch upon, is on the digital platforms. So open source, I just mentioned about UPI. I mean, the scale is just humongous, and that's where we probably would like to go. In Worley, we have made a good beginning. We have recently launched a digital platform for our offshore wind, which makes the entire engineering design far more efficient using RPA plus AI/ML. So these are the combination technology platforms which are really going to be, making a significant change in the way the entire EPCM operates. And these are some of the digital solutions. So we all are familiar with our app stores on the mobile. Similarly, we have a digital store where all the 100+ solutions are hosted. So every engineer within Worley has access to these solutions, and we can track the progress, we can track the usage and the business benefits. Worley HD is the digital platform I was referring to, which is used for our offshore wind designing, and that's really giving good results and getting a lot of customer tractions. Digital experience labs. Now these are the innovation centers which we are investing across the globe. The whole idea is to bring those young minds, give them a problem to solve, and let them loose with the latest and best technologies that are available. The results are bound to succeed. You may have some failures, but the whole intent here is try out, fail fast, move faster. So that's how we are trying to bring in more and more innovative technologies within Worley to help us to run the business much more efficiently. The last area is the Console 4D, which is that integrated solution that I mentioned, which talks about the 4D, 5D. We are using AR, VR more and more for model reviews. So we are actually seeing traction in some of these technologies even across our customers. So this is where we see a lot of benefits coming in on a regular basis. And the last product which just wanted to touch upon is AI Stream, which is basically a drone-based digital platform. Now drones anyone can fly. The critical aspect of this is that digital platform which gets the data, processes it, and gives you the output in terms of the numbers, progress, and any kind of red flags it wants to issue for any safety violations. So as we saw in this small presentation, the whole idea here is to how do we use digital to make life sustainable. And in my opinion, it's responsibility lies with all of us. While the corporates are doing their bits through the multiple initiatives, but even at an individual level, becomes very crucial for all of us to make sure that you make the change for the next generations. So that's where the make living sustainable using digital technologies comes into the picture. Thank you.
For our next presentation on IoT in downstream industry, we have Dr. Mr. Deepak Sivanandan, Head of IoT APAC region and Marketing and Technology at Flowserve. Mr. Sivanandan hails from Bangalore. He is a BE in Mechanical Engineer from MGR University, Chennai. He's done his MS Mechanical Engineering from University of Texas at Arlington and MBA from University of Texas, Austin. His experience stretches for 20 years in the US and currently 6 months in India across different fields such as engineering, R&D, product management, marketing, business development, and business management. I request Mr. Deepak Sivanandan to please join us.
Thanks everyone for the opportunity. just checking. I had prepared a latest one, but it's not uploaded here, so I will go with what we have here. All right. I'm Deepak Sivananda, and I'm heading our IoT department for Flowserve Corporation. Been in this role for about 6 months now in India. Previously, I was heading global marketing for Flowserve Technology from our headquarters in Texas. Thanks once again for the opportunity to come in front of you and talk about some exciting technology that Flowserve has been working. I don't know how much you are all aware of Flowserve. Just to give a brief, our headquarters is in Irving, Texas. We have more than 50 manufacturing locations around the globe. We have 15,000 resources around the globe. So today I'm going to talk to you about how Flowserve is integrating technology into our core products, which being pumps, valves, and mechanical seals. We cater these products to several industries, starting with oil and gas, upstream, midstream, downstream, power, petrochemical, chemical, water industry, and all general industries. What we are going to see here is our launch of Red Raven, which is our IoT technology into our products. All right. So when I talk about IoT, Internet of Things, it's not a new concept. We experience IoT in our households every day these days. There are connected cars, connected appliances, connected phones. Your watch is monitoring, how much. So if you are wearing a smartwatch, it is monitoring how much you're walking, what movement, how much time are you sitting, and it's taking all that data, right? It all comes to that data. It takes all the data, sends it to a place where the data is being processed, and it gives you on the phone, what exactly you need to be doing, how much time you spent in the day active, and how much time you were resting, and how good is it for your heart, etc. Right? So essentially, what happens is it is collecting the data that on a continuous basis, and it is sending the data for greater processing, and you don't see all the work that is happening in the background. All you get is on your phone, what you need to do next based on what your action throughout the day. So there is IoT behind that. And this is something that you see every day in a household, in your personal lives. What if we take that IoT technology and apply it to industries? How does that change, right? What do we get out of that? And this is, again, it's not a new concept. It's been around for a while now. And Flowserve has been working on this for the last 6 to 8 years. And we have now come up with a technology that is very commercial, and we have implemented this technology into different customers around the globe. And that's what you're going to see today. But why do we need IoT, right? So the primary reasons being that if you can use technology to prevent equipment failures, if we have the knowledge in our hands to see what can we do to prevent a failure before it happens, minimize downtime and improve productivity. So every customer that we are talking to, and I'm sure you're all part of that customer fraternity, you will be, for one who's running a process, the most important thing is to reduce that downtime, because that downtime, especially unplanned downtime, is going to have a huge impact on your productivity. So everybody's looking for ways to do that, reducing total cost of ownership, lowering your maintenance cost, and improve safety. And one of the things that I also want to add to this is reducing your carbon footprint. We talked about all the impact of green hydrogen and the movement into more of renewable sources. Ultimately, the reason is we want to reduce the carbon footprint. And what if we have a way today to measure how much of carbon is being emitted into the atmosphere, and how can we improve our efficiency to reduce that, right? IoT plays a huge part in all of this. Some pressing concerns that many of the industrial customers, many of the process owners are having today. So this is where IoT comes in. And when you look at the current state, there is a lot of production sustainability related to aging equipment. There is a retiring workforce today, and so there's a lot of subject matter expertise that is lacking for all these critical equipments that is part of the integral part of the processes. So we are looking at, all customers that we are talking to is looking for help. They want to somehow integrate services model into their processes because they don't have the subject matter experts that they used to have in the past. They're all desperate for support. And when we look at stats like, 30% of the equipment failures are all attributed to highly cyclical valves, mechanical damage, packaging leaks, fluid, packaging process fluid damage. All of these equipment-related failures are not those that would happen immediately, not as a flick of switch, right? You will see a lot of trends that will be developing over a period of time before it leads to that level of failure. So what if we are able to catch that? What if we are able to monitor that trend and take a corrective action before it leads to that failure? Now then that becomes a solution to all the problems that we looked at the other slide about increasing productivity, improving safety, lowering maintenance cost, etc. Right? So all that it's going to require is a proactive approach. We are very much in the reactive mode where there is a failure that happens, then we are taking action to go change the pump or bringing the process down, etc. What if we move into a proactive mode? And what does it require for us to move into a proactive mode? Obviously, it's going to require a complete technology that's going to gather all this information, right? This is where edge devices, a way to connect the edge devices to the database that is going to process all the data, which happens to be the cloud. And then what happens once the data is processed, all the insights that we can get from the data, how do we get that data in the hands of people who are really concerned about it? They need to have it at their fingertips. It needs to be provided in a way that is easier to consume and easier to achieve. Right? And then what is the idea of just having the insight, especially when you're in the middle of the night, you're getting a notification call that, hey, one of your critical pump is close to failure. What are you going to do then? Immediately you're picking your phone, calling different people, you don't get the field. What if we find a way to also integrate the field services as part of this? It's not just you who is going to get the notification. What if your field service team also gets the same notification? You are cutting the time it takes for you to take action and continue to improve on your processes. And that's where IoT becomes critical, right? We are moving into the world where we are changing from a reactive mode to more of a proactive mode. And there are so many benefits that you can get by moving into that proactive mode, right? So this is where FlowServe comes in. When we look at FlowServe's offering, as I told you, we offer pumps, valves, mechanical seals, and we wanted to come up with a solution to this pressing concerns for our customers in a way that it is going to provide end-to-end. We don't want to be in a place where we are just offering an edge device that's going to collect data. Then what do you do with the data, right? We want to offer a solution that is going to be stretching across from one end all the way till the other end. And that's why we have not only developed our sensors, which are edge devices. The sensor is continuously collecting the data and sending it to a gateway, which acts as a router, which is collecting information from data from all the different sensors that we have in a plant. The gateway is sending all the information, the data it's collecting back into the cloud, where we have built our own algorithm that is going to process this data, and it's going to provide insights. The analytics is being done in the cloud. It's going to provide essentially what you need to know in an easy to accessible portal, which is nothing but a website. You would have your own login. You go into the login. You will see what are all the assets, how are they performing, what type of alerts, alarms have they seen, how long has the alarm been. It's not only just from that point that you sign up. It is from the history, from the time you install that asset in the field. And then you integrate that to 3 different field services, one is remote monitoring center, which we have our own monitoring center manned by people who are sitting in a facility 24/7, 365. They're sitting there monitoring the assets all the time. We are not putting it in the hands of the customer to keep watching their phone when a notification is going to come. We are telling the customer, please, you relax. Wherever you are, whatever part of the world you are in, please relax. We are there. We are your eyes to the assets. So we will be keeping an eye on the assets all the time. And as soon as there is a deviation, it doesn't have to be a failure, right? As soon as there is a deviation in a flow, in temperature, in pressure, vibration, whatever it is, We know that this is going to lead to something because we have been in this for more than 200 years. We have subject matter experts who know exactly what a small variation in a vibration spectrum mean and what does that mean to the pump and how much of life is left in that pump before that turns into a failure. And we also know what type of action needs to be taken immediately to prevent that. Short-term action, long-term action. So all this expertise lies within our monitoring center. This monitoring center is immediately going to send the same information to our field center, who the field resources would go and immediately take action. And on top of all of this, one of the things that's primary and important and one is pressing concern for our customer is when a pump fails, they need to always have an inventory of other pumps to replace, right? What if we also take the burden off you and tell you that you don't have to maintain inventory? We are going to not only monitor, send our field resources, but we will also have an inventory of your spare parts, your pumps. If the proper corrective action needs to be taken on the field, we come with it. We know exactly what is happening and we will go immediately change it. And this is the end-to-end offering that flow service providing to our customers. And as you see here, our Red Raven, which is the brand under which we are operating for IoT, it's a sub-brand under FlowServe. We are offering two different solutions. One is predictive analytics and condition monitoring. I'm not going to go into a little bit detail about what these two mean, right? Predictive analytics. Predictive analytics is where you are warning a customer about a small deviation that is happening, and you are telling exactly what that means, and you are providing corrective actions and actions that can be taken to prevent, so that little anomaly doesn't turn into a failure. Condition monitoring is a lighter version of that, which it's not going to tell you exactly before a failure is going to happen, but it is going to be continuously monitoring, and as soon as there is an alert, it will immediately tell you, hey customer, there is an alert, you need to go check what's happening, right? And we are looking at both these offerings, and we are recommending customers where to use which. There are certain subtleties involved here. Predictive analytics, because we are going to provide you information that is going to prevent failure. Obviously, it means that we need to have a lot of data points. And so, what does that mean? We need to have devices that are going to provide, collect a lot of data in high frequency, get that data processed. So it has to be wired solution because, with a lot of data, obviously the edge device cannot operate on a battery. It's going to consume the battery pretty fast. And so we are using wired hot protocol for this, for predictive analytics, whereas for condition monitoring, we are using wireless technology. And this is very important because as you look at all the plants around the world, one of the challenges is the plant environment is pretty complicated. It's very hard for you to run an extra set of wire in that plant environment, right? But you do have a need to monitor the performance of your assets. And that's why we came up with this wireless technology based on LoRaWAN, which is low range, high frequency technology, wireless technology that can send signal up to 2 kilometers. Yes, it can send up to 2 kilometers. What does that mean? You put the sensor in the plant, the wireless, it's just an easily mountable epoxy sensor that you can mount on the critical asset. It is continuously collecting data, and it is sending signals to a gateway which can be placed up to 2 kilometers away. And we have tested this in the toughest of the environment. In Chicago downtown, we tested this with all high-rise building. It still was able to send the signal. So what does that give you, right? You put the gateway, which is a central point of collecting all this data, in a place which is very safe. It can be, because all the knowledge resides in that data. You don't want that data to get in the hands of people who could misuse it. So you can put it in a very safe environment, and that can be about 2 kilometers away from where you're collecting the data from. Right? And people ask us, where do you recommend, how do we use condition monitoring and where to use predictive analytics? And obviously, both, we are recommending that predictive analytics not used on every pump that you have, because again, predictive analytics is wired, so you still need to run the wiring for this. So what we are saying is there are about 20% of the assets in the plant which are very critical. When I say asset, it could be a pump, it could be a valve, it could be a seal. We have solution for all those three. And so this is collecting data on a continuous basis, and like I said, 20% of your assets, and the rest, 80%, we can do condition monitoring. And for condition monitoring, it is really important for me to stress that it is not limited to pumps, valves, and seals. We can put condition monitoring solution on other equipments as part of the flow. Could be an agitator, could be a turbine, could be a compressor. We can still install this, and it can essentially monitor the performance of those assets as well. All right, just to go a little bit detail, I want to stress that, I don't want, it's very technical discussion, and I want to keep it at a higher level here, but I want to also give you the essentials for you to think about and ask us more questions, because we want that opportunity to talk to you more in detail about what we are offering. So at LoRaWAN wireless, which is condition monitoring, you have nodes, which is our sensor, edge device. They are continuously sending information to a gateway, central gateway that you see there. And the gateway is collecting all this information. One gateway can talk up to 250 sensors. So you put a gateway 2 kilometers away, it is talking to 200 sensors in the plant, right? 250 sensors. And then the gateway collects all the data, sends it through a wireless protocol to our cloud, and where all the data processing is happening. And it sends the insights back into an insight portal, which is nothing but a website where you would have access. You would go in and you can see the condition. And this insight portal is not monitored just by our customer. We also have our 24/7 operating remote monitoring center that is actually monitoring that. So this is the whole end-to-end that wireless condition monitoring works. When you look at predictive analytics, it's wired. We have using a sensor called detect sensor. It uses 4 to 20 milliamp wired communication to a data transfer box, which is collecting the information. The data transfer box is sending through a LAN connection, or it can also send it through a SIM card. So we are partnering with major carriers on the globe to communicate that information from the data transfer box back into the cloud for extensive processing. So from that point, once it gets to the cloud, it's the same. You have an insight portal, you have our monitoring center that's monitoring this, right? When it comes to valves, we have different ways of connecting. We have our digital positioners, which is mounted on top of the valves in control valves. If you already have a digital positioner, which is not flow source digital positioner, we can still work with existing positioner through our wireless HART device. And it's really important for me to stress a point here that we can work with any existing OEM vendor. It doesn't have to be flow source pumps. It doesn't have to be flow source valves. Any plant that you have, any vendor's product that you have here, we have a way to connect to that and get the data. This is not about flow source selling sensors, right? This is about data business. We are trying to get the data from your plant. It can be, all the data can be going into your DCS system. We can still connect to that DCS system that you have, get the data. What the value is in the insight that we can get out of the data, and what that, putting that insight into action, that's where our offering is, right? I talked about that portal, and I just wanted to tell you that this is you get an overall view of an asset when you get into the portal. Say for somebody who is sitting in New York and his plant is in Mumbai. He can sit from there and he can look at every plant underneath him that he is managing, and every asset in that plant. He can go into the detail of every asset in that plant and see how that asset has been performing right from where he is. And he is going to get a notification as soon as there is one pump or one valve that is not performing to the way it was expected to perform. Right? So there's a lot of power in this, and as you see here, we are not only providing the alert, but we are also going into the failure mode, what happened, and we're providing a solution as to what can be done to before this turns into a catastrophic failure. And our monitoring center, like I told you, it is manned by our own resources, 24/7, 365. And we have subject matter experts sitting there, vibration experts who are monitoring, who are keeping an eye, who can turn the data, who can turn the information that they're collecting and tell you immediately what is exactly going on there, right? And we have placed monitoring centers strategically in different parts of the world so that these resources can respond to a need immediately. Don't have to wait for the next morning. So I just wanted to wrap up with one thing. In today's world, when somebody is not using IoT, right, it's all route-based monitoring. How do we, send people to the field to go take a look at how it's performing? The inspection happens maybe once a month. So there are 12 opportunities for you to catch a failure in a place, in a world where you do not use IoT. With condition monitoring, you have wireless monitoring. It trends every 30 minutes. Every 30 minutes, it is taking the data, and it is sending to our monitoring center where we will be looking at, right? So there are 17,280 opportunities per year to improve your processes, right? And with predictive analytics, it is using extensive engineering analytics. It is going to not only look at alert, but it's going to look at certain variables and see if there is a deviation. It's going to immediately tell you what's going on. So it needs to collect data every 30 seconds. That is why we need to go with the wired solution, because it is collecting data every 30 seconds. So you have 1 million opportunities per year to improve your processes with your predictive analytics, right? Imagine the power that in your hands through this IoT, especially if you are a reliability engineer, facility manager, who is primarily concerned about keeping the productivity at the highest level. This is very, very critical to look at, to see, what can you do, how we can help and address your primary concerns. And I will just, as a participant, I will just tell you this. I think Mr. Prashant showed in his slides. I like one of the first slides he showed, data, data, data. Yes, it's all in the data, right? All we are asking for is, give us the data. We will tell you exactly what you need to know in order to keep your productivity level at the highest, improve your margins, increase your operator safety, reduce your carbon emissions, all the essential things that are running in your mind on how you can control. Just wanted to leave, we are doing live demonstration of our condition monitoring systems at our booth. The booth number is B19. I would request all the esteemed dignitaries here and also our advisory council to please make a stop by our booth and get a visualization of how we are exactly doing this. We are having pumps and valves in other parts of the world. We are operating it from here. So you can get a live demonstration of that. Again, the booth number is B19. Thanks once again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Deepak. And for the session on disruptive way of reinventing the way we engineer, utilizing the dark data, we have Ms. Ashwini Oak, founder, CEO, Asset Slugs. She's joining us online today. She has over 22 years of experience in engineering with a background in computational mechanics. A mother of 3 beautiful children, she is envisioning to discontinue the fragmentation in engineering and introduce an integrated engineering simulation suite with an innovation collaborated with Fond National Research Luxembourg and her company Asset Slugs. She has previously worked with the State Department of Water Resources, Sacramento, California, and with Thyssen Krupp, Larsen & Toubro, and further on in engineering division of Koch Group. She's an active member of the CICIND code, where she is in the Steel and Wind Committee for International Design of Industrial Steel Structures, and is also an active member with the various research groups in collaboration at University of Luxembourg. Over to Ashwini.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. And I believe that COVID and pandemic certainly has proven the opportunity not only that we can speak with each other across the seas, but we envisage to be able to perform engineering calculations and designs overseas over the cloud. So please allow me to be the host and share the screen online. Thank you. So thank you once again for this great opportunity amongst a lot of senior dignitaries out there, experienced engineers and the EPC market. Digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation are really big terms out there in the industry. And while the engineering sector has always been very proficient in using a lot of tedious engineering calculations on using Excel sheets, and digitalization has always been a part of the early stage engineering. But digital transformation is a collaborative approach to address engineering designs. While Prashant has been speaking on data and the importance of data and how data can help engineering end owners and the EPC contractors, and it needs to be a qualitative data. And that is the focus of my talk, where I am addressing a very important part in the early stage of engineering, where there is a complete transition between basic engineering to detail engineering. And engineering companies have been doing every bit to transition from basic engineering to detail engineering to avoid differences by using digitalization and digitization. Now, engineers and engineering mindsets have their own techniques, their own traditional ways of approaching and doing early stage engineering. And a lot of the engineering companies are already doing a lot of automation in the way they deliver the early stage engineering. But Assets Lux out here believes in working with the customer to understand and work backwards. How can technology help address this difference between basic engineering and between detail engineering? So today I'm going to be talking about where exactly is the problem, how are we trying to solve it, the solution, and what have we learned. To begin with, I just want to say never argue with the engineering community. That is the first rule that we learned. Innovation is the progress in the face of tradition. Now, traditionally, engineering communities are using many fragmented softwares for piping analysis, structural analysis, for process analysis, and eventually coming out to the 3D model. So there's a lot of technology available out there in the market to reach the goal of engineering, and a lot of experienced mindsets out there sitting in the audience. And we are trying to connect the two by giving an easy approach. Take a look at this plant. The problem today out there to the end owner is having an easy access of the asset, while at the same time, EPC companies' basic problem is to accelerate engineering and get to this asset very quickly. Software companies worldwide are doing every bit to solve this particular challenge in pockets and in silos. But in spite of it, while each one of us is trying to say that digitization and digitalization exists, we are still talking in 2022 on how to accelerate engineering. So where is that problem? If you really look at and speak to the engineering community, we see that building information modeling, or BIM, has always been existing. We've always developed internal methodologies to arrive at the asset engineering. On the other side, the asset owners are using technologies that Flowserve very elaborately mentioned in terms of connecting IoT data and bringing it. But in the reality, to be able to address the completion of that engineering cycle, have we ever wondered if the problem lies somewhere else? As we said, that over the decades, for the past 20 years, BIM has always existed. We do everything possible in the early stages of gathering project information requirements, exchange information, creating PMS data, creating a lot of model information, and then industry has adopted and tailored their own practices to enhance that asset all the way, which is apparently known as the 30-60-90 rule. A lot of engineering dignitaries out there would probably agree with me out there. And this is how the model is advanced. While if you look at in the last 10 years, digital twin roadmap has entered in the BIM. And the entire community is getting what is digital twin and what is BIM. Now, Assets Lux, which is now working on identifying and clubbing, can we really have the concept of BIM and digital twin on a single platform? By introducing a technology where we eliminate a lot of fragmentation and start working on one holistic platform. And there, we intend to work on early stage engineering. Now, before I go to what solution Assets Lux really wants to offer, let us first try to understand that in proposal engineering, we say we do not create 3D models during proposal. This is our market research. The question is, can we start creating 3D models in the early proposal engineering? How can we do that? And why should we do that? These are the common questions that the engineering community asks. Now, why do we not do it? That's a different issue. Probably looking at that 3D model, we see that the 3D model generation is itself very exhaustive. If it's a brownfield project or if it's a greenfield project. We have technologies in silos again, where we have separate software companies coming out and saying we can get point cloud data to a 3D model. We can get isometrics to a 3D model. Great. But after we get the 3D model, then what? So we are back to square one, where the real problem is faced at working level, engineering community level. In the greenfield projects, we are talking about, are we able to generate a quick parameterized model? We did a worldwide survey with asset owners and EPC companies. And we realized that even after, for the past 20 years, and a lot of software companies, big decade legacy tool players are already in the market for many years, we realized that the appreciation level is still way below. The pain points are still the same. We're still talking about modeling, BOQ estimation, exhaustiveness, stress analysis, multidisciplinary data exchange. So where lies the final issue out here? After careful, and again, the survey worldwide, we realized that there is a lot of disconnectivity between the business leaders and the engineering managers. And I might fall in trouble out there for saying this loud. But at one hand, digital transformation, business leaders want ROI, while engineers have their own issues and own troubles in, we come up with identifying that multidisciplinary communication and client acceptance is the biggest problem. So, understanding the whole realm of innovation, we realize that industry has a lot of fragmentation and a lot of tools. And we at Asset Slugs thought in a fundamental manner to bring all three disciplines of engineering on a single holistic cloud platform, where we want to do away with fragmentation, and we essentially want to create a tool where skill sets do not have to learn the tool. You do not have to depend on tools to give you an engineering solution, but let the tool be the means to reach the goal quicker. And with that, I'm glad to introduce to the world IDS, the Integrated Design Suite platform, which is a fundamental different approach of looking at engineering, where if we start with a holistic 3D model, which is an easy way to generate in the cloud and work backwards, that can be able to do the process calculations, piping stress analysis and structural analysis, we would be able to reach a certain accurate, exhaustive stage of proposals. So creating a single virtual model in the cloud is what we promote. We understand that the engineering community has its own ways. A lot of tedious work and routine tasks are automated in their own silotic ways in different companies. But a lot of these engineering calculations are not innovative. They have been practiced and experienced over the years. If we are able to create qualitative data from the early on stages, in the initial phases of engineering, we would actually do away with a lot of repetitive tasks later on, then following with data, data, and data. Therefore, that being said, one needn't completely ignore the early engineering data, which is extremely valuable, and it ends up biting at the later stage, which is today undermined in the engineering community. Model BOQs, after all, another careful review we have received from the engineering community, where, Ashwini, these models are very complex and they are very large. Of course, that is well understood. But eventually, the bill of quantities of your entire model is still directly proportional to the details that you essentially bring onto the cloud. So today, I would like to speak to the engineering EPC community out there, that while we are looking at various softwares out there, is this a good opportunity to reflect on, can we use innovative approaches in order to arrive at a quicker, exhaustive proposal engineering early on, which eventually, when converted into a realistic project execution, would allow us to maintain your profit margins by having an early on exhaustiveness captivated into the engineering. Eventually, the aim is always to use technology as a tool and never replace those engineering mindsets. Bridging the gap between proposal and detail engineering is the focus of Asset Slugs. And of course, the IDS technology that has been very clearly chosen is chosen based where bringing on point cloud data onto the CAD models of IDS is just dependent on the technology that we have carefully chosen that is going to allow you. So while we are saying that we are looking at each of these individually, we're trying to say, why not start making engineering in a collective manner early on a single platform? And you basically start getting on the exhaustiveness of your entire model and work backwards. where all the rules of automation are already built in. Today, IDS is able to take in we are into renewable sector, and we are already initiating work to create a digital twin for a compressed biogas plant. That being said, we understand that the roadmap to getting in all the process technologies where companies have been using their own softwares for last 30 years, the rules are already built in, but there's always a start. Having said that, we believe in an integrated approach of engineering where piping stress analysis, calculations, as well as the design codes are built in. IDS is very intelligently structured, which allows individual aspects of the plant to be parameterized within the tool. And a lot of optimization techniques are already built in within IDS, which allows engineers to come out with a realistic, quicker, and a smarter approach of the entire design. And of course, that being said, the clash checks and all the early on engineering problems can be easily tackled on the designer CAD model. Once you have your proposal engineering holistically built in onto the cloud, of course, getting the IoT, what FlowServe initially brought in, where you want to have the digital twinning onto the getting all the pump data and getting all the visualizers becomes only more realistic and simplistic out there once you have a fundamental strong foundation for bringing in the complete plant into 3D. So basically, if there is a better way to deliver, I think we need to go find it. And gone are the days when we are using the legacy tools of doing stress calculations and with softwares that have been always there in the market, but there are innovative ways to arrive at the final goal quicker. Thank you. So if there are any questions, I would be glad to take those.
Thank you so much, Ashwini. We will take the questions after the next presentation on drone applications in project management by Mr. Srikanth Ramesh Thakkar, Vice President, Enterprise Solutions, Asteria Aerospace. Mr. Thakkar is a dynamic leader with team leading experience in challenging multicultural and international environments. Srikanth has demonstrated capabilities for building businesses from the ground up, setting them on a growth orbit with the formulation and implementation of multi-term strategies, sales alliances, and brand building. He also has the credit of building the Drone Center of Excellence at EY, which is testimony to his passion for aero models and entrepreneurial capabilities. Over to Srikanth.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, the organizers, for providing this opportunity. And I'm quite conscious of the fact that I'm the last man standing between the lunch and you all. So I wouldn't really take much time. I'll cut short my presentation by a few slides already I have done away with a couple of slides. Stop me if there are thoughts or questions, and I'm more than happy to delve deeper into them, but I would otherwise take this a little faster than what I would have otherwise done. So when we talk of drones to be used for project management and for either by the EPC companies or by the end users or the plant owners, what we are talking of is there are age-old problems that we are which we are aware of, and drones present that possibility and those opportunities to solve those problems. Today we are talking of spending millions of dollars on doing plant inspections, on losing productivity and therefore revenues because of shutdowns and so on and so forth. And which is where drones actually can bring in the value to be able to do those same things faster, more efficiently, and also with a lot more reliability than what otherwise the traditional methods would have been doing. What we are talking of is drivers which are fueling the adoption of drones. So fundamentally, they have the ability to reduce the burden of compliance. We all know when we are running plants, when we are running operating assets, there are a host of compliances, whether they are government compliances or internal ones. They are still cumbersome, onerous, and in many ways, possible to be done much faster. Where we stand is to be able to collect data, collect a lot of information using drones from an aerial perspective, which otherwise would have taken days to collect. So that kind of brings down the burden of compliance. The cost of technology itself is reducing. What drones were available, for example, in Indian context for like 10 lakhs and 12 lakhs, have today come down to 3 and 4 lakhs, a lot because of indigenization and government's positive policies. So those factors have brought in the cost of using drones much within the limits, or rather I would say better ROIs have started to come. Besides that, one of the most important factors that is starting to contribute is the development of adjacent technologies. When I say adjacent technologies, it is likes of orthophotography or likes of development of BIM models and other digital tools which are ready to take the data that is being processed and given out by drones. So that change in the ecosystem or that advancement in the ecosystem is also aiding the adoption of drones in a big way. When we are talking of technology, we all know that technologies are not adopted for the sake of them. They are adopted to solve some problems, right? So today what we've been seeing is drones have been used for providing real-time visibility. Real-time visibility has been driving force behind saying that, okay, what is happening on the ground? The plant is a few 100 kilometers away. The executives at the head office or the corporate office wants to see what exactly is happening, or how the project is moving for that matter, whether the civil work has been completed, whether the land leveling has happened or not, and so on and so forth. So all those things would have been possible either to be given in form of some reports, or now they are being also given in form of videos and walkthroughs or fly-throughs, as we may call them, on drones. That gives them the real-time visibility. Drones help manage the geographic spread. We probably have multiple plants being set up at multiple spaces, especially when we talk of setting up assets like solar power plants or wind farms and so on, which are geographically spread apart. Even for that matter, linear assets like roads, pipelines, cross-country transmission towers and so on. So all those geographically spread out assets can be covered by, say, single or just a few flights of drones to bring all the data to a single source of further processing. Most important thing that has started to now happen is to be able to do the matrix measurement and solve the problems associated with multiple data sets, non-matching measurements, either coming in from contractors or from owners, engineers, or from the PMC, and again, trying to reconcile all those things. So here drones give that opportunity of setting up those golden records for putting together the matrix right, not just from the perspective of reconciliation, but also for storing them for posterity. So in case of challenges with respect to work completions or proofs that require to be produced at the time of billing and solving those disputes, they can all be brought together, and we are talking of establishing those rich and scalable data sets. Now those data sets can then be used for multiple applications, including for setting up or doing proposal engineering, as one of the previous speakers talked of. So it's real experience data that is available for use later on as well. So those three applications, when you put together, would actually comprise of a sweet spot. In all projects, not everything would be applicable, but if all these three are applicable together, they will be the sweet spots for putting together a drone, deploying a drone, I would say, for project progress monitoring. Drones can actually be used for all stages of a life cycle, whether we are talking of a feasibility stage, where we are doing area surveys, where we are doing very preliminary estimations of cut and fill, where we are doing, say for example, in a linear project where there is a need for finalization of a ROU from various short listed ROUs that are there. So all those feasibility analysis at the time of design, where optimization of layout is required, you're talking of doing some basic engineering at the civil end, that's when drones are useful. During the construction, for doing quantity estimations, for actually seeing how much of, say for example, a trench has been dug, what kind of cables have been laid, how much of earthwork has happened, what kind of excavation has taken place, the depth, and all those things. So those quantity estimations. Monitoring of progress, whether that progress is in form of, say, videos, or they're in form of some measurements on 3D models and so on and so forth. And then, of course, along the life cycle of the project, when the project or the asset is in operations phase, like for example, a solar power plant, where we are talking of thermal scanning of the modules to find out defective modules, to weed out problems which are reoccurring on some areas, they can be taken care. Inspection of tall assets like chimneys, stacks, or even inaccessible areas, those can be taken care by drones pretty well. Really wouldn't want to go into details of each of these applications for paucity of time, but the entire 3D modeling that we have all spoken of for as-built environment, the base layers can come through drones. So the feasibility and the design stage that we are talking of, where the land leveling, the land measurement, the clearances and all those things are required, drones can be used over there. During the construction, we are talking of front monitoring, material reconciliation in form of what is lying on the ground, what kind of heaps, the volumes of, say, sand or aggregates or other materials that are there. We're talking of identification of some of the punch points which can be used for clearing of the engineering, or I would say clearances that need to be given for construction. Those things can be monitored on using drones. Operations and maintenance, I already talked about, saying that, panels or hotspots or underbush growth and so on and so forth in a solar power plant can as well be monitored. One of the key aspects that need to be understood when we are talking of deploying drones is that it's not just about the hardware, as in the aircraft that we are deploying over there, right? It's about the entire stack as a solution that needs to be chosen and then deployed. Most of the times what happens is when customers look at, or even when engineering companies look at, deploying drones, they would always talk of saying that, hey, we need a drone which is capable of flying for so many minutes, or which is capable of capturing data at, say, such and such megapixels and so on and so forth. The hardware specifications of the aerial platform, at max, the payload, which is the camera, is given. But thereafter, the details of what goes on into the field planning, what goes on what kind of raw data that needs to be captured, what kind of processing that needs to be done to provide a process data, and then on top of it, the analytics that need to be done. Typically, these last four points that are there on the screen are either ignored or are left to later. It could be because of ignorance, or it could also be because that's something which is not directly seen. Therefore, what is required to be seen for a drone solution is the entire suite of technologies that are involved. So here we are talking of the right kind of drones, whether they are vertical takeoff and landing, multi-copter kind of drones, or they are fixed wing drones which look like typically small aircrafts. What kind of payloads are we going to use? When I say payloads, in simple terms, what kind of sensors, whether they are going to be the photography sensors, whether they're going to be the infrared or the thermal sensors that we are talking of, multispectral or hyperspectral sensors which can be used for doing analysis, or rather capturing analysis of data which is beyond the visual spectral range, or even advanced centers like LiDAR, which again give out very, very different types of data sets for doing analytics. So those payloads require to be looked at. What kind of data streaming capability is there? Because these are aerial systems operating at a few hundred meters, or in some cases even few tens of kilometers away from the base station. So what kind of data streaming technologies and capabilities are available? The raw data, how that gets transformed into 2D and 3D models, that is the orthophotography and 3D modeling, the point cloud development. Estimation of volumetric, volumetric matrices, the kind of accuracies that could be there as compared to what is done with the traditional technologies like laser mapping and so on. So those technologies are important to evaluate. Besides, of course, things like analytics, where the data is going to be hosted, whether it is on-prem, whether it is on cloud, how the data is going to be actually reported, what kind of visualization is going to be available. These are some of the technology elements that need to be looked at when we are talking of saying that you're deploying drone as a solution and it's not just a product that needs to be deployed. Most of the companies, whether in the EPC phase or rather EPC market, or for that matter the end users, they do not always give thought to the hardware plus operations, the compliance requirements, the IT requirements that go with the kind of data that we are gathering, as well as the kind of analytics that can be run on the drone data that is captured. So if I were to say in a nutshell, all these pieces need to be carefully considered. They need to be given deliberate thought, and then an integrated drone solution needs to be developed and deployed. However, it is also important that this solution is integrated with the rest of the PMO IT landscape that is there. Like for example, it needs to be integrated with, say, a Primavera or a MS Project outputs that could be there, to be able to actually find out what was your as planned progress and what is the progress on the ground. So these things need to be actually brought together. I had actually put together a few slides on the case study. I would skip past most of them except for this one title slide, which is about a project progress monitoring that we had done for a solar power plant, where drones along with photogrammetry payloads were deployed to capture data from a ground. This was a 600-acre site where a solar power plant was being constructed. The data was processed into a 2D map as well as a 3D point cloud. The measurements were done for what was actually on ground in terms of the trenches that were dug, the depth of the trenches, the kind of excavation that was done. In some cases, the cables that were laid, the module mounting structures that were put, the number of modules that were mounted on top of those module mounting structures, and therefore various parameters by which a progress of the solar power plant would have been otherwise measured was taken. This was then plotted against the as planned graphs that were given out at the time of award of contract, and differences were found out saying that, okay, here is the project delay, what could be done to kind of take it further, or what are those critical path activities that need to be taken on priority. Now here the difference is, while all those things are still done today, absolutely no doubt about it, but the intuitiveness of getting this data on a platform which is visually easy to assimilate and figure out what needs to be done next is where the criticality of having drone data lies. I would run through this because this is details of what we had done. Another aspect that I need to bring out, or I would rather emphasize to bring out, is a thought between, say, the EPC companies and the asset owners, is whether to do it in-house or to do it with partners, right? Now, of course, difference between in-house and partners would typically be dependent on the volumes of work that require to be done. But irrespective of whether it is in-house or whether it is with partners, there are a few essential parameters that need to be considered, whether to develop them or to have them on board, and we've listed down a few of them. One is the availability and the access to the right kind of equipment. Like I said, not all drones are suitable for all kind of applications. They could be vertical takeoff and landing, they could be fixed wings, they could be indoor, for confined area inspections and so forth, so on and so forth. So right kind of equipment for right kind of applications. Operational capabilities either need to be developed or need to be sourced in the right way, where we are talking of balanced field operations. When I say balanced field operation, it is about geographical proximity to the sites. Because today, when we talk of drone solutions, one of the largest cost elements and therefore deployment challenges is related to having drone operators close to the site. Because here we are talking of either giving real-time data or near real-time analysis. So you do not want someone who is sitting, say, for example, in the southern part of the country to be actually doing some progress monitoring in, say, the Himalayas or the Uttarakhand, where even the mobilization, demobilization time could be 3 or 4 days, and therefore losing all of it in the travels. Secondly, it's about legally certified and licensed operators. Drones, like all aircraft, though have been opened up for a large part of the requirements, but still they are still a very, very heavily regulated industry. So right, legally certified and licensed operators, entities which take care of the health, safety and well-being of the operators, because these are field operations after all, and therefore need to be looked at from a safety point of view and well-being point of view, like any other field operations that would be there. Timely and sufficient access to data pipeline. One of the critical points here is the amount of data that is generated when you capture drone images is like humongous. To give a sense, we are talking of about 2 gigabytes of data per square kilometer that you would capture on a 2D map, for a 2D map generation purpose. So if you're doing, say, for example, a hydropower plant, which could be spread over, say, 20, 30 kilometers, a single set of data could easily run into 90 to 100 gigabytes of data. To be able to transfer that kind of data requires robust data pipeline. It is not workable to actually just copy them on some hard disks or some cards and manually ship them. So it is important to have the right data pipeline availability. Data processing, again, from the point of view of volume and of data, as well as the intricacies involved in the processing. Analytics on top of that data. So you need the right kind of tools to analyze the data right, to be able to give the reports right, for the action to be taken at the right time. Ultimately, a tight integration of the hardware, operation and the software layers. Because like I said, this is a solution. This is not about just deploying some kind of a product for doing some kind of work. Data management practices here, typically when you talk of working with partners, you want to make sure that your data is remaining secure and not being used for multiple other applications. Many speakers spoke of data being of high value, so you do not want really your data to be used for commercial purposes by the drone operator or the drone operating entity, right? And it could be of beyond the control of the data owner per se. And the last, but like I said in the previous slide, most important part is the ability to integrate into the PMO IT landscape. You do not want disparate data sets, then having to be manually integrated and analytics being carried out. So either they need to be natively integrated, or at least API integration need to be possible, so that you can have a seamless transfer of data, or at least the analytics reports. Just one last slide on who we are. We are basically Asteria Aerospace, founded in 2012 and now a part of the Reliance ecosystem. We are a part of the Geo platforms. Today we are the largest drone enterprise solutions company in the country, with more than 250 people on our rolls, including 100 plus operators and 150 plus drone fleets. We are today mapping close to 50,000 square kilometers across the country for various applications with the government as well as non-government customers. We have our facilities which are headquartered in Bangalore and offices in Delhi and Mumbai, which are again operation centers. Besides that, project offices across 6 states today, with a mandate to grow them to 11 states by the end of this year. This is what it is. Besides, we have our own platform called the Skydeck, which basically is not just used for the data analytics and the visualization purpose, but the entire planning, the flying, the mission management, the pilot management, the fleet management, everything is on this platform, which essentially gives us the strength as well as the flexibility to be a drone partner, which could be dependable and of course robust enough to meet your scale needs. Thank you so much. Happy to take questions either now or post the session.
Thanks, Shrikant. So since we are quite late in the day, maybe we'll directly go for questions from the audience. I won't have any questions later.
Any questions?
Okay, actually I joined a little late. There was a mention about 3D model from drone video or drone photography. So what kind of this 3D model is? I mean, I'll give an example. If I have a plant, can I generate a 3D model of the plant itself? And what kind of details can be captured in that? I mean, okay, I'll give one example is what we do as a laser scanning. How does it compare with that?
So when we talk of 3D models of plants and using drones to generate that, let me be honest, the kind of intricate details that a laser scanner would capture will not be possible to be captured using drones, fundamentally because drones take an aerial perspective, and what could be under the canopy, whether that canopy is because of a shed or storage, or because of overlapping equipments and so on and so forth, it will not be workable to capture those, point number one. Point number two is those intricate piping heavy refinery petrochemical kind of plants, it may not be workable to be captured using drones. However, what can be captured best using drones would be open kind of plants with equipment spread apart, and also those which are more of industrial type of projects. And for those industrial type of projects, we are talking of not just the sheds, but even internally within sheds, it's possible to deploy drones to capture a lot of data and create those 3D models. And ultimately, the 3D models are in the .laz or .xyz or the standard format.
Can it be extended? I mean, in future, may not be, there is no immediate requirement, but can this technology be extended, and what we get by laser scanning, something similar can be done using drones?
There is a possibility that it could be done, to the extent of being able to differentiate between pipings, the racks, the electrical cables, and so on and so forth. One of the other advantages that the drone would bring in as compared to a laser would be that the data that is captured by drones is in your RGB, the visual spectrum. So it is very easy to classify and work on the data as compared to what is done by a laser, which is more of a monocolor data. So from that perspective, there is a difference. Now, whether it will catch up or not is a difficult thing to say. I would rather say there is a good possibility that these two media of data capture could coexist well.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a point to add to this question that was raised on 3D CAD. IDS today, the Integrated Design Suite platform, has the ability to classify the data from the drones, to classify it, whether it is a pipe or whether it is a beam section, number one. And we are able to even capture the material properties through this. So having said that, if we already have the RGB files, the algorithm that AssetLux is working on right now will essentially classify those point cloud datas and put it directly into the CAD model. So the engineer or the party over there doesn't have to spend time to classify it and convert it into a 3D model. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant, for chairing this session. I request you to hand over the mementos to the panelist. And I request Mr. Garg to please step forward and give the memento to Prashant, sir. I know we're running behind schedule, so let's try and catch up with our lunch and be back here by 2:30. I hope half an hour to 35 minutes is sufficient for you to have your lunch. And we meet back at 2:30, 2:35 for our session on addressing the logistic challenges. It's a panel discussion with Mr. Satish Palikar as our moderator. This is Samir Parikh. Paging for Mr. Mahesh Ketan. Paging for Mr. Sanjay Rath. Conference 2022. Post lunch, we have a session on addressing the logistic challenges. It's a panel discussion, and we have Mr. Satish Palikar, EVP and Head L&T Power, as our moderator. Mr. Palikar is a professional with over 39 years of experience in engineering execution, procurement and commissioning of EPC projects, and is currently heading L&T's power business. He has held various roles as head of offshore business of L&T Hydrocarbon and chief executive of L&T Valdel. He has long experience as head of supply chain of offshore business when he oversaw several strategic initiatives including digital. He continues to be passionate about supply chain and was chairman of IIMM Mumbai for 2 consecutive stints. Over to Mr. Satish Palikar.
Good afternoon, and welcome to this post-lunch session. Always a very difficult one to keep people occupied and energetic. So it's a task, my dear panelists, to keep the stuff running and also the audience to come up with some sharp questions. And I would really love getting some sharp questions to keep them on the toe and keep the whole environment vibrant. So this is about addressing the logistics challenges, and let me just do the first part. Let me invite my co-panelist here, Mr. Hemant Kuttarkar. Please come to the stage. Mr. Mahesh Khetan and Mr. Samir Parikh. Mr. Sanjay Rath, who was also quite charged up when we had some initial meetings, had to opt out. He's not keeping well, so last minute he had to opt out. So probably the load will pass on to these gentlemen a little more. So now let me introduce my panel members. Mr. Hemant Kuttarkar is the Head of Procurement, Logistics and Inspection, Toyo Engineering India. Over 38 years of experience with Toyo itself, starting from Electrical Engineering Department and largely into the EPC setup, where he is now currently the Head of Procurement for EPC. And he is responsible for end-to-end work, which is something important, not to leave the gaps in between. So that's Mr. Hemant for us. The next one I'll get into Mr. Mahesh Khetan. He is the VP and Global Head Supply Chain, Grasim, alumni of IIM Bangalore, and MTech in Agricultural Process Engineering with 2 decades of experience in manufacturing, supply chain and business excellence across various industries. He is also a certified examiner and assessor and has been awarded for being amongst 50 most impactful knowledge management professionals by the World Education Congress. That's Mr. Mahesh for you. And then Mr. Samir Parikh, out and out logistics, and we all must have dealt with him at some point of time in our careers. I think he's the center today, and I think a lot of questions you can actually bombard him today. This is an opportunity to get him on the mat. I also do so offline when I'm dealing with him in our business purposes. So that's Samir Parikh, very passionate individual with deep knowledge, deep domain knowledge and hands-on experience in heavy logistics. He has been with Lift and Shift for the last 30 years as director, and he has joined the management of a larger entity, JM Bakshi Heavy, formed by coming together of the businesses of Boxco, All Cargo, and Lift and Shift as president and chief of business. So that's Samir for the session today. What happens? So going forward, a small preamble from my end, just to give starters, just to have a little recap and get everybody into the logistics space. 2019 July, the US-China trade war. That was the first disruption. The second one, COVID-19, again, originating in China. So there's a China factor that continues. But this time, in 2020, it moves to Europe, where Brexit. I think it was a very small, thin wafer, thin margin by which Brexit was voted, but it created disruptions in Europe for sure. And then Suez Canal obstruction, where somebody tried to move faster than what he was allowed to, and you know what the hell happened out there. So that was something massive. I know many of our shipments had to be pulled back, rerouted, and brought again, and created a hell of an issue in the EPC projects. And then the hurricane. Then again the repeat COVID, Omicron. And then US-Ukraine war. That's the last straw. I think Putin has misfired completely, more than 100 days, and it's still going strong. I don't know how long it goes. Shanghai port lockdown, zero COVID policy. They also brought it back to zero COVID. And we still don't know what's next. So I think this is not even a decade, 2-3 years of constant disruptions coming over, and we still don't know what. Whether Taiwan is the next one in line, we have no clue. So it's all about disruptions, disruptions, disruptions. So what does it mean? A logistics nightmare and commodity shocks, which you have never seen earlier. More than 60, 70, 80, 100% rising going at a point of time. So that's on the steel. But if we call oil also as a commodity, we have seen negative price for oil at a point of time, and then they kept on pumping, and there was no storage in the world. It went to the negative. And we didn't know what the hell to do with that either. Because the projects were going for a toss, and there were certain things were getting delayed drastically because they were not passing the ROI. So I think we have seen both of them, and what's common in that is tectonic shifts in the industry. A large portion of that created by mankind, and a smaller portion which is by natural. So that's the shift. We ourselves decided our future. So I'm just capturing this in one slide now. What are the logistics challenges that are emerging? macro issues and visible impact. The first one and topmost is the geopolitical tensions, and the second one is the disruption in supply chain and logistics. The most important part is the alarming frequency. And another one which says the supply chain policies completely changed because you are on complete zero inventory or just in time, and you're now talking about putting inventory. So the whole stuff is in trouble. VUCA, you don't know what will hit you when, and new normal in threats. So this is a fantastic opportunity. Somebody was telling me that Musk was doing 14 billion profit in 60 billion, and just some time back it was 2 billion and 60 billion or 40 billion. So this is an opportunity. What is a disaster for some is an opportunity for some. So this is something we don't know, and we still don't know new normal. I'm going to quiz Samir very hard whether this is the end of it or we are going to go for some more shocks. Commodity price fluctuations. I think in most of the Indian tenders, we are in shit house. Sorry to use the term. In many of the government tenders, there is no price variation. I come from power, and I was pleasantly surprised that there is a price variation clause. And although I can't take 100% benefit, 60-70% at least of my cost is covered. But otherwise, it's a huge shock as far as we are concerned in our EPC projects. Regulation, policy, and sanctions. I think we are hanging by the skin, small thread in the Ukraine policy. Secondary sanctions are not in place, so we are surviving. If any secondary sanctions come, I don't know what's going to happen for us also. So I think this is making a big difference, how the policy making is happening, and it is rapidly changing over the globe. And which means the sourcing strategy has to be revisited again and again. And then we are talking about innovation, because anything that happens, you need to find a completely disruptive solution. So you talk about the term called innovation, and digital and automation, a completely beaten word, beaten phrase, but I think it has different meanings for different industry and business. So we would like to discuss a lot more on the digital part in terms of how logistics is adjusting to it. And then the green. I think we have a huge rhetoric going on green right now, although the pace is not as much, and revolutions in logistics industry. And if I had to say myself, I was in hydrocarbon, then I moved into green. For 1 year, I ran the green business for L&T to build it up. And at some point, the management decided, push me into coal. And at that time, the green was so big that I was wondering whether I'm going into an organization as a chief executive to close it down. In fact, I had a conversation with my boss. But the reality today is completely different. The green rhetoric is going to take more than five years to get really and pump out the coal. 25 megawatt worth of projects coming up. Last week I put a $1.5 billion tender. Now I'm putting up another $2.5 billion tender. So I think it's a green, but it's going to hit us someday or the other. But preparation for it is mandatory because it's going to be there. So I think which talks about complete revolutionizing in the logistics industry also, because it's a huge fuel guzzler. So I think these are the macro issues and whatever are the challenges which are. So these are some food for thoughts for the panel discussion basically. And now, just trying to categorize what's going to come in the panel discussion. So what I felt is that the set of questions which I have for the panel, and maybe some things coming from here, are falling into 3 buckets in my mind. The first one is here and now. Something has happened just now, and something is happening just now. So it's all about cooling the logistics market. The second one is, now that the disruptions are going to happen, what are the strategic choices with us to get the industry as a whole future ready for more and more shocks? Is there a way to bring in agility into the whole game? And the third is, what are the enabling factors? Because you on your own can't do. There has to be an enabling factor. You can talk of digital, but if you don't have a fiber optics network, you're not going to operate at all. So there are going to be a lot of enablers. So I think the questions that we are putting in are largely going to be into 3 buckets as far as I'm concerned. And then those are trigger questions, and then I'll welcome questions from your end. Maybe we can do it towards the end, but if there's something absolutely relevant and you think it's not going right, please get up and ask a question, although I don't want to open floodgates. But if there's something which is really relevant, you can just pump in at that point of time and bring a little cheer into the game. Masala. Okay, guys. So I think let's brace for the next stuff. Here what I've tried to do is a little different again. You can get bored of reading the questions. So what I felt is that I've categorized this 4, 4, and 3. 11 questions here. That's it. in my repertoire, keeping it open on the table, which can probably take only 40 minutes or 45 minutes, I don't know how long. And remaining is for you to speak. So I think it's up to you to make this session well. So I have H1, H2, H3, H4, S1, S2, S3, S4, even E2, E3, like an engineer. And now what I'll do is I'll go down and take my seat at the podium, at the table, and I will put the priorities. And my colleague, Mr. Dharmendra, will come here. He is an out-and-out logistics guy. He is right now in Mumbai Corporate Center. So he will manage the laptop for me. And let's see how to get going. Thank you. So we have had this preamble. Now let me look at the set of questions that we are having. So Dharmendra, can you quickly get the question H1 on the panel, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. So typical panel discussions, you would say you have a free hand to speak what you want to do, and then they end up answering the 12th question or the 11th question. So I said, let's keep it going for some time. So little structure, and I would invite the three of them to share your views about the events that are constantly disrupting the supply chain. I think it's seen there, rising commodity prices, supply side constraints have already disrupted the global supply chain. So that's a preamble. And the question is in dark blue, how are you approaching this problem generically given the changing dynamics in shipping and logistics business? Over to you.
Yeah. Please, please. Good afternoon. And am I audible? Okay. So as the question here itself says that how we are approaching, so primarily as you read and Mr. Satish explained that primarily from the EPC industry where we are into the fixed turnkey projects on fixed cost as well as fixed timeline basis. So we are not the end client, we are not the customers, we are not the manufacturers, we are not the logistics, we are the integrators. That is where the EPCs come into picture, and so as to say in today's scenario the most sufferers, of course everybody, Samir will immediately come, no we are also, but as a whole. So as regards these challenges are concerned, as Satish also covered in the beginning, that it all started 2 years back from COVID and then the commodity and then this war. So we all, the EPC industry, all are been absolutely very severely affected. Now as regards to how to handle this challenging, say the uncertainty in this market, especially the supply chain, I mean not on the transportation or the logistics side, the first part of the supply chain which is on the material side, it's been absolutely, it's uncertain. The uncertainty which has been kind of killing. What I mean is, if say we have seen in the past also over years that there were always been a rise in the prices, either the metals or fuels or some other, but there was some amount of certainty, there was some amount of visibility. What particularly we all have seen in last 2-3 months post-war, absolutely there was no visibility, there was no certainty, which is killing. Now to handling this, is what best we can do, is what we are trying to do is, in short, we are trying to defer, we are trying to delay, suppose the supply chain, the project schedules are concerned, if we can kind of reshuffle the activities, that's what we are trying to do. Reorient the things which are not really urgent at the moment and which are getting affected, suffered because of the commodity prices, logistics problems, we are trying to defer them. The activities, the purchases, supply chain which are, which we can do it now, we are trying to. So we are in short trying to reconfigure, replan. Even the conventional ways to execute a project, the sequencing has to be kind of readdressed. So we are trying to work on these things, and we are trying to work in a direction as how this planning can be changed, sequencing can be changed. These are some of the ways we are trying, because still it's just 2-3 months since the war has started, it's just a year since, or a year or two, or the COVID has started. So frankly, the entire industry in the supply chain management has yet to overcome. The COVID issues we could overcome after initial 1 year. From 2021, from 21-22 financial year, the COVID-related issues were quite stabilized. But the new issues post-war which have stuck, frankly, they are still underway, and reconfiguration, replanning are being worked out on various projects so as to
come out of this kind of situation, even if it arises in future. That's all.
Cannot agree more with Hemant, and I would like to keep it short because Mr. Palekar has 11 questions and keeping some stuff to respond to some of the questions. So, I mean, in a generic way, see, only one thing the organizations can do is resilience in a structured manner. I mean, we all talk about having resilience in supply chain, in logistics, which is, you know, how fast you react to the this kind of major disruptions as an organization. Now, resilience cannot be built on an ad hoc basis or, I mean, unless you are conscious of building resilience as a capability into your supply chain or into logistics. Now, resilience comes with flexibility. So flexibility provides capability to the organization how fast you react to the disruptions. And then flexibility also comes with some kind of proactive management. So it gives you proactive as well as reactive. Again, how you structurally build proactive responses in an organization is identification of early indicators, some lead indicators. Now, do we do that? Maybe we can talk about it when Mr. Palekar asked another 10, 11 questions to us. But my short take on this is resilience and flexibility as a structured process to build in an organization.
Mahesh, just coming into the picture, I think you touched upon it, but just to put it into a slightly different thing. I also come from an EPC setup. So one of the stuffs that we did was we had to recast our risk management team into two parts. One is a war room kind of a risk management. The other one was a relook at the risk processes. So is there anything that your organization has done on those lines to see how is it that a generic approach or a process is evolved? Anything
Yeah, so actually that's a very good point for discussion. The relook at the risk processes itself has happened. The frequency at which we had been doing the risk risk identification exercise itself has changed. I mean, now it has become a part of our monthly reviews where we used to look at the risks once in a year or say in our quarterly reviews. So it's risk management in the sense one is the identification of the risk, the frequency has changed, it has increased. After identification of the risk, are we doing anything about it or not? That is being reviewed on a monthly basis. So what steps are you taking to mitigate the risk? You have identified the risk. Logistics is a big risk now. So we have this 3x3 matrix where if some risk is mentioned on the extreme right corner, it is the highest risk. It's in the red zone. Logistics comes in over there currently. So what are you doing? I mean, there has to be action plan to mitigate the risk, and that is being reviewed.
Thank you. Samir?
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, from a logistics perspective, I think the biggest thing that changed overnight was when the government declared a lockdown. Everything just comes to a standstill. And from a logistics perspective, the entire situation overnight changed. We had equipments or vessels across the globe standing, waiting for clearances, waiting for rules to come out. You didn't even know what was going to happen tomorrow. You had, in India, we could not move our equipment across, drivers were stranded. So it was kind of a challenge which we never ever imagined that something of this sort could happen. I mean, everyone talked about World War III, but I think this was more bigger than the World War III. Everything just came to a standstill overnight. So from that perspective, what we actually found out is try to see where the major concerns were in terms of the global perspective. If you see the global perspective, the biggest manufacturers have been China, India, and all of a sudden the cargo was stopped at these countries. So what happened to the vessels? The vessels stranded, didn't have cargo to move from the one side to the other side. Vessels were waiting, shooting up cost across because every day waiting is a cost. So that increased the cost overall. Thereafter, to add to it, we had the shortage of materials getting ready. Now materials were being produced, like India started production almost 1 month after the COVID lockdown were there, but the cargo could not move. So the cargo bunchings happened. Again, the spaces at various ports were limited. You have certain amount of movements that happen. we are dependent on containerization, which has actually grown from maybe one container in 1979, which India started, to almost 2 billion today in India. So it's been a massive production that has happened in terms of containerization. The break bulk, the heavy lifts, the cargo in those areas have reduced drastically. There are no vessels who have actually built up capacity over the last few years. So I think this is something that is now going to have a look whether the capacity for the other carriers need to increase, because containerization has been one of the biggest directions that has happened over the last 30-40 years, as against on the heavy lifts or on the break bulk, where the volumes have actually gone down. So I think this is something which is going to change, which I think people are going to look at, maybe getting into a space where we have more options on the other activities in terms of break bulk vessels and heavy lift vessels, which is one of the biggest requirements, where I think the biggest changes have happened in terms of rates. Containers have not been far behind in terms of the rate increases, but yes, it's been the break bulk and the heavy lifts which have taken the biggest jump across the center.
Yeah, and probably you missed adding one more point, that this particular period has triggered a set of M&As, and a lot of organizations have either gobbled up or amalgamated or restructured and reorganized their strategy.
I think almost all the shipping industries.
Absolutely. So we have seen
from 5 players, it's all of a sudden become 2 players. The containerization again, Maersk, CMA have been on the acquisition spree, breaking or reducing the players in the market. They themselves, rather as part of people like Maersk and CMA, have started entering into a door-to-door business, which normally was not their perspective. Their perspective was limited only to vessels carrying containers. But all of a sudden, they have also started entering this market, saying that, okay, maybe we get some more bite into the business.
So I think there is also I think, just to add, we were talking about startups and others which brought digital and other facilities. So I think it's a spate of M&As. Thank you. So we can go to the next question, which is on geopolitical H2. So this is on the geopolitical thing. Maybe the question is more focused on China, but it could be expanded. All of you have got extensive experience in dealing with multiple stakeholders in a concurrent manner in a situation that is constantly in a state of flux. At any point of time, any one of them is misbehaving, the entire link is getting affected. And on the top of it, there are geopolitical tensions which are coming with alarming frequency. So in view of this, how do you look at China? Or, I mean, I've said China, but it could be looked at a little holistically as a part of your supply chain and with implications on logistics. And Hemant, maybe you can start off on the supply chain side, and maybe Samir on logistics can quickly add. We could go a little sharp bullets on this to bring the...
See, as regards supply chain, where we have seen that because of these problems, especially the material for some of the which is not available in India, we have to import from, say, European countries or Southeast. But because of the logistic problem and these issues, as well as the commodities. So in short, when it comes to considering the China, it's at very selective places. It's not the China is the only solution. We have started looking at, not only we, the entire world, all the customers and clients and vendors have started. So the solutions or the alternatives to China. Why we have to look at only China? So there are 2-3 ways to look at it, and the people have started thinking, even the clients, new vendors, new suppliers, which were not being thought about earlier. And even to the extent which, of course, as in Make in India policy, which was anyway last 4-5 years or more than that, with the new government, new policies. So that's been further worked upon. So as to, in short, the thought process which is going on is considering this uncertainty, volatility, and to reduce the dependency on the logistics, you try to source as much as possible within the country. So you reduce the dependency on logistics, number one. Secondly, where you do not have the so-called suppliers within the country and you are forced to go outside, you look for some other which are not being approved earlier, which were not considered, try to develop them. So in short, all the efforts are going on in a direction to develop other suppliers, other technologies, accept alternate technologies within and outside India. Maybe somewhere in China, somewhere outside also. That's the whole thing. So it's been a boom for others also, what we have seen, which were not so far in the race, are being now allowed or being accepted. So that's a positive sign.
So I think you said it right. In fact, the government has already triggered off some policies which are like PLI schemes which have come up to bring in indigenization of solar. So while we were importing solar panels earlier, now we are talking of importing the components, a few components of those. And the moment you do that, the entire industry shifts from possibly a break bulk into a component level containerized stuff. So I think what you said, I think that makes sense in terms of how the movement is going. Yeah. Samir, you want to add something?
So in terms of geopolitical, or let's say China, as I said, is one of the biggest manufacturers. So it's going to have a lot of business coming out of it. But the Russia-Ukraine war created a different situation wherein, cargo, because of sanctions, you could not move cargo into Russia or back. And India, having one of the biggest trading activities with Russia, we've been able to find ways now to see how we can reach Russia. So all of a sudden, Turkey becoming a road route to go into the Black Sea and then after reach Russia has been developed again. So this is something which is creating more opportunities or more routes. How do we expand into the markets where we get into sanctions? But it's going to be open. You have a China-Taiwan war, God knows if happens or not, but if that happens, we don't know where we are going to end up with again. So it's something where the logistics are having to reposition themselves. All of a sudden, we had cargo moving from India to Russia, which have got stalled. Cargo sitting in India cannot move because the ships are not able to pick up the cargo because of the sanctions. And then you have, on the Russia side, cargo which has to come again stuck. So the shipping all of a sudden goes into an issue where they have to reallocate the vessels, certain bookings get cancelled, certain renewals have to be taking place, and you have a different perspective to look into again.
Yeah, so multimodal mechanism probably will become more emphatic as we go forward. Let's move to the next one, which is what affects all of us directly, is H3. That is, when will logistics turmoil stabilize? I think there is a huge perception in the market. It's also true that there are a lot of logistics organizations which have actually turned it into a massive opportunity. And there has been sharp words used. Many service users feel that the upcycle is more artificial than real, since balance sheet of almost all shipping companies are accumulating huge profits at the heavy cost of service users. So what's your reaction on this, Samir?
I don't see all shipping companies, but
okay.
yes, I mean the big companies have surely made sharp big profits. But yes, as we've seen, the last big cycle in the sea freight industry was in 1996-98. Since 2008, the rates have only been going down, 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 and as I said earlier, most of the ship operators were just running the vessels, trying to keep themselves alive. No one has invested into heavy lift vessels, no one has invested into break bulk cargoes. All of a sudden, you have companies merging in because they don't have the strength. They want to strengthen their position wherever they are, get the cargo. So we've seen mergers happening along with it. And people, yes, end of the day, I mean, if you see halal ho rahi hai, to why not? Let's have some more fun. But yes, it's been on the rise. There have been cases where people are making lots of money, but you also have to see that in between there was 1 year when there was nothing happening. There were no movements happening. The ships were stranded at ports. They have paid port charges. They have paid their people for sitting down. So all those things people don't end up seeing. We forget what happened 6 months down, but we see what's happening now. So yes, right now there's no doubt about it that there has been a massive increase in almost all the big shipping companies registering profits. But it's also, over the last 20 years, this has been a fundamentally different perspective, and people have taken advantage of it. So whether this cycle is going to be sustained, I don't think so. I think it's going to be another 6-8 months when we see things materializing, coming back slightly lower. I don't think it's going to see what we saw 3 years down the line, but there is going to be a perspective that things are going to reduce, things are going to more or less stabilize. Of course, if there is no further disruption that happens, but as of now, the talk is that we're looking at something stabilizing by the end of December. We were expecting somewhere in the month of May, June to stabilize, but the Russia war has again, redirected or held back, and people were seeing the profits. So I said, why
So
not?
I'm only,
Why not make hay while the sun shines?
now my only question is the audience also would like to react on this? Because this is affecting all of us. So if you have some arrows to shoot, I think this is an opportunity.
I can only take the arrows, but I don't finally shoot it anyway.
No, I have one point to say to Samiran. Of course, audience can very well speak that yes, there are challenges. We do understand, as Samiran said, that there were tough times also. But only our request as the customers on this side of the table is, there are difficulties for EPCs or end clients or customers, or for that matter, the normal citizen. Finally, the whole supply chain, the cost pressure, price pressure is going to be there down on the road to the individual retail buyer also. Our point is to the logistic industry and the LSPs like you is to still be accommodative in the sense whatever the recent prices, when the customer side is going in loss or they're really been affected, their budgets are not taking care of this. Our expectation from LSPs are to definitely absorb some part of it, in the sense whatever the fuel prices, costs which are going up, they should not jack up their rates and tariffs to such an extent that they are not affected and the whole burden is passed on to the end users. That's what is the expectation from industry, because tomorrow is going to be, we have to be here forever. So
Correct.
We need to support each other in the tough times. That's what our expectation is.
Just to add one point, in fact, as a query from the audience side, is that it's only about the cost which you talked about, but schedule adherence and other things, which is also impacting very badly the whole industry, is something which is adding to the cost. While we have paid premium to get the service, but the service is nowhere close to be premium. So that's one challenge which probably shipping industry has to realize and accept, that it is not only good to have the windfall profit, but with that comes the service as well.
Absolutely. So there are two parts of it. I'll give you two parts of it now. From our perspective, okay, as what we have done with this M&A, what we've tried to do with our partners now is we've gone to the partners with an open hand. We've told them that, okay, let's work as partners. We are going to open our system to you. We will get you directly in line with the shipping companies. You talk to them. We will remain in the picture, but you talk to them, get them the sea freight. We will take our service margin and try to see how we can help you. It's not that we can stop what is happening. We've also gone into cases like wherein normally a ship would load up to 40 tons, 50 tons, 60 tons. We started putting 90-ton transformers also onto the ship, onto a container ship, so that the cost of a break bulk vessel comes down. So these are some of the things which we have worked with our clients to see that their cost comes down, they are able to manage their cost. But it's not something we control ourselves, because it's again, end of the day, it's the cycle. The shipping cycle has to come down. The shipping people have to understand and come into a situation where they can also cut down their cost. Everyone says, yes, we are making hay, but when it was down, no one ever came back and said, okay, take up the rates 5% or 10%. You always went for L1. So now when it's not L1, why the complaint? But yes, it's the give and take. It will happen, a give and take as time goes. But another few months, I think it should.
Just
So
one question.
I think I just wanted to say that I think we are almost on that, the first line here and now. More or less we have covered up the areas from our end. Is this something that we have probably missed out, or is there something which the audience would like to come up and ask a question? As either a new one or as a supplementary or a corollary. So this is you have to keep us also into a state of flux. So you are most welcome.
I have a general question. How the government is able to support? Are they supporting enough, or there is something more expected from the government side?
From the logistics perspective, I think government has been very helpful in terms of a lot of work that they have done. we've been in talks with them. So we formed something called the Hydraulic Trailer Owners Association, where we've approached the government for making movement of cargo faster and better within the Indian land area. And over the last few years, they've come up with a lot of digitization in terms of giving us permissions online. The initial fear that, we'll break laws, we'll break rules and not follow systems, which has over a time improved from a 30-day waiting period or a 3-month waiting period before we started the MORTH system, has come down to 30 days, with now the latest coming down to 15 days. So within 15 days, we can start moving equipments across India, which was otherwise restricted. They have come up with the national highways, wherein, they've put for crossing of people across roads, there have been height restrictions that have come in. And we've approached them that if you want project cargo to move into India, especially into the hinterland, which is what the target is of the government, we require proper roads available for us. So they've been very open in terms of giving us opportunities to decide a port where they were willing to make a proper road for such kind of equipment, because the height restrictions that are coming about 5.5, 6 meters as against the jaws which are 10 meters, 11 meters, 500 tons, moving into the hinterland is a challenge. So there have been cases where we have approached them and they've been very open in giving us support in finding solutions to the problems that we have come up with. So government has been very helpful in that perspective.
I think his question was more direct to you, but then you conveniently ignored it, whether government is helping stabilize the freight cost. That was the question. But I think to that extent I can say, and I had probably a spark in the discussion, how when the steel prices were going up, the government intervened with the export duty and also for the coal export, etc. And it cooled down the prices by around 7 to 10% over a week. And that helped all manufacturers alike in a very great way. Similarly, a similar exercise when especially on the shipping side, shipper side, the Kerala Spice Manufacturing Owners Association, when they approached government, probably the freight component on which we were asking to be some sort of a control did not happen.
So two things which have happened recently, I think, or I think 15, 20 days back, government has removed the GST element, which was
on the freight.
On the freight. So that is something which they have done to release pressure. But again, let's understand the freight is not controlled within India. The freight is controlled in the international market. So I don't really think the Indian government.
That's an expectation.
But since the subject you triggered, I want to go to the question number E3, which is on the infrastructure development. So I'm jumping the gun, but I'm just taking that as a corollary so here we are saying infrastructure is the key element in the smooth operations of logistics. Though there has been a lot of rhetoric and some development, rhetoric to and development in the last few years, a lot is needed to be addressed, such as development of ports, last mile connectivity, dedicated freight corridors, etc. So I think these are some of the areas which we believe the government is talking about for sure, but I think the question is this a real bottleneck and issue in infrastructure which is impacting our operation a lot, and what are the quick wins?
So this Sagarmala is one of the things which has really pushed the East India into the picture. Otherwise, going into Bihar or going into Uttar Pradesh along the Ganga was something of a big challenge. So over the last, I think during the COVID, we've delivered equipment into Barauni, we've equipment into Sindri, we're doing into Buxar and various other equipment. So Sagarmala has, in a way, given us the additional connectivity. Containers have been moving into Allahabad from via the Gangas, which was never done. So those are some of the projects which have actually picked up, and it's all, I think, the government. It's not that something which the private sector has done. It's been supported by the government in getting the things across.
I think the government also, if I can add something, government also had been intervening in controlling the international logistics or the detention demurrage cost, because when during COVID the entire country was under lockdown and shipping lines were charging huge detention demurrage for their containers which were stuck at ports in India. The ministry intervened and they helped the industries in getting the detention and demurrage not to be borne by them. So government did intervene at times, but there are many things, as you rightly said, are beyond government's control as well.
Yeah, what our experience and as the question says that yes, there are, as Samir said and Mahesh also said, that there are government interventions and they have been supportive, but still I feel there's a lot to be done. There's a lot to be done when as regards actual movements on the roads are concerned. Say, when it comes to the normal movements, general cargoes, as regards shipping is concerned, it doesn't really stop anywhere. It just keeps moving on. When it comes to ODCs, over-dimensional cargoes, special cargoes, heavy weights, we still have a lot of problems we must accept. It's not that, it's not going to be a cakewalk, certainly, but the problems we face today are multifold. We speak about it, there can be, like, to move a cargo from one place to other within the country, say from port to, somewhere in the hinterland, we have so many rivers, bridges, canals. It's tough challenge. Getting a permission is a problem. Having the bypasses, we need to a lot of bypasses. Samir knows, they are living it day in, day out. There are a lot of bypasses will have to be built. And it's not easy. So if we really talk about the government, what we expect is government has to understand the problems absolutely on the road. The problems which LSPs are, logistics transporters are facing, the customers are facing, the drivers are facing, absolutely problem. We have so many overbridges. As he said, that there are, say, NHAI, National Highway Authority of India, which is the need of the hour. So many highways are coming. But when it comes to the pedestrian crossovers, I'm just giving one or two examples. Building a pedestrian crossover, they have to think that this highway is going to connect from somewhere to somewhere, and then you need to maintain some height. If it's not 6 or 7 meters is good enough now. The projects which used to come maybe 15 years back, 20 years back, 25 years back, the volume capacities of those projects, so as the equipment sizes needed 25 years back and the sizes of those equipment needed now which need to be transported, you need to build the infrastructure, not only the road. You are creating the road, the toll gates, the ODCs don't pass through. They don't pass underneath the bridges. Then, they don't go over the ROBs, rail over bridges or the river bridges. So that is where the long-term thinking and planning has to be done, number one. Secondly, various permissions. As we were discussing today morning, various places. If the cargoes are passing, you need various permissions for toll gates, electricity shutdowns, railway crossovers. You spend, suppose the total transportation time is say 2 months. Out of 2 months, actual movement on the road is not more than a month. You can ask him. 1 month goes, even today it's going just on waiting on the road. That is where the government has to do a harmonized thinking, synchronized planning. Like today we see, the BMC, MCGM comes, digs the road. Tomorrow somebody will come, dig the road for electricity. Somebody will come, dig the road for fiber optic cable. This is precisely, even though it is reduced, but it is still long way to go. So if government has to, they have to really understand all the agencies among the government of various state and central, they have to work in a very synchronized or harmonized manner with a long-term planning. Then only this can happen. Otherwise the problems which we are facing, the logistic problem, the delays, as Dharmendra rightly said, we are talking about cost and this problem. The delay it is causing itself is a cost, itself is a loss, which nobody is realizing, sorry to say. This is where we have to approach, we have to collectively approach the government and we have to awaken them. That's what I feel.
We have also faced some challenges. Samir was mentioning about Buxar site, that's my project, in which the cargo moved from our manufacturing setup at Hazira, Surat. It went all over Sri Lanka, then it entered into the Ganges and moved in and then ended up there. But there was another problem which I could very clearly say, taking this opportunity, that what we saved in putting multiple consignments of multiple organizations on the same vessel and got the logistics cost down, which was very important because it came somewhere within the budget, but the transfer time that happened at multiple ports to unload the consignments of the other organizations itself was almost more than 3 weeks or 3 to 4 weeks. Now that was massively affecting the overall project integration and the schedule, pushing us into, even today I'm grappling with it. I'll fly down to Buxar maybe sometime end of the month, because now we have to pull the project back for whatever delays have occurred. So I think there is a lot more which has to be done, and I agree to the point where it says about a holistic view or a very integrated view rather than a piecemeal view is what probably needs to be taken. So point well emphasized.
Just 15 seconds, like the same NW1, National Waterways, so-called it is given, one stage we were moving the cargo, and it's been given, I think, maintenance is given on lease to some company, a particular. However, unfortunately, they do not have the dredger. They did not have even the dredger to maintain that. And our cargoes and multiple cargoes behind just got stuck because there was no water. Okay, it was in the month of maybe December, January, or when there's less water. But then you need to do the dredging. The party who's given on lease has to do the dredging, but they do not have the dredger. So these problems, if we still face, we're going to have tough time.
Okay, so I think we spoke about the infrastructure aspect of it and probably shortages, maybe integrated setup. So I think there will have to be some organization which has to continue to interact with the government. It's not easy, but I think that's something which has to happen. Fortunately, the Niti Aayog, who has got a role to play in this, is a little more open. So I think we'll have to use all the mechanisms to do it. If we come now to the S1, where we talk of logistic challenges in manufacturing, and then we'll move over to the more the futuristic aspects. But we have Mr. Mahesh Ketan here, so the question out to him is, manufacturing sector is besieged with huge disruption on the supply side, variations in commodity prices and mounting debts for SME setups, which are so critical for the industry. How are the delivery commitments, which is what was said earlier, was missing, honored in your organization with such unpredictable and skewed scenarios since last 18 months? And Hemant mentioned some time back that there is a reallocation of the schedule, and then you do some rejigging of the stuff, but ultimately somebody may say you create more critical paths than what you had, although that's not the right terminology, but more critical paths than what you are supposed to be having, and it puts the pressure on the project to get it done at the last minute. And particularly with the commodity pricing going up, many of the contracts which are on fixed costing basis, the supplier simply throws up his hands and says he can't do it. So I think given that scenario, which is continuously going on for the 18 months, would you like to say how is it that you are supporting the end customer in meeting augmenting?
Mr. Palekar, thank you for that challenging question. But first thing is, I don't agree that it is only for 18 months. I mean, you did mention since 2019. Let me add 2018 to that. Disruption, where major disruptions had been happening globally. 2018, China imposed environmental restrictions in their country, shutting down hundreds of factories. No raw material from China, many factories in India shut down. So that was also a major disruption. 2023, we are all estimating what will happen, whether Taiwan-China war or what all will happen 2023. 2024, there is again a major disruption globally on the books, which is already planned. 2 elections in a year in 2024. 1 election in India, 1 election in USA in the same year. And these are the known disruptions. In addition to that, there will be something unknown, unpredictable. So what I'm trying to say is there had been no year for supply chain, and particularly for supply chain and maybe for logistics too. As he's saying, for 20 years, logistics industry had been bleeding. So there had been no year where there had not been any major disruption. Pandemic, of course, it has kind of divulged or exposed the defenselessness in the supply chain or in the logistics. And it has, given a food for thought to many industries that we have to really relook at our processes. Processes like network modeling. So how the delivery commitments can be honored if some disruption happens in 2023 and 2024, we know something is going to happen. We have seen US-China trade war in 2019. It may happen again in 2024 after the US elections. Then what do we do? We have seen raw material, not coming from China because of the dual control policy in China in 2021. So, some of us, we moved to Europe to procure our raw material. And then Europe, the energy crisis happened in the same year. The energy cost in Europe became 10 times what it was. And this started happening even before the Russia-Ukraine war. Russia-Ukraine war further intensified that. So no raw material from China, no raw material from Europe in 2021 and in 2022. So to what extent can you mitigate the geographical risk? How many countries will develop the sources of procurement? So see, so the entire process, some basic processes in the organizations, say for example, the network modeling. Traditionally, network modeling is defining how many storage locations you should have, where should you have the warehouses, what should be your ports, optimization, where should you have manufacturing locations, from where would you buy, from where would you sell, and all that. So the entire network optimization in traditional scenario, it used to happen once in a lifetime of an organization. Or say very rarely, maybe once in 5 years, once in 3 years, kind of thing. Now what this pandemic has, the kind of shocks it has given, first the demand shock, then the supply shock. When the pandemic started, there was no demand. Whole world was under lockdown. So demand shock. Then just 6-8 months after that, suddenly, the demand started going up to the roof. No supplies, so supply shock. Within a span of 1 year, demand shock plus supply shock. So it has shaken up completely the thought process in an organization that whether this network modeling itself, the frequency of doing network modeling in the organization has to change. Now it cannot be once in 3 years, once in 5 years, or once in a lifetime kind of an exercise. It has to be done every year or maybe every quarter with the kind of frequency at which the disruptions are happening. So now, if we are changing the sources of our raw material procurement, that changes the logistics. Can we do the route optimization more frequently? So the Russia-Ukraine war has happened, Suez Canal blockage has happened. So that has forced us to think, are we using the right ports? Can we do the port optimization? Once we have done it, can we review that in our monthly or quarterly review meetings and see whether we are using the right port? Sometimes our customer is located in Europe, near Venice, in Italy, and we are delivering our goods to Genoa, which is little farther from Venice, and then we do road transportation. We bear a huge cost, and then Genoa port gets into congestion. But we are not using Venice because the frequency of the vessels is less at Venice. So can we look at structurally developing a port like Venice, which is a small port, or say just compare Hazira versus Nhava Sheva JNPT in India. People prefer to use Nhava Sheva or JNPT. Hazira is not preferred because of the less frequency of the vessels, or less vessels calling that port. So can we structurally or strategically develop these kind of ports and do a route optimization, port optimization more frequently and bring it a kind of an exercise, a part of our network modeling exercise? That is one. Now when disruptions are happening so frequently, definitely identifying the lead indicators, which basically gives us signals that something is going wrong, something is going to happen. That requires a lot of data analytics and study of lots of indicators. Now there are so many indices which are published. There's a Shanghai Container Freight Index which tells us that how is the ocean freight moving. It at least gives us a trend whether it's going up or going down. So from logistics point of view, if we are tracking only that index, that may not be enough. We may have to track the indices which impact the Shanghai Container Freight Index, or say the ocean freight. So for example, we track commodity index, we track oil indices, we track our raw material indices. We may have to track the indices which are related or not directly related to our industry. For example, the steel index. How the steel index, if it is going up or going down, how does it impact? Now that comes to digitization and data analytics, because when you are tracking so many indices, interrelating them and bringing some conclusion out of that, humanly it may not be possible. But first thing is you have to start studying all the indices which gives you some early indicators or lead indicators that some disruption is going to happen. The import-export data, for example. Now many of us whose manufacturing setup is based in India, we study import-export data of India to find out that what our competitors are importing, at what price they are importing, from which vendor, which country they are importing. But that may not be enough. We may have to now start tracking import-export data of many other countries, of the countries where our key vendors are located, of the countries where our global competitors are located, of the countries where that product is, say, sold or traded in a very big volume other than India. That will tell us that something is going wrong. At least we will get to know maybe 3 months, 6 months before our competitors that something is going wrong, and we can start taking actions. Europe, the energy prices started going up, but I don't know how many took the cue and started mitigating that risk by moving the procurement or the storage locations or the ports out of Europe. Now we are talking about China as a alternate to China. That may not be enough, leave alone China. Asia itself can become a risk, like entire Europe has become a risk today. Those who are dependent on either procuring their raw material from Europe or selling their finished goods in Europe are in a turmoil. They cannot do both. So Asia itself can become a risk at some point of time. So one thing is you cannot be, creating sources and storage locations across the world. That is not feasible. I mean, how much can you estimate and how much can you create? But if you can identify the lead indicators, work around that, and take some proactive steps, plus having flexibility in terms of reacting very fast to any kind of disruption in the supply chain or in the logistics, that would help. So the delivery commitments for us, I mean, I am from the specialty chemicals industry, and the entire industry did historical best profit in the pandemic year. I mean, in the corona year, which is India's financial year 2020-2021, we did our historical best profit. And we thought that that's it. We have done a very good profit once in a lifetime. And in the next financial year, which was 21-22, we did double than that. So double our historical best profit. So I mean, we did honor our commitment, of course, not fully, but the customers also, neither we had any choice, neither our customers nor our customers had any choice. So whatever logistics cost was there, we could pass on to our customers. Customers had to absorb it. I mean, today look at the situation in USA. No one can deliver anything to USA today. All the ports in USA are congested. We are talking about Shanghai port being congested or shut. What is happening in USA for last 6-8 months? All the ports are congested. Door delivery in USA is impossible. You can deliver the container till any port in USA, Houston or anywhere. You cannot take that container out of that port and do a road transportation and deliver it to the factory. Almost impossible. Our containers are lying at ports in USA for last 3 to 6 months. CIF, our customers are not being able to clear the containers, and they need the material so badly, and the situation still prevails. And the situation is going to stay there for last 6 months, as I said. So today, customers in USA are ready to pay any price for the raw material because the factories are shut. Many big organizations, very large organizations in USA, the factories are shut. They're not getting raw material from Asia, entire Asia, not just China. Correct. They are ready to pay any price. Yeah. So logistics cost, 20-foot container cost $20,000 today from India to USA.
So I think, I think that's happening. Maybe the EPC industry also is looking at some early sourcing or beating the cycle and stuff like that. And apart from that, I think also the alternative modes have become useful. Like people know that you need to pay the freight, air freight. Yep. You will at least get it going and keep the stuff running. So I think a lot of other strategies are coming up in terms of how to ensure the deliveries into the stuff. Any of the audience members have suffered any pain points or have any experience which could be shared, either contrarian or an endorsement? Any questions or any points from the audience? I think a lot of us would have suffered, or a lot of us could have found some innovative answers.
Spellbound, actually.
So fair enough. So maybe then we'll move on to the next one. which is, I think steel is also going in the same particular route where a lot of issues are there. Let's go to the point S3, which is related to the green implications. I think this is loud and clear. We know that green is a mantra word. It's like an open sesame. It opens up lots of stuff. So it serves organizations to attach the term green into their branding or into the stuff. That's one part of the game. The second part of the game is that honestly, with the global warming yesterday in the inaugural session, this was being reiterated very strongly by Mr. B. Narayan and all the other senior leadership, that this is a real problem which is there and it has to be licked. So you can only delay it for some time, but you can't, otherwise it's going to completely upset the whole stuff. So green as an approach to any organization is a mandatory stuff. And in fact, a lot of the external directors and the funds providers are imposing the green constraints onto the organizations. And obviously logistic industry cannot be set aside from that. So the question basically is, while the world is increasingly going green, it's a question of time before it becomes a norm or mandatory. And there is a clear growing clamor for green logistics and compliance to ESG norms. So Samir, to start off with you, how is the logistics industry working towards this transition? And more specifically, what is your organization doing to drive this? So one is a generic and the other one is more from your organization perspective. Do you have anything to add? And then maybe Hemant, you can also add a few points on this question.
So on the shipping front, so there is already trial runs being done of battery operated or solar operated ships. I think two trial runs have happened. So on the shipping front, there is already a movement that's taking place. From the Indian industry perspective, we've not yet really seen any major change, but Tata is already talking of producing on the lower version the LCVs and the others into battery operated, and once I think more charging points do come up with longer runs, because if you have to run 200 kilometers or 300 kilometers and then charge for 8 hours, it's not going to work out, because then your cycle of transport is going to increase. So at least for the last mile, that process is in place already. A lot of places people are going into the battery operator, like when the gas came, we had our local equipments were working on LNGs or CNGs. So we went into those kind of changes almost about 7-8 years back, when our equipments working within the city of Bombay were transferred into a CNG element. So that is something as lift and shift we had done. As JM Bakshi, we have a lot of ports that are there. So all the ports are already being operated or being moved into the battery operated or self-produced power, so that they can cut down on the diesel power and the other consumption. So green is something which we have been working very deeply into the JM Bakshi port area. On the heavy lift side, recently Mammoth has just done a trial run of their self-propelled trailers, wherein they have moved into the battery operated. They've done about two jobs of testing. I think once they are ready with it, I think either Shoilers or Kamags are going to go into the production for battery operated equipments. And Germany has put a deadline that by 2030 they are going to be purely operating only on battery operated or on green power.
Just a small interruption. I think from what is the current data, the battery operated ones are primarily going to be utilized for the LCVs. And yes, the HCVs that we are talking about, which are for longer haul, we are talking about alternative fuels like hydrogen or even ammonia coming into the picture, but primarily hydrogen. So I think I'm not sure in what level of
the LCVs
workout
have
is
started.
happening.
The LCVs have started, but nothing on the
HCV is
sides.
probably a little
it's far off. I think
it's a little distance away.
5-7 years before we
Yeah.
really see that change happening.
Okay, Hemant, you are.
Yeah, certainly. So green is the, what we can say, go green is the need of the hour for the generations to come. Because maybe if you think about today, as we all understand, we are talking about all growth, but it should be a sustainable growth. And to have the growth is important, at the same time sustainability is equally important, and that's where we need to be. And there, of course, as an EPC, as project integrator, project developers, we are also bound by various norms. There are various certifications we talk about, like ISOs, we have OSAs, occupational health, safety, environment. So there are various kind of parameters which we need to meet, carbon emissions, gas emissions. So when all the, in our projects, when the transportations are being done of so many volumes and containers, and then at the end of the day there's a process, there's a well set process that so many trailers are moving, so many axles are moving, this much is the distance, what is the tonnage, and there are calculations just to calculate the emissions. So all those norms will have to be made. My point is to really have the green implications and really to go ahead with this. We all need to have that committed approach, because what I believe is going green will not be so easy as regards the cost is concerned. We have to be committed. When it talks about the EVs, it will have a cost. If we talk about ammonia, if we talk about hydrogen, it will have a cost. So the end users, which is the client, and finally from the LSPs, the fuels to LSPs, to the EPCs and to the end client, it's a cost chain which will get transferred. So the commitment has to be there from everywhere, and that is where when we talk about the government support or policies, like when it was a solar, there are various kind of benefits are given. If you use solar to that extent, you know, you are being given concession. Similarly, in the logistics industries, government must come up big way with a policy, a defined policy and benefits, tangible benefits, to push logistic industry to go green. Just speaking on the paper and having a wish will not help, unless there are tangible efforts and, you know, some parameters to make it happen. Because it's very much related with the cost, which we all have to, the whole supply chain will have to bear, and we have to go with that commitment. Then only maybe another 20 years down the line, we will be able to make it happen.
Yeah, just a couple of points on that. I think to shake the little goalpost, there are two parts to the transition which you're talking. One is the actual logistics transition happening, and separately within the organization to ensure that the organization does not emit or there is a net zero. So I think one is a more generic, that every organization is talking of a net zero within itself, and second is on the logistics. So I think that both of them are important in my mind. But since you mentioned about the government support, I think the government is moving, although it needs to be, it goes in graded steps. But I think the power reservoir concept, that you use store it or use coal at a point of time, and then you drop down the capacity of the power plants during the daytime when solar is pumping into it, and then you can draw that money against trade it off against the coal powered power. So I think many of these transitions are happening, and hopefully it should push down the cost of hydrogen from what is $5 and $6 a kilo to probably $2 a kilo. Money says it will $1 a kilo, but if it even comes to $2, I think the entire logistics will move in. And from my organization perspective, just to add on to this, that we have a collaboration with a company called Mitsubishi, and that's one of our JVs, which I am myself heading that. A very powerful experiment to turn the coal-fired turbines, which is generating power, to move into ammonia or partial 30%, 25% of hydrogen pumped into it. So these are the experiments which are happening, and these are probably targeted for the next 2 years to be completed. And if that happens, then in the next 2 to 3 years, a prototype comes out. It will start replacing in a massive manner the way the power is generated in the vessels or inside the ships or stuff like that. And that should completely revolutionize the way the entire logistics industries will move. But it's maybe 2 to 3 years down the line, and we are pursuing that. So I think this is something very relevant, and I think in the next 2 to 3 years we need to find our answers going on that.
Mr. Palegar, I have a slightly different perspective on this. I mean, see, whenever it comes to green, we all talk about innovative ideas, innovations, and then, you know, we think that it's going to take time because all this is under innovation or under commercialization. It may take 3 to 5 to 7 years and all that. I have a slightly different perspective, that can we do something structurally, with minimal efforts in our existing setup. I mean, I don't know how many organizations measure their carbon footprint of their logistics, and whether it is a part of their monthly or quarterly reviews. And if it is a part of the review, are there any actions planned to improve the carbon footprint? I mean, by carbon footprint, I mean, just for an example, last year one company, one paper industry in India, they imported their cargo from Finland, and it traveled by train from Finland to India. So how did it travel by train was, I mean, it used to come all the way circling around entire Europe and Middle East, and then by ocean it used to come to India. That was the earlier route. They discovered a route that there is a train route exists between Finland to Iran. So it traveled till Iran, till a port in Iran by train, and the ocean distance was only Iran to India. So the lead time was, I mean, one is the distance itself was reduced by 1/3. The ocean nautical miles versus the kilometers plus nautical miles which was traveled, it is a straight line. Finland to India is a straight line, and they travel through the straight line, which used to be circling half of the world earlier. So that itself reduced the carbon footprint, because instead of traveling for 40 days, you are traveling for only 15, 16 days. So that does not add any cost. So I really don't agree that by going green, you have to compulsorily add cost, and organizations need to budget for that. It actually made their cost 1/3.
So it's basically on the efficiency, finding the alternative routes, and then also where the larger fuel cost replacement. So I think it's a combination of all which has to be seen for a larger benefit. Fine. So I think that's on the green. Now I'll have a last question before we throw it open to the audience, which is related more on the digital framework, which is an oft and what you call a beaten track, which is S4, and then I think we'll throw it open to the audience for an open session. Can you go to S4, please? This all is about, I think there were some sessions on digital and IoT earlier. I think the question here is sharply restricted to what is it in the logistics industry? And are there any 3-4 bullets that the team would like to present? These are the 4 or 5 areas in which efforts are going on, and I think we present that and then throw it open to the audience. Go ahead.
Okay. In terms of this, as I mentioned, we've now started creating our own database in terms of the routes that we are following, what are the problems that were there. So initially, I think in the 90s, 2000, when we were doing a lot of road transport, we had a lot of surveys in place. We now, trying to get the update and then trying to digitize and see if we can collect all this data and then use it in a way that we can, without really going back onto the road, trying and get the data out from our old data that is already in. So that is something which we have been trying to create. We've not yet succeeded, but that is one direction we are going in. Tracking of our vehicles, keeping a constant touch as to how much distance they are doing, where they are reaching, any problems that we have on the route, trying to capture those concerns, keeping a track of the averages. So all this is something which we have now created, and we are developing it further on that side. I don't think anything else really we've done in terms of digitization, but in terms of shipping, tracking of containers have been there. You've got the smart cards that are being attached to containers, which is giving you a location on the vessel as they move. Similarly, in some of the countries, they have developed tagging so that you can keep a road on where the trailer is moving and how fast, to avoid pilferages, like especially in Africa and all. You have locations where you can't even move. So that is where, again, digitization is going to help. People are working on solutions, so maybe something of that sort will happen also in the digitization for the containerization. So it's a work in progress. I really don't have a lot of inputs onto it because we've not really moved in that direction fully. We've just done a selective digitization in terms of developing our in-house infra to take care of the requirements.
Great.
Yeah, what is...
Mic, please.
Yeah.
Can we have Google to request to have a map of the ODC movement in the India? That like you have the shortest route, you put your destination and put here for the four-wheeler or the inspection vehicle. It's a very wild, maybe very ridiculous idea, but can we have for ODC such type of system?
Sir, if we are able to collect all the data that we have, I think all of us transporters have massive data available with us over the last 25, 30 years. But no one has really captured it, and things have changed. Earlier, Bombay was the exit port for almost all cargo. Today, Bombay is not the exit port for any cargo. It is restricted to 150, 170 tons, and that's it. Kandla has become the main port for the west coast of India, going into maybe as far as Bathinda or as far as Panipat. Kandla is now the port, or Mundra is the port. But there is no real route because each route has its own limitations and restrictions. Like for a 300 ton, I can go on an X route from for a barmaid job, but the same route I need to make a bypass for a 500 ton piece.
That's what I'm saying, that if this technology which is existing, because when you will have individually the logistics company, then the property rights on the data will become very important to remain competitive in the business.
Yes, that is going to be a challenge.
That's what they don't
no
want
one
to.
is want to share it.
Right.
No, I have a comment to make, a real life experience which we are facing right now. Actually, Samir, you are aware probably through the HTOA. See, just to probably supplement your question, yes, it is a big problem. The moment within the JNK, I mean, when you see the Google map, you can plot all your routes minus the JNK actually for the transportation. So North, which gives the permission for the all ODC cargo, does not have a mapped route from Jammu onwards towards Srinagar and all other, and most of the hydel projects are located there. So how do you transport? So the problem is online permission from the North, which is a highly digitalized one, comes in 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, 7, 10 days for the portion up to Jammu. But beyond that is a manual process, and that manual process takes another 30 days to get through. So we, through the HTOA and L&T, we made a presentation to NHAI saying that, okay, we can probably from the association pay for the Google's spatial services to be mapped, but you'll be surprised, the problem came in. It became a more of a sovereign issue actually, because Google says we don't recognize the JNK, the upper territory, POK and IOK, etc., etc. So they will not map it further. So we got involved in Maps of India. We all must be aware, which is an Indian company, but their APIs with the government's system, NCI's system, which is there, are not matching at all. So we are in a very bad situation right now when it comes to the up North Hill, Northern Territories, ODC route maps and permissions, etc. Cargoes are held up at the Udhampur and Jammu and all for months together, not days.
I appreciate what you're saying. I'm trying to take it to a level higher than individual logistics company or client or the project base. For the country, if we have to go to the 5 trillion levels, then somebody has to rise above that and provide a national maps for the ODCs for 200 ton, 300 ton, 500 ton. Then it is not a proprietary of anybody.
It's a very valid point because it will need a very different kind of a data capture. For example, there will be some size restriction, maybe not the weight restriction. Somewhere there's a height restriction, but not the weight restriction. Somewhere there's a weight restriction and not a size. So I think the kind of attributes which has to go into the mapping will have to be of a different nature, and you are perfectly correct. It cannot be restricted as an IP of an individual logistics company. It has to be taken at a different level. In fact, these points could really be jotted and taken into the way I look at it, going into the Niti Aayog and then moving into the respective areas. So it's a point well taken, sir.
Thank you. That's what we are doing with North also, wherein we have
But like what he said, that may be a 10% of the nation's part, which is a very isolated, located issue. But there is something which is for the remaining 90%, which is anyway within our as a nation to plot it out. So the point is very well taken. Yes, next question, please.
I just have a point for Samir. As he said on the digitization, as sir rightly asked, the kind of route surveys and that is where the transporters, logistics companies also, they have to come out of their own mindset. Everyone, as you rightly asked, will have their own and they will not share. Suppose you float an inquiry from movement of cargo from X to Y location. Somebody X will, A will follow a route, B will follow a different route. It's like their IP kind of. So that is where they have to kind of come out. It's a change in mindset we all should have. Second is the availability also has to be. And when you said the digitization and even actual movement, which digitization or the tracking mechanisms which logistics companies are kind of maintaining, but that still needs to be widened. And my point is, it needs to be shared with the customer. Currently what's been happening, that digitization, if at all, is to major extent getting limited to the LSP, logistics service provider level. My point is we should have, in a very simple way, a Swiggy and Zomato model. If I order something, say a burger or whatever, I know where that guy is. I'm sitting here, I know where that guy is. That's the Swiggy and Zomato model for logistics. If we are able to apply to this, I think we will have much better comfort and tracking mechanism, and will be able to, as a customer, client, user,
Correct.
I will be able to know when my what consignment is being reached, and I'll be able to plan it. So we must adopt that model, which is quite easy as of now. That's our request to the
No, in fact,
unfortunately, sir, everyone wants the survey to come free, so no one wants
Why not? I was about to say so.
Paying for it. Why would I share my data to you if you're not giving me a contract? That's where the problem starts. We have been
I
proposing.
think, gentlemen, your point is very valid. It will have to be a national level.
Correct.
It can be.
The government can charge the LSPs also for the work that they have done. So maybe it has to be a quid pro. Then only I think the opening up comes.
No, but again,
it's
sir,
fine.
most of the data is always shared with the client. It's just that
it is not
it
in the
doesn't
public
go
domain.
further.
It's
No,
not
in
in the
fact, it
public
doesn't go
domain.
further. It's not
Okay.
that the data is not
There's
available
another-
with anyone.
Yeah, but I
It's-
think we need
the
to ask the
data is
questions.
available. It's
Some
just
more
that it
questions.
doesn't go to the next stage.
Any more questions, please? Yes, please.
My name is Parab. I am from BSF. Just want to understand what is your experience with modularization? How could we are placed, especially on the road route?
So modelization, you are talking of
Entire assembly, so of the structure along with equipment, piping.
well, we've been doing it from within India. It's been restricted, of course, to dimensional because the dimensions play a big role. So it depends on what kind of dimensions you want to transport. But from the constraint of within India, like for HPCL Vizag, we have moved a 2,300 ton single equipment ready from Hajira across India into Vizag, rolled it off and transported it to Vizag in a single piece. So right now, almost about 150 odd modules manufactured by L&T in Hajira, Vizag, Hajira, Kattapulli are being transported to Vizag as single units also.
He is now revealing my IP. Because that's my art.
Modularization.
On a lighter mode.
So it is there in India. It needs to be, again, as I said, planned in advance because you can't go anywhere and everywhere. It has to be close by so that you can plan it out and it's deliverable. And I mean, we've been doing it for various clients in the Middle East. We've been doing it for clients in Singapore and into Thailand. We've been delivering equipments across.
I think just to augment the point that you said, it's a strategy which has to be adopted at your end along with the LSPs to decide what is the optimum cost and time. You can break the modules, your site work goes up, your bigger module, your logistics cost and the type of thing works up. So that's an elaborate exercise you have to do. And second one is that whether you will use a sea for part rather than the road and therefore eliminate the railway crossings and the road strength, ability to bear the weight. All that is a larger study which has to be conducted along with the LSPs and my good friend Ashwini who is sitting here, who is probably conducting the next session would know what I'm saying. We have done a lot of such overall optimizations as a part of our business and it's a science and an art. some of the components you might do at faraway locations which are more complex, which are more precision, may be done in workshops which have the ability, and some of the ones which are not may be done closer to the site of use, and therefore your logistics risk comes down. So I think it's a larger strategy at play, which is not only logistics, it is how you actually modularize and do it.
It's a complete package.
It's a total end-to-end kind of a workout which has to be
and it starts once you actually pre-plan and not,
it's
you
a
know,
concept
once
stage
you move in.
decision that you take, which is the most time and the cost optimum decision on modularization that you take. And then you are wedded to it. Next question, please. Yeah? I think we have covered everything, or there is something? There's nothing. Yes, ma'am? I think maybe you can ask the last, and otherwise we can close the session. I think we have about 5 minutes maximum.
Yeah, I think they all want to have a coffee break. That's the reason they are not asking any more questions.
Or coffee.
Or you all have explained everything so well that there are no further questions. Okay. Thank you so much, Satish sir, for being such a wonderful moderator for this session. I have one more request to make. Please offer the mementos to the panelists as a token of our appreciation.
If I have to go by, just to buy a Supe, then someone else has to do it?
For you, yeah.
Okay.
For that, I have been asking Mr. Garg to do it.
Sorry. Please come.
Mr. Garg, may I request you one more time, please, to offer the memento to Mr. Satish Palekar. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We will have a quick coffee break for 15 minutes and we meet again at 4:30 for our last session for the day 2, where we discuss improving operational efficiency and productivity. We have Mr. Ashwini Kumar, Director, Afcons Infrastructure Limited, as our moderator for the next session. Good evening and welcome back to EPC Conference 2022. We now begin with our last session for this evening, improving operational efficiency and productivity in engineering and construction. We have Mr. Ashwini Kumar, Director, Afcons Infrastructure Limited, as our moderator. Ashwini Kumar obtained his BTech Honours degree in Naval Architecture in 1981 from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. He subsequently obtained a master's degree in Financial Management from Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies, Mumbai University, in 1989. He has also attended the 3-tier Management Development Program at IIM Ahmedabad in 1997 and the Advanced Management Program at INSEAD, France in 2011. Mr. Ashwini Kumar, please join us. As our anchor presenter today, we have Mr. Vinayak Pai, MD Tata Projects. Mr. Pai, he joined as MD at Tata Projects from February 2022. Prior to that, he was working with Worley as the Group President for EMEA and Asia Pacific. And he was also the President, Energy, Chemicals and Resources at Jacobs. And as India Head and Director Operations Technology at Arcus Solutions from 1987 to July 2012. Mr. Vinayak Pai, please join us. And as our panelist, we have Mr. Ramanya Kumar, VP Operations, India and Asia Pacific, Technip Energies. He brings with him more than 25 years of experience in oil and gas, petrochemical industry. Presently the Director of Technip Energies Chennai office, as well as the VP Operations for Asia Pacific of Technip. Mr. Ramanya Kumar, please join us. Next we have Mr. P.G. Vare, CEO and ED, Project Execution at Thyssen Group Industrial Solutions. He is a graduate in Mechanical Engineering and a postgraduate in Production, Industrial Engineering from a reputed institute like VJTI. Mr. Vare is having a rich experience of 38 years in the industry in the field of project planning, scheduling, project management, construction management, and project execution. He has served various organizations such as Bharat Bijli Limited and Rashtriya Chemicals and Fertilizers. Subsequently, he was associated in companies like Saudi Designers and Engineers Consultants, an engineering consultant at United Gulf Steel Mill Company Limited for 5 years in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Mr. Vare, please join us. And last but not the least, Mr. Anil Kumar Garg, Senior VP Reliance Industries. He brings with him more than 4 decades of experience in project execution with more than 25 years at Reliance, starting from the refinery. Prior to that, he was with NTPC for 15 years. In fact, he was the one who negotiated the contract for GeoWorld. But presently, he is associated with the new energy project and next cycle of petrochemicals at Reliance. Mr. Garg, please join us. I now hand over the session to Mr. Ashwini Kumar and Mr. Vinayak Pai.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the concluding session of this afternoon's program. I'm very happy to be part of this panel today, talking about operational efficiencies in the EPC sector. The format of the session in the afternoon is going to be slightly different from what you saw earlier. Let me introduce the topic a little bit before I hand over to Vinayak, who is the key presenter for today, and then he will set the stage for the rest of the discussions. So I think it's going to be more based on individual company experiences and presentations, and before we kind of throw the session open to questions from the audience. That's how it's going to be. So talking about operational excellence and operational efficiencies in EPC sector, I would, in a way, look at it in three different, let's say, buckets, if one were to put it in that format. One is related to infrastructure and how it affects operational efficiencies. And we saw quite a bit of discussion on that in the earlier session in logistics. We are talking about customs, we are talking about roads, we are talking about railways, many, many things which impact operational efficiencies. Just as a point in contrast, some years ago when we were doing projects simultaneously in UAE and in India, the average time to move a consignment from the port of Mumbai to our construction project site was 45 days in India. Average. It was varying from 30 to actually more than 75, 80 days. Simultaneously, we were running a site in UAE where the average time was 3 days. So that was different from that point of view. But that is a different subject, and that has been handled quite well in the previous section. The other two buckets go like this. One, I think, is lies in the project developer, or let us say the customer's area, where the contractual terms and conditions, how well the feed has been done, how the EPC contractor's scope of work has been defined, what are the battery limits between two packages or his existing plant and the new one he is adding. Indeed, how the entire scheme of things has been worked out in a well-defined and well-prepared feed. That's the key to operational efficiency, so that you don't get tripped in the middle of your execution plan by things which you had not budgeted or catered for in your schedule. The next part, of course, in the same bucket is to do with terms and conditions and how the payment stream is. Very often, an EPC contractor is unable to judge exactly what kind of financial commitments he needs to make and what kind of cash flows he needs to commit to the project until he gets really into the game. And if the terms and conditions of the contract are not flexible enough to allow him near neutral cash flows or handleable cash flows, the project is going to get into trouble. And also the ability to handle changes which are inevitable in our life and in our way of work as EPC contractors. Flexibility in approach, how to handle the unforeseeable, is a very key area which from one point of view lies in the customers or project developers bucket. The third one is, of course, the EPC contractor, and we have a panel of experts in that area who have done many, many years of work in projects all over the world. And what does it take for an EPC contractor to ensure operational efficiencies, particularly in an area, unfortunately, in our world, anything which can possibly goes wrong does. And at the most opportune time, it does go wrong. So what is the kind of flexibility we build into our systems and ways of work in order to arrive at a high level of operational efficiencies? From our own perspective, dealing with, from AFCON's point of view, when we are doing very complex jobs, of course construction specific, construction centric. Most of the work we do is construction centric, with good amount of single discipline engineering and structural engineering and foundation engineering thrown in, by and large. But yet what we find is a very intensive workshop for a few days before you embark upon your project. If you follow certain processes like that, by which collectively you analyze and see what is the best way to approach the problem and identify key result areas and handle that in a collective manner and thought-out processes, that will give you a good amount of value engineering and a good amount of, let's say, reliability in the processes which you finally start off to execute. Because once you go down a particular path, very often, it's a one-way street. You cannot retract your steps. You have to go down that way. So the choice of what is the manner in which you're going to execute the job right in the beginning has a serious impact on your operational efficiency some years down the road. So with these remarks, I would like to hand over to Vinayak Pai, who is the key presenter for this session, and he will take you through the rest. And in the event, as we go down, if fist fights break out, I will kind of step in and try to moderate. Yeah. Thank you. Vinayak, please come. Thank you.
Good afternoon. You know, it's very difficult to keep the energy levels up at this time of the conference. So one promise we'll make is we won't take 1.5 hours. We will make it quicker. So the attention span which is required from you is shorter. So I would encourage you to keep that end in mind so that, you know, you can then decide that you can probably bring up the energy levels a little more. I'm extremely glad to be here. Talking about a subject which is very close to my heart, actually, operational efficiency and productivity in engineering and construction related focus. And I think everything we said today has to be also kept in mind that we are in the post-pandemic world, which is a little different. So we have sort of learned to deal with uncertainties, and we have to ensure that whatever we talk about and we plan for deals with the uncertainty which will come going forward. So I don't have any slides or presentations made. I'm just going to give my views about this topic and how I've seen it operate in India. I've seen it operate outside the world, how things are a little different, and bring it together to see what we should be doing in terms of solutions going forward to mitigate this. That's critical. Because the way it's going is not sustainable. It's not sustainable for the owners. It's not sustainable for the contractors. Because, you know, I was reading a report where, you know, almost 30 to 40% of the projects have time delays. And more than half of them are delayed by more than 24 months. So can you imagine a fourth of our projects being delayed by more than 24 months? But that's the reality which happens. And it's a shocking number, and that leads to, as I said, it affects, we all think it affects the contractor, but it also affects the owner. You know, both, I've never seen a situation where either the owner or the contractor has won in a bad project. When it is a bad project, both lose. Or, you know, when there is a good project, both win. We always think we are on the other side of the table, but we always should realize that only when we are on the same side of the table, these things work well. So what happens practically on the ground is what we have to realize. And some of the primary factors for this, and I'm only talking about the time, but see the impact of the time overrun will have on the cost. We all know that. You know, once there is a time overrun, there are escalations, the cost overruns are there, you know, there are time extensions, and all that leads to also cost. I don't have the data on cost, but I'll be surprised if it is vastly different than this. I'm sure, you know, an equal percentage of project go for cost overruns. And then that's the problem we have to, at the end of it, if we have to solve this problem, we should lock our hands around predictable project deliveries. So, you know, we used to call it no surprises. If you can deliver a project with no surprises, that's the best thing for the whole ecosystem. But that's easier said than done, because, you know, the dynamics of what happens on the ground in a project are very different. As most of you know, you are all professionals in this field. So some of the reasons for this, and I've dealt with a lot of analysis which IPA does around the reasons for this. And always in most of the studies, you will come out that lack of change management is the biggest factor for all of this. There are various factors you can, but lack of change management is the single biggest factor for failed projects. And that's what we need to realize and see how we can mitigate that. That's my view. Again, in the Indian context, it's a little different in the sense that we have a myth, and, you know, we, again, in this industry, we think, everybody says we have a lot of labor. You know, everybody convinces themselves, the customers, the contractors, everybody thinks a lot of manpower available for us at site, so don't worry, you know. So we don't consider so much about productivity, you know, the way we track productivity. We also don't consider the effect of, digitalization on how we can plan it better, because we always think we'll put more labor. So, I think, I hate to say this, but most of the times we have this habit of throwing bodies at problems. You have a problem, aadmi badao. That's more or less the mindset I have seen. By and large, of course, there are, I tend to generalize. There are, some people who do it very differently. But by and large, I see whenever there is a problem, I go to a site to meet a customer, they'll say, increase your manpower. That seems to be the only solution we have for all the problems. And, that's something we have to think long and hard. And when I've analyzed in most cases, and this I've learned when I was in the US and we used to do some of the projects on the US Gulf Coast, because there the productivity is the single factor for success. Unless you have the productivity norms established and you meet them, the project is never successful. And like it or not, one of the biggest things we used to do is, it's very counterintuitive, but we would say go as late into construction as possible on a project. And that's very different than what we think, and I've seen some of our Indian customers asking that, the moment we have announced the project, everybody wants to go and dig the ground there, right? And then immediately, because some boss has to come, take pictures and all that, and then there is pressure, kitna aadmi hai site mein, and it starts from there. So we don't really have the discipline of saying, what's the optimum time for us to go on the construction? And believe it or not, your productivity, and I have tracked this on some of the projects there, is that your productivity significantly improves if you go late into construction. Because then you have the front availability and you have the plan made for it. So advanced planning, there is a lot of talk about advanced work packaging, where you actually think from construction. The other thing we don't do too well is involving construction right at the front end design stage. Again, I'm generalizing, but many a times we miss that trick. We bring in the construction manager, when the engineering has started, and so how soon can we bring the construction professionals into planning the projects right from the front, and then establish your completion. Rather we start with engineering. That concept tells us that you start with the completions, not even construction. You start with which packages you are completing in what sequence, and then work back that plan towards procurement and engineering making available. Then plan for what is the available work front, and then go into construction as late as possible, get in and get out. That's something we have to think of. I'm sure, again, some of you are adopting it. But if we have this rigor between the customer and contractor to establish this particular thing, I think the results will be very different. And I've seen that happen. So let's focus on how we can make things like this happen. The other thing is, in terms of skills, we don't train enough planning engineers. We always have shortage. I mean, I've been in the Indian industry, whenever I've seen in the last 10 or 15 years, the biggest shortage is of planning engineers. You go to any organization, you don't have adequate planners. And we don't invest in that skill as much as, we just think it's a tick mark activity, put someone on Primavera and it's done. It's not that. The amount of time we spend in planning and then integrate the whole EPC chain is the critical element for success for this project. So that's the other critical skill we have to focus on, how to bring that together to make a project successful. And in addition to those skills, I think the labor workforce in India, the upskilling of that labor workforce. Right now, there are very few locations in India from where most of the manpower comes. And then when there is a disturbance because of a festival or weather or something, the whole supply chain, of the skills available at site, goes for a toss, and then the projects start getting suffering. And then the other concept of trying to see, again, we count the number, I hate to repeat myself, but we are so fascinated with the number of workers at site. Actually, the less people you have at site, the more the chances of success. Because then you can modularize, you can do things outside and plan an ecosystem outside the project site, because the complexity at that location is very different. So how can we plan that much better in terms of modularizing, in terms of doing as much as possible off-site in a more controlled environment than in a site, is also some of the elements which succeed typically on projects. So the other thing which, and again, I'm not going in any particular sequence, I'm just saying these are the things which affect us for projects. But the critical thing is, which I have seen again different between what happens in India and what I have seen overseas, the empowerment of the project managers or the project directors, both from the customer side and on the contractor side. We actually micromanage the project managers a lot and influence them a lot with, this project will pass only if it is this, if you commit to this schedule and this, irrespective of what a clear analysis tells you. There is a lot of micromanagement of results. We are very result oriented. So we put the result before all the, planning, all the planning, but you put the results and then set up the projects not for success. I mean, those projects don't get set up. So how do we do a lot of front-end design planning and really come out with the most optimum schedule and cost, and then have a clear plan of definition? And again, when I say there are failed projects, there are 50% of the projects which are successful. And those are the projects which follow this particular discipline. And this discipline is required both from the customer side as well as the contractor side. It can't have from one side and then be a success. So how does that team get together to plan it well and then, continue to deliver to that plan is critical. And the last point I'll make is that most of our schedules and whatever we do are made with very little allowance for changes. You don't build into our schedule the fact that things will go wrong. We always have the most aggressive metrics established, and we don't give enough time for the fact that things will not happen in sequence. So out of sequence work will happen. So, how do we control that? And, plan for things not going exactly as per your schedule. Build that into your plan, in which case you have flexibility to manage change management, because, the changes do happen, and we know that. So these are some of the things I thought, and I believe, again, very strongly that this is not just, one part of the ecosystem can solve this problem. This needs a lot of integration with the customers, with the contractor community. Also to come out with a very balanced risk management approach for the overall program. That whichever is the party which is better, has a better influence on the risk, should accept that risk. Many a time the influence on that risk is by one party, but that risk is taken by other party. And that is where again things start getting disconnected, and at the end, if it is not successful, both the customers and contractors suffer. So this is something very clearly we should establish. Again, there are a lot of successful projects I have seen are projects which get a very integrated team between the customer and contractors early on, and then make these steps in a much planned way. So that's what I would say, that if we have to look at how to improve operation efficiency and productivity, these are some of the thoughts which I wanted to share, and look forward to input from my fellow panel members. Thank you.
I think is this working? Yeah. Having heard perspectives, I think both from my side as well as Vinayak's side, which are generally from the contractor's point of view, I would like to then invite Mr. Garg to come and, from a project developer perspective, he may have some ideas which vastly differ from a contractor's perspective. So, Anil sir.
Yeah, thanks. I thought I'll be the last one to speak.
No, I just wanted to throw a surprise. Unexpected things are, the nature of our business, so I thought.
Yeah, and that is the role of investor as well. So, yeah, well, listen to both of you. What Mr. Ashwani Kumar has raised brought two things: feed details to avoid certain complexities of interface management, plus the important terms and conditions, probably with respect to the payment terms and all that. Now you see, when I see from the investor's perspective, he is putting up a project for business, and he has to compete with the other businesses, not in India, world over. He has to be competitive, plus ahead of others to capture the market. So he goes with the feed details as soon as there is a business opportunity. Down the line, during the project execution or the engineering stage, if he sees there is some changes in the word order or the requires the change in the business perspective or the engineering, it becomes a fait accompli for him to address that. Yes, I fully agree with you. That can be taken care by a very solid change management process. Now, a contract is an agreement between the two parties. When the contract is being discussed and agreed upon, probably the change management aspect is a very important aspect to be discussed in detail. But generally, my experience is being on the contracting side. At that point of time, the focus is somewhere else. More important, change management is not discussed in that detail. But eventually, that is where the conflict starts on the change management. So, feed details probably is not in control of the investor or the client, is in the control of the business. He can't help it much, but to solve the problem is change management, robustness of the change management and the maturity on both sides to alert, raise the alert in time and resolve it amicably across the table. When I say that, probably the question will come that the client is on the higher wicket or in a better situation. Being on the client side from last 2.5 decades, especially at Reliance, what we have seen, we see the intent of the other party. If the intent of the other party is in the interest of the project execution, change management is very easy. Ultimately, we understand and appreciate delay in decision making or resolving the conflict ultimately is going to have a cost overrun for both the parties. And on the investor side, the damages are much more than the liquidated damages. So, but at the same time, he is ready to compensate any extra cost subject to he get the confidence and the trust that by spending this, I will get the schedule. He is not ready to spend a penny extra when he doesn't get that confidence that the intention of the parties is the deciding factor. So that is how I address this feed. Terms and conditions are important for both. Terms and conditions are important from the client perspective, basically for two reasons. I think keeping safety and the quality as guaranteed. Terms and condition is to drive the schedule and the cost overrun. So that is what is the probably the conflict. And if again I will say, if both the parties have that maturity at the time of negotiations to have a win-win sort of a contract, that can be addressed. But at that time, it has to be thought long term. Past, probably the relationship matters with the client. If you have worked over projects, then this remains mere a contract. Probably the decisions are not taken based on the contract. We then treat contract for any eventuality of arbitration and all that. Otherwise, is based on the intent of the project execution. That is how we look at it. Now coming to what Mr. Pai has addressed, the productivity. Yes, before J3 start, we debated on this concept that shall we go late for construction after sufficient engineering and procurement has taken place to the extent of 2/3 model review crossing 65% or sufficient procurement of material has happened. As you rightly said, investor or the owner gets impatient. He feels there is an idea, there is a business. Unless he sees an activity on the site, he sees project is not moving because engineering is taking place somewhere else, procurement is taking place somewhere else. He don't see anything happening. And every time he comes to the site, he fires the project manager and the construction manager, what you are doing here? Nothing has started. So there's a pressure. Now, floor, I talked to some international EPC companies that what are their model. Floor told some projects they started 70%. Fine. Then I told how you hold the investor or the owner for that 70% of the time. But now you see productivity will be much better, I fully agree. Now the question is productivity of the resources deployed. For a EPC company, yes, that is a concern productivity because you have to complete the project in a cost and earn some profit for the organization. Now for client perspective, is the schedule. Means this project has to start producing revenue by such and such date. For him, whether productivity or not productivity, cost has a meaning up to certain point. He says you start early so that my chances of completing early is bigger and I can sleep in the night. Okay, yes, 2% could have been done, 5% could have been done, has been done. Now, there is a clash and the conflict of interest. You see for productivity, I see for the completion of the project. So, over the years, what I have experienced and advocated within my organization, that there is neither this is right nor that is right. We need to strike a balance. To achieve productivity, the second part is we have to work backward. I have flagged that issue there, I'll come. I thought first let me address this. Then you go by the construction work package wise. You work from the backward. What is your top 5 critical path activities? Then if a EPC contractor can ensure that the engineering is delivered on that 5 top construction path activities and the procurement can focus that all the challenges what we have seen on the supply chain, on the digitization and all that, overcoming all those challenges, still he can deliver E&P for those top 5 critical path activities, then you can get the productivity and the schedule. But mostly what happens? Again, EPC though is on one platform, but still works on silos. When there is a pressure on the engineering, then there also his progress is measured by percentage of engineering completed. Now he is driving his percentages, the engineering head. Whether that can be constructed or not is not his concern. Similarly, the procurement fellow, his silo is percentage of procurement done to report to his boss. Whether engineering and procurement are going in match, no concern, comes to the construction. So what construction does, whatever you deliver, I will construct. Whether it is in critical path or not, because he has to burn his man hours. Unless this discipline of proactive planning and discipline to follow that as per the critical path activity, then only you can achieve both productivity as well as project completion. But somebody will say, Mr. Garg, you are talking too theoretical. But the discipline
No, it's not that in Reliance. Reliance also I have seen, when the engineering started, I will not name, the topmost person in Reliance is going and sitting in engineering office and driving the percentage of engineering completion and sending. At times I have seen 30% revision in the engineering due to the mistake. Because when you put pressure on engineering, he has limited man hours, that engineering company, then he hires somebody from the market and then they deliver the percentage, because nobody knows. Only at the construction you know the quality of the engineering. By that time it is too late. In one of the projects we have 30% revision in the engineering. I don't know what they achieved by that. Schedule, repetition. So productivity is a concern, but project completion in time is a bigger concern for the client. It has to be probably I don't know what is the solution to this, but this is what my experience I thought I'll share. Yes, Mr. Pai very well said manpower. In 2.5 decades of the Reliance projects, weekly progress meeting I attend, I can understand the pain because I am the biggest contractor within Reliance, internal project review meeting, because I represent all the contractors. When I sit in that meeting, they look at me as a Mr. Contractor because I have lined up those contracts. I face all the burn from the board. And each meeting, there is only one discussion. What was the progress plan? What is the achievement? Plan was 15%, achievement is 7%. What is the reason? Manpower shortage. Nobody discuss engineering, nobody discuss procurement. They all discuss manpower shortage. Then what they say, if progress is half, the manpower required is double next week. Right. I say them that your progress was planned 2% for this week, achievement is 1.5. How can you demand 20% less manpower? How could it produce 50% only of the plan? If achievement is 50% and manpower is 80%, there is something else to be discussed. Nobody listens because it's very easy to discuss manpower. You don't need any science, you don't need any engineering drawing, you don't need any. Now, how to come out of it? Then, because I am the biggest contractor internally, then I told, let's not discuss manpower. I convinced separately my boss, okay, next meeting, please don't discuss manpower. Ask them why 2% is 1.5%. Then eventually they will say, okay, progress is this. Then what are the reasons? Engineering, small discussion, some drawing has not come, sequence has got affected, that is why we lost. Some material has not come, spool could not be manufactured, one flange is not delivered. But ultimately then they say, because this got delayed, we need more manpower next week to cover this up. Basically, we don't have any planning. As Mr. Pai said, we don't have competent planners. We don't do primavera. Even if whatever planning we do as EPC, that is a waste planning done once in the lifetime of the project. The whole project duration, they go on discussing on that planning S-curve. There is no modification of the S-curve. Even if they are forced once or twice to do the modification of the S-curve, the end date remains the same. Only the verticality of the S goes on increasing.
After some days it meets 100%.
So, the plan, what is the planner's role? Just to keep the end curves as same. His role is to see the next week. You see, we are more reactive. We are only monitoring what was to be executed, what has been executed, and then we have lot of excuses to say why it could not be done. But there is nobody in that meeting discuss The next week, what is the plan? What is the impact of these failures on the next week's planning or next month's planning or next 90 days planning? How we are changing those activities to be carried out. And then nobody monitors that for doing the next 90 days progress, what is required as enabler to the construction manager or the construction team. The planning fellow's role is to make that enablers in advance. He will only tell you after 90 days what went wrong. And we will have a lot of excuses and a lot of discussion as a problem statement, no solution statement. That is on the manpower. My take on this is, if the responsibility of that project review meeting is, the focus is on the forward looking, rather than every week discussing what was the progress, what is achieved, why it could not be achieved. If the focus is on what is to be done next week, what is required for that next week, doesn't mean next 7 days, next 1 month, next 60 days. And then the whole team gathers together that yes, 7 people that I have to deliver this, I'll ensure it is get delivered. Then probably we'll move away from this manpower count. The next is the empowerment of the project manager or the team. I fully agree. Though we say the project manager or the project director is the end, he is supposed to deliver the project on schedule, but for any decision he needs to come to me. Fully agree. What happens is, we say as an investor or as a client, I generally say to the companies, when they give the credentials for asking for, sorry I'm going late, but I want to address all the points, is they give the credentials, then I tell them, please tell me who is going to be your project manager. Because I have seen that company's strength on a project site, at a construction site, is as good as the competency of that project manager. Company's credential may be anything, that project manager decides fate of my project. Now, as these companies are growing, securing more and more work, most of them say, sir, once we get the LOC, we'll tell you whom to depute. They start thinking at that point of time. At times they depute somebody internally, at times they find somebody from the market. And that poor fellow don't know about his company rather than the project. He may know more about the project, but he may know less about the company, who is the decision maker, to whom to go to. That problem need to be solved. What is the solution? I have been 15 years before Reliance on the contracting side, on the project execution side. That initial setup of the project is very important for any construction company or EPC company. We used to have a core team at the corporate office. Any new project taken up, those 4 or 5 people from the various functions will first go to that project site, and they are well versed with the company, long term serving in the company, have lot of trust of the management, empowered people. They go, they set up the project, infrastructure, labor camps or site offices, initial procurement, this, they set up the project. By the time project manager comes, they do some overlapping of 1 month, then he's on the go. But at times I have seen the project manager comes as a new to the company and he is posted there because we company got the new project. So empowerment, yes, that is the case at times on the client side also. There is a project manager, but he also has the same fate. Recently recruited because there is an expansion cycle going on. Pick somebody from the market and make him the project manager. Yes, this needs to be corrected on both the sides. Planning, proactive thinking I have discussed, and the rest is the risk. You very well said, Mr. Pai, that risk shall be transferred to the person who has the control on managing the risk or mitigation of the risk. Nowadays I am seeing that the investor or the owner feels awarding a contract on EPC basis that he is passing on the risk to the EPC company, because he feels that I am giving a price to the EPC company. Now, while taking the work, he shall take care of all the risk associated. But my journey with Reliance so far has been from phase 1 of refinery, phase 2, phase 3, QY, 9, 10 big projects. We have done differently, not on EPC basis. Reliance has lately started getting into the EPC mode, where our management bandwidth is reducing due to the expansion and the people getting retired, old people. So we feel that our bandwidth of managing interface management of EPC in-house. We have tried some projects on EPC basis. Now the patience to see that the EPC will deliver, because EPC has their own issues and concerns. I fully respect and appreciate. It's a commercial organization. They work for the profitability to remain in the business, but we don't have that patience as a owner. So this EPC business and the risk transfer, very well said, but to identify what risk he can manage, what he cannot manage, and transfer as a trade-off price. Sometimes both the parties feels that risk mitigation is a trade-off of a price or a cost. But at times, whatever may be the price, if I am not competent to manage the risk, I am not competent to manage the risk at whatever price. I fully agree that at the time of the agreement, this must be very clearly taken care of, addressed. I'll give one example. I am associated with this project where we are sitting, Geo Word Center, from the strategy making along with the honors and the award of the contract. The visualization of Mukesh Bhai was, he wanted to make an iconic project in Bombay of that scale, that anybody comes to India or Bombay, if he goes back to his country, if somebody asks, have you seen Geo Word Center? If he says no, then he says, what, you have gone for India? That was his vision. And whatever we made a contractor's list, he threw it out. Then we asked, either say, then name came up Samsung, SCT, that they have made in Hong Kong and that word skill centers. We had a strategy meeting. The mind is fixed that we give him on LSTK basis. He will deliver world-class facility and this and that. Now, I see my future in internal review meetings that if Samsung is not able to mobilize manpower for construction, I will have a tough time. So I told sir, Samsung can have world-class engineering, world-class this thing. Hong Kong he can make, South Korea he can make. Probably in India he cannot make. He asked, what is in your mind? What you are thinking? मैं कहा सर इंडिया में अगर कंस्ट्रक्शन करना है तो लार्सन टूब्रो let us think of. So what was the back of mind, the strategy, that Samsung will not be able to mobilize construction workers in India. So that risk we were not taking, ready to take. But to match both L&T and Samsung was a big task. Larsen Toubro told, we have made the Bombay airport. We can make this convention center also. I remember those discussions, A.M. Naik and S.N. Subramaniam. So client had the role to make this agreement. That is how the risk can be managed. You very well said. I'll just take one more example of the risk management. When 22nd March 2020, I think our Prime Minister declared the lockout of COVID. We at Reliance had the first meeting at Jamnagar on 9th March, around 15 days ahead of that. We had around 20,000 workers working in our refinery complex. And we had no way to reduce the throughput of that refinery due to international commitments. The management declared, come what may, refinery has to run. So we had used labor camps of a capacity of 100,000 workers built over the projects. Then we decided, let us quickly refurbish these labor camps and bring all the 20,000 people who are staying in the nearby villages in. We prepared that within 10 days and we started internal movement by 21st, while the lockdown was declared by that Sunday. And we did the COVID test for all, because we wanted to take all healthy people in. Whosoever were found positive, we kept them in isolation centers managed by Reliance. We did all that. Now, when we say to somebody, they say, Reliance hai to kar sakta hai. Generally, we hear this, oh, Reliance hai to kar sakta hai. What I feel, I am also part of Reliance, but I was earlier part of other organization, is a scale difference. The actions required to be taken are the same, whether you do for 100 people, whether you do for 20,000 people. Is drive from the top as a leadership, then the willingness of the leaders to take the challenge that yes, we will do it. Scale is only different. But the actions required and the mentality required remains the same. So I feel we are under a very challenging time in the EPC business. Infrastructure is opening up. There is a lot of money being pumped by the government, by the private sector as well. In this business from last 4 decades, I feel this is the most challenging time, which will put challenge on the EPC companies. Their failure to gear up their capabilities with regard to, we talk most of the time workforce. I see workforce is the last problem. First is the leadership management in the construction industry. Supervisory capabilities in the country are depleting. So first that need to be addressed, then skill set. Now there is nobody in the country who has, except Larsen Toubro, who has some skill upgradation programs or centers. No other company has. Reliance I also do not have. We develop it on a mega scale project basis. We have our craft training center. That need to be addressed. Supervisory staff need to be addressed. Planning need to be made more robust. And the industry need to prepare themselves for this money coming in the industry. Otherwise, after a few years, we will be talking only cost overruns and the project delays. I'll stop it here.
Thank you.
I think with that perspective from the project developer side and a very, let's say, comprehensive view of the entire industry, at this point of time, I wanted to ask if there are many people representing the client's world as well as the contractor's world here. Any observations at this point of time? No, we have, no, let's say in between, because I want to have a perspective from the gentlemen sitting here, because some of them have got a good experience from a PMC point of view, something in between a contractor and a thing. So I'm looking forward to that perspective as well. But meantime, I thought if you have any questions or any observations, It will be nice at this point of time because we finished one round of observations from a contractor's perspective and then from the client's perspective. Anything? Any observations at this point?
So there are pros and cons in both the cases.
Yes.
We have nothing absolute truth in this, because it is always good to say, I think.
He needs a mic.
It is impossible to get the best contract and the best client. See, the truth is somewhere in between. And you are right in all, whatever you have said, we have gone through this several times, and observations do come like this. And you are right, contractor has to look after his interest to make profit, and owner has to ensure that by paying money extra also, the project should be done in time. But there is one thing which is lacking in our country, which we are trying to improve, that maybe Larsen & Toubro makes some equipment, which are high pressure equipment, but most of the EPC contractors are buying equipment and instrument and piping, electrical construction from outside. Maybe Tata Projects and maybe Larsen & Toubro have their own construction, but lately I see one L&T also subcontracts the construction for a medium-sized project. They don't use ECC. So we are depending on so many stakeholders in the project, and what you say is perfectly correct. And what Vinayak also said, or you also said, sir, is very correct. So, but all the down the line people, the vendors, these contractors and all the stakeholders do not have the same ability. And there's actually, and a lot of people are here, maybe they can confirm, they have something else to say also, that a lot of changes take place from the customer side. And when you want to have feed, there is one client who told me I'll freeze the feed after plant is commissioned. So there are extreme cases also. So we have to, both of you are right, I'm not saying, and we have gone through all varieties, but the essence is whatever points Vinayak or whatever points Mr. Ashwini Kumar made, or whatever points you have made, all are valid. And finally, as you rightly said, the relationship matters. If you are able to understand what the contractor is facing difficulty, or when the contractor understands that what is the thing which is most important with the customer, then things get solved, somehow managed. And the last thing I will say is that there's a tendency in India to always work on the hope. S-curve remains at the end because they hope that something else will happen, that luck will favor. It has happened in past also. This is the reality, sir.
I think I come from L&T EPC. And particularly with Reliance, you know that we have worked on the hydrocarbon projects, and I was heading offshore, which always was time. Schedule was the most important thing. Cost was, of course, a derivative, because if you delayed by 1 month, then the cost would mount in millions. So I think I perfectly reverberate. Few points. The approach of most of the client companies, I think Reliance, I'm not saying, there are many others, feed is never an important part of the whole game. And all that turns up is, I don't want to name the organizations who are hired, but they come up with some drawings which are far away from reality, and that the costing of that is driven more by an ROI which is inside, which is set through the management, which would be a reality, but that brings in a huge level of commoditization, and all that happens is the cost becomes a driver to win the project, because you have to meet the budget. If you don't meet the budget, you don't get the job. And then there are companies, like he correctly said, on hope they put a number, and then later on, the rug is pulled under the leg.
From hope to hopeless.
Hopeless. It's a very thin line to move from one to the other. So this is one. So I think, I know I've dealt with some customers where we have had intense sessions with them to say how the logics are not. I can't say it in this forum, but there were some ridiculous logics which went into the entire costing principles, and they were never attainable. This was one. Secondly, what you said is right. I was just now talking to Ashwini Kumar over coffee in L&T. There are a lot of models which the EPC companies go. One of the things which comes is the finance-driven models is an asset-light model. And there's the other one which is a end-to-end model. Now, the reality would probably be somewhere in between, because sometimes if in an end-to-end model you don't utilize your factories, then you're putting a huge cost burden, and that makes you unsustainable. At the same time, if, like he said correctly, if you have to import everything from outside, you can't compete with the costs which are in local. So I think it is actually an unequal competition, or you can't change this overnight. That was two. On the risk management, I've heard BN say in one of these forums, he said exactly what Mr. Pai said. The risk has to be transferred to it. But in EPC, I mean, L&T was one of the foremost who said LSTK is what we'll go for. Ashwin, you remember. We were the ones who were also pushing LSTK. But the moment you said lump sum turnkey means anything and everything under the sun is rugged. Now, with a fine clause which says that notwithstanding anything which is in the tender, everything else is at, we can't pay you more. Now, this is a reality, and unless we change from this, and we found a big difference when we are dealing with Aramco, where I think, I know double-digit margins come even today, and they are not based on the value which is quoted, but on the value which comes out of genuine change orders which are respected. Now, this is a very paradigm shift in terms of how an Indian owner or an investor will probably have to look if you have to go. Otherwise, and now I'm heading power. I was heading Aramco. And now the situation in power is so bad that probably the tariff demands what is the investment which has to go. And the moment the tariff demands, it's a backward calculation. And where there were probably 8 or 10 EPC contractors, in the recent bid, there were only 2 contractors because nobody has the courage or the wherewithal to put a number against a schedule to go in. And now the customer is running from pillar to post, trying to say, we want 4 more contractors, and they are saying, we don't want to come. Now this is a very reverse situation.
Yeah.
And unless there are some mindset shifts which are required at a leadership level on either side, I don't think the EPC industry can see a better future in the coming times. Now, this is the paradigm shift which is necessary, which needs a different level of education and different points to be done. Construction management, you said, is very correct. I will say, but please don't put it on record, because we had 4 massive reviews of a project. And today, after the review, the one-liner came, which please every week update the workforce plan and the gap management at your sites. So I think maybe in another fortnight time, I'll be presenting it to the same names you mentioned. I have to go and present it out there. So that's a part of the progress review. I don't think it can get out of the psyche and something which we have to uproot and throw away. So I think it was a very, very interesting conversation and very, very nice points which have come up. And I'm sure more will come. Great show, great show.
These are the most difficult months of this manpower issue.
Yes. Absolutely, absolutely. And you know, with COVID, with the worker migration, reverse migration which happened, to get them back again, you know, you are in a different kind of a situation.
What I would like to then have, sorry. I'll tell you, rephrase that in a different way. The end point of delivery is the same, yes, but the ordering date shifts based on various reasons. So, you know, that delivery period gets cramped, and then you have a very different. Offshore, I've seen situations where the end delivery date, if it is to be shifted, it gets shifted by 6 months. Because if you miss this season, you move into the next season. Now, that doesn't fit into the ROI. So, obviously, the schedule goes down. I think just with the schedule
in
mind for the talking about schedule and for our own program as well now.
No, so I think I'll sign off.
Now, what I would like to do is to look at our panelists, address from a very practical consideration. And when both of you, your organizations have worked for a long time in PMC road, and you are both in touch with the customers as well as the contractors, what would you expect from a ear to the ground perspective, or hands-on approach to improving of efficiencies? Any observations you have? Maybe Mr. Worley can start off.
I'll just say some few words.
Yes. And followed on the same topic. Is that okay for you, Ramna, to talk about a little bit from that perspective? Because from an overall perspective, we heard some.
Thank you. I think a lot of people knowledgeable about project execution are here. And let me tell you, today the discussion is going such a way. We happen to meet, there are 4 Ts or 5 Ts are working in EPC. Tata, ThyssenKrupp, Technip, and Toyo and Technimont. So all Ts are there. And we meet in different forum in different roles. So I go to Nayara project where we are PMC. where Toyo Technip is EPC. Then they come to Numaligarh, where we are EPC, and Technip is this. Now question, what happens? I am telling you a joke what happened. When I met Toyo in Nayara, they congratulated me for winning dewaxing job. And then I congratulated him for not winning the job. This is the scenario today. Now, whether winning is good or not winning is good. So, my answer is, till the time you win, your anguish, your main quest is to win. And after winning, immediately you get diffused and you start thinking, now I have to do this project. So, this is the fate of EPC today. And why I am telling this, because I come from background of execution from Saudi Arabia, as rightly said by Ashwini Kumarji and our customer Reliance. We are very impatient people in India. We do not wait. Whereas in Saudi Arabia, I will tell you one example. A lot of my colleagues are there who are in operations. A plant tripped, and I worked in RCF for 12 years. The plant tripped, people start running. Hey, band karo, wo chalu karo. And one of my colleagues who joined the plant there, he started running. And the fellow there, he hold his hand and he's telling, please don't run. It creates panic in the mind of everybody. And this is a small incident, but in EPC execution, I think we have to learn this. Because what happens, as rightly said, manpower nahi hai. Then what to do? Then we start making a list, who is the manpower supplier. Then we start following them. Is this a way to work? This is not the way to work. I think we should stop this panicking. And if you really wait, sit back and think, then the EPC efficiency really goes up. And planning is a backbone of that. Now, fortunately, I come from planning background. The problem is we don't do any resource-loaded planning in India. That is a big difference. And even if we do, we just do to satisfy either Reliance, Adani or Indian Oil. That is only on paper. Honestly, I am telling you, this is how we do it. Because somebody in Reliance has told, have you done resource-loaded planning? We have done it. What is the output? We need 3,000 people. Are we really knowing this? What kind of 3,000 people? What is the skill set? Who are those people? We have really no answer. Whereas I myself have worked in Saudi Arabia, we were finding out, I need 3 structural engineers, I need so many labor. We have to go to that level. That planning will avoid panicking. Otherwise, we'll start running here and there, but at the end of the day, neither customer will be satisfied, because in the result, we are all result oriented. To our children, we ask how many percentage you got. We never ask him how much you have learned. And that is our big difference. So our parent company in Germany, they talk about lessons learned. Of course, there are many lessons not learned also. I fully agree. But unless you have lessons learned, you cannot have lessons not learned. So this is very important point I want to put forward, that the efficiency comes from lessons learned. If you keep doing things, EPC, execution, 1, 2, 3, and if you do better planning, you start better planning, the efficiency will come. Otherwise, why we take name today L&T? L&T is not born today. I was in Visitia in 1982 when we were looking at L&T. It was not that big company. How it has come up? By doing the EPC execution, 1, 2, 3, they worked. And then I was in RCF when L&T was doing a lot of execution, and I have seen. It is not that they were successful all the time, but it is lessons learned, execution, and continuous making yourself learning, and that learning only makes good available resources. As he rightly said, today the project manager available are not that learned, and that is where we start panicking, because that fellow has not faced the situation. And if you face the situation, then only the experience comes. So experience brings you to that level that you don't panic and you say, yeah, this has happened in my earlier 3 projects, we will solve this issue. And management, both from customer as well as EPC execution, has to believe. Empowerment of project manager is from believing. Today we do the team building session between, it is happening between customer and the EPC contractor also. But that also should not become a ritual or working step where we have tick marked and we have done the. We should stop somewhere that, and we should start thinking that, do you have an experienced project manager? I know Reliance recently I was awarded a paid job to us. The first question Reliance says, who is your project manager? And this is during ITB. And then we started panicking, we don't have project manager. And the same situation, because at least in our company there is some structured thinking is there, because from parent organization, that what is the requirement, what is the product, what kind of project manager we should have. But at least that makes us start thinking. So empowering project managers starts from selecting right quality of project manager, having good experience of that background, and then it can be empowered. So it goes vice versa, either empowerment or the availability of required person also. So my take on this efficiency and other things is planning, resource loaded planning, remaining calm and quiet and not becoming impatient, and selecting right kind of people. Maybe from outside, inside, that doesn't go. And we have to trust them, and we have to believe them. And the team building means really we'll have to trust them that this guy will deliver. If you start micromanaging, then he will start thinking, anyway somebody else is managing the project, why the hell I should bother myself? So that is where the micromanagement should not enter into that. And the last point from my side is, don't ask question about numbers always. What is critical in this project? And ability to identify real critical issues is going down day by day. People are knowing that if I blame contractor, workers are not available. If I tell changes is being done, then naturally I can get away with this. And this attitude, if you want to kill, then the ability of management also and the project manager also to identify exact critical points and then attack on them. What he has said is critical path analysis, very much missing in our organizations, in EPCs, in PMs, and in planning. Because they are running their mundane things and they tend to less analyze than to work on Excel and Primaveras and answering queries. And they waste their 8 hours or 10 hours. And nobody sits back and thinks, what is critical in my project on this month? What should I do so that next month I will perform? So this is last point from my side. Analytical thinking, if you do, and that I am of the opinion, there has to be some PMO or structure which should work on the mundane things, and the project manager or leadership of the project should work on this analytics and deliver the project to the customer. That kind of approach will work. Thank you, I think from my side.
Yeah. Vinayak has got a hard stop, so he needs to leave.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vinayak. See you.
Ramana, I would like you to touch upon one point. While we discuss a lot of issues, what is the impact of HSC practices and a good HSC record on operational efficiency? Can you speak about that? Absolutely. Yeah, can you continue, please?
With your permission.
Yes.
Prior to that, I would like to speak about the human angle, about, panelists, they have spoken about, so my fellow panelists have spoken about feed completion, about risk management, about planning. So I would like to throw some light on the human side of improving operational efficiency. Just a couple of points. In the last 2.5 years or so, we sort of debunked the myth that it may not be possible for engineering companies, EPC companies, to work without going to office. In fact, we had bid for projects, we backed projects, we had kickoff meetings, we completed projects in the last 2.5 years as well. So taking a lesson out of this, in fact, I can tell you the example of Technique. We have introduced formal flexible work guidelines. People are allowed to work, right now it is 2 days per week. And we sort of think that it is empowering the employees. They know what needs to be done, and we are now monitoring how it goes. This is one part. The second part is, again, the human angle is retention. Mr. Spoy spoke about empowering the project managers. So if you look at the attrition rates are going high. And unless we empower project managers, unless we empower our critical resources, they will continue to be high, this attrition rate. And when attrition is high, when you lose your key resources, it impacts your productivity. You have a commitment to your client, and then you don't have the key resource to execute it. So we must look at retaining resources. This is another human angle for improving the operational efficiency. The third point I would like to stress upon is about, Mr. Garg has spoken, the trust and maturity that we need to develop with our clients right from the kickoff meeting. Like we see, there is this commodity impact, the prices of steel and other metals going up. There are a set of clients who are very silent about it. In fact, even if you present your case backing up with LME graphs, some clients are maintaining a stoic silence. But there are another set of clients who are telling you, look, we understand this, whether there is a price variation clause or not. We understand the predicament of EPC contractors. Please move on. The MC, the mechanical completion, the commissioning is important. Unless there is going to be a gigantic variation in price, we will support you in a contractual manner. So please move on. So this kind of backing that you receive from the client really matters to the EPC contractors. These three are the human angles of improving efficiency that I wanted to speak about. And
yes, somebody said if you think safety procedures and prevention of accidents and all that is very expensive, HSSE is very expensive, try an accident.
Absolutely.
So on that point, since you represent a very well-known international company, your thoughts on that one as a closing point, please.
Sure. If you see an unsafe situation, unsafe act, stop it. Simple. That applies to the rigger, to the supervisor, to the project manager, to the RCM. This is what we would like to drive to the entire team, whether it is HO or at the construction site. There is an accident, whether it is small or big, it is the biggest demotivating factor. It's just not the LTA hours that you are speaking about. You think about the families. Now, there are thousands of people working at sites. And look at the situation during COVID. At some sites, we did not demobilize a single person. They were there. So, it is upon us to take care of those workmen to keep them safe. Because their families are also depending on us to keep them safe. So HSE, no compromises.
Essentially being a top-down approach, would you like to share any processes which you have in mind, which is HSSE is, at least to my mind, is a completely top-down driven approach. Any processes we have which can make this sensitivity to HSSE practices go right down? Anybody would like to share any practices?
See, hello. We have started some new practices in the sense every site, we are currently handling around 22 to 23 sites. And we started measurement, we made some parameters and we started giving the percentage wise that how they are performing from HSE perspective. There are various parameters. And due to this, what had happened is those who are getting 90%, they are only called as a safe site. And that is how the practice has made the competition, and everybody started thinking that am I giving correct observation, am I having safe practices. Then people have started sending photographs of unsafe act and unsafe practices, and that photographs, once they are populated, that site manager we can talk with some objective that this is happening on your site and how we can improve it. So it is not a lagging indicator, rather than we are going forward and trying to tell them that these things should be avoided. And that number game has really helped us. Even whenever we are PMC, we are giving this number to the EPC contractors and we are trying to rate them. And with that, what is happening, they also know where to perform exactly. Working height, we are finding that 20 observations are there. So they know that I have to work on this area. So this is a new practice which our HSE head has started and which is working very well.
I think I'd like to add I fully agree with you, is a top-driven approach. When I say top-driven from an investor's perspective, is the first is the cost. Mostly I have seen in a project like petrochemical, 20% to 30% is the scaffold cost, whether it is the material, whether it's the manpower. Earlier, people used to cut the corners on the scaffold and the fatalities used to happen. Probably in one of our start of the project, I'm talking 10, 12 years back, at the beginning of the project, our chairman said to the project team, project leadership team, that I am deadly against that we shall kill people to build our asset. So I am not giving any authority to any one of you to kill a person to build the asset. For that, if you need additional money, is given for safety. Then we, on one project, we purchased 20,000 kilometers of scaffold material. Everywhere you see scaffold. So it's a top-driven approach. Yes. First is the cost, then is the behavior issue to be handled. That comes at the site leadership level to change the behavioral issues and the discipline. Third is to gearing up the industry. We have seen at times for putting up large-scale projects like at Reliance, J3 we had at one point of time 140,000 people working on one site. Now, to get those people who are all accustomed to work with the safety guidelines and parameters is very difficult because our industry at large is gearing up but not there 100%. So contractor will say, sir, you have very stringent safety requirement, so I am not able to bring the manpower because ultimately it's manpower. So industry as a whole, so a lot of training, industry as a whole, client as well as the EPC companies and the subcontractors need to work to address this issue as a whole. That approach probably is not getting momentum as of now in the country, but to sustain this growth of infrastructure in India in the next 4 or 5 years, if this issue needs to be addressed jointly.
I think we are well beyond the allotted time for the session. It was a very engrossing discussion.
There is no liquid damages to there are no penalties.
So, if there are any questions.
Any more questions?
Hi, good evening. Amazing insights about the project management. My name is Naveen Ehlawat. I am from Jindal Steel Power. So, I just want to understand your views. See, in steel sector alone today, there is an investment of close to 1 lakh crore. You know, we like from at GSPL we are investing 20,000 crores, and GSW and Tata's everyone. So much of manpower is required, so much of resources are required, so much of overall the cranes and everything is required. So how you feel, how we tackle such type of bundling happening, such type of chaos happening in the market where everybody is struggling for that single, the same cake of pie. So how to address such type of scenario where there is projects lined up for steel, cement and everyone. So the quality manpower, the quality, basically cranes and all the other basic raw material to set up that ecosystem, how to set that thing right? Thank you.
To my knowledge, there was only one company who was very actively engaged in an upskilling program and giving training in different parts of the country to people who are interested in developing construction skills. That is Larsen and Toubro. But Reliance has themselves faced a lot of issues in in ramping up manpower to the scale they desired on their massive projects. So Anil sir will probably have a perspective to share.
on the upskilling, I remember in 98 we had a progress review meeting. The welder requirement was about 5,000 welders required. We were having some 3,000 welders mobilized from the country. There was a meeting, senior most people sitting. Then we came that we need to have the craft training center. Let's train the welders. Then the question came, how much, how many, how much time? So somebody said we need 5,000, we have 3,000, we need to train 2,000, there will be 20-30% attrition, 3,000. One fellow said, no, let's train 7,000. So the other fellow looked at him, Bola 3,000 SR will take. We will train it. Industry is not geared up to train it. Let's train 7,000. Let us accept this fact, they will take 3,000. Still we shall be left with 4,000. So unless we have this approach, all of us individually, this will not happen, the upskilling part. But to address your specific question, that with this, that is what I have been indirectly, directly saying, that the next 3-4 years is very challenging with the infrastructure opening up, with all COVID and all those things, and NREGA and all PM's schemes to give the roti at your home is also retarding, though is a good thing in a way from the way he looks at the things in the country. But when we look at the project execution, is somewhere is a difficult zone to migrate migratory workers, because all our projects depend on the migratory workers. Now, this challenge, one is upskilling to cater for the skills, but how to have that mass is, probably we have to change our mindset from focus on the manpower to mechanization, automation, precasting, prefabrication, that we have to think at the time of designing the project, at the time of engineering stage, that how we can reduce the footfall at the project stage by this modularization somebody was talking, precasting, prefabrication. Now for our energy project, where we are going big way on the green energy project execution for production of the modules and cells and wafer and ingot and polysilicon, whatnot. We at this stage itself, at the engineering stage, has started thinking that this problem is there, this challenge is there. To maximize precasting, even for the columns and prefabrication PEB buildings. Plus, I was surprised when we were going in this investigation mode that these flyovers in the country highway, they have adopted a very good technology now of precasting the girders by using M150 grade of concrete. So it's very, very rare people listening M150 grade of concrete being used, and the size of the girder has come down that small. And the steel being used is a steel fiber being used in the tire industry. So we thought, why not we bring that industry practice into this of precasting. One more thing what I lately understood is that in our own industry, the innovation we feel has saturated, because then you have to go to the cross industries to understand how they are doing. Correct. The key is how you reduce the requirement itself of the workers by getting things done outside of your site, by increase precasting and all this. Probably that may be the solution to it.
I think the present GST regime allows you to do a lot of work off-site without having serious tax considerations, which used to be a problem earlier. And many of the fabrication was done in the process of erection and thereby save excise duties and stuff. Now, in the new regime, you can do a huge amount of off-site construction without any impacting on cost. That's one.
I just want to add before we close perhaps that in the steel industry normally we find that you go by package concept. you got a smelter or you got a coke oven plant and you go contract to that particular party. And they have limitation to get the workforce because, when the total workforce may be 100 and each is doing 20, 25, so they may not get it. So other option is to make a tie with some kind of a company, construction engineering company, who is able to handle the total as a PMC and they can organize the manpower for you. That is one possibility. Or go on the total EPC basis with the sub-EPC projects in that. One suggestion to you.
Sorry, I'd like to add one thing. We had discussed mostly the problem statements and partly the solution statements going forward. You see, in the EPC business, earlier the focus used to be on E&P because that is where the major cost lies. As you said, earlier the thought process was, let's cross over the E&P.
Yes.
The manpower is available in the country. We'll just throw the bodies, we'll get the construction done. In 97 also, 98 till 2006-7, I used to hear all this. Let's get the engineering and procurement, manpower, construction will happen. Now probably the cost of construction due to the wage increase and all that has significantly changed. Then the EPC companies has thumb rule. Construction so much % of the equipment cost. Those thumb rule need to change.
No, I think he's right. Recently we are evaluating one proposal and I was shocked that the construction cost is coming 45%.
Exactly.
And now we were worrying that something is wrong within us or what. But it was true. It is coming 45%. And in America, Samudra Sab knows that it is going 60%.
Yes. So this need to change at the costing stage. That will make a change. Second, what I have seen over the years, the focus was again on E&P when I say. The EPC company, some EPC companies are passing on the risk of construction by hiring a subcontractor.
Yes.
Which is not correct. They are putting all their gains of E&P by risking with that C. And that is so unglamorous part of EPC. Everybody focus on the glamorous part of E&P. And whatever they earn, whatever innovations, whatever improvement, whatever digitalization, there is a lot of stuff because it all happens in offices. And there is a lot of focus, there is a lot of value engineering, brainstorming sessions. But for construction, that poor construction manager deputed at site, he faces a contractor given with whatever money is left out of that cost and the profit. And that is where the mistake is happening. That is where the mistake is happening. And the manpower is the key. I have seen now some good companies, I don't want to name it, even who has come up after Larsen to Go, has realized this, that if they have to deliver this project on EPC basis, if C has to be completed in time, they have to take the control and ownership of the construction themselves. They are arranging, putting their tie-ups, as you said, in the resource hub villages to get those skilled people in time. So EPC success in the future will lie on the C, success of C, how better managed, how proactively managed part C. That will determine all your profitability on E&P. That's my, I may be wrong.
Well said, sir. Concur completely. Any other observations? Have any?
She has to leave.
Yes. So I think
so we have
before they, turn the lights off.
Yes.
No, not yet. Firstly, I would like to thank all the delegates and all the speakers on behalf of ChemTECH for your presentations, your valuable inputs for the last 2 days. I would like to call upon our moderator for this session, Mr. Ashwini Kumar, to give mementos to our panelists. Finally, Mr. Garg also gets a memento.
Well earned.
Yeah, well earned. We need to take a photograph. Group photograph. And I request Mr. Ajay Popat, President Iron Exchange, to give the memento to our moderator, Mr. Ashwini Kumar. Thank you, Mr. Popat. One group photograph, please. Tomorrow in this hall, we have the conference on corrosion tech, and automation is in the 104. So I'll see you tomorrow.